You damn right. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. If you are a soccer freak, you know what today is all about. The United States against Iran. Even I think I can grasp the simplicity of this one. The U.S. team needs a win or they will not advance. I don't think another draw is going to do them any good if I'm reading my tables correct. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. It's Chad and Zay on a Tuesday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined by Isaiah Collier. What's up, Zay?
What's good, Chad? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I am good. A little red, white, and blue going on in about an hour.
Yeah, feeling it too.
One of those rare times I'll peek in on soccer and, care a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be excited to talk to Glenn in just a little bit. It's win or go home. There's no tying.
Right.
You know how I feel about penalty kicks. I think they should happen. We talked about Mighty Ducks being one of my favorite movies. That's the ultimate penalty goal movie. The suspense, everything that goes along with it. I get why they don't do it. But, in games like this, you wish there were just, any little thing helps.
Yeah. So
and again, USA the dub.
Here is the basics of it all. Obviously, if you do not get a point if you lose, so they can't lose. When you draw, you get a point. The United States has done it twice, so they have 2 points. But Iran has 3 because they have a win. So if they drew with them today, then Iran would still be ahead of them. In points, U.S. wouldn't advance. When you win, they give you 3 points. The U.S. would get to 5 points with a win, and that would make them at least the number 2 team in the group, if not number 1, and the top 2 teams advance. So it is that simple. It's not going to have to get down to differentials or any of that. It's just as simple as win the match, and it does start at 1 o'clock. So we're going to get into that coming up here in about 5 minutes or so, about 10 after. We're going to talk to Glenn Davis of Soccer Matters. You've been hearing the World Cup reports from Glenn, brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. Shout out to them for helping us out during the World Cup, and they are a sponsor of Soccer Matters every Monday night. If you missed last night's edition, it's at hornfm.com. Just go to the podcast page there and check out Soccer Matters. Before that, though, let's get the spec set piece in so we can talk about some expert coaching last night in the NFL. All right, Zay, Pittsburgh and the Colts last night. My house is interested since I am married to a Steelers fan. So 24-17, Steelers get the win. Before we talk about their part of it, lots of talk today about Jeff Saturday's part of that game. He is now 1-2 as a head coach, and he did not seem to handle the end of that game well, even though he says the timing was not an issue, the clock wasn't an issue to him, and he doesn't think he needed to take a timeout sooner than he did. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, that's what you have to say for sound like a complete idiot. You don't want to be like that, which he was last night. I mean, I couldn't be happier, especially how they did my man Sam Ehlinger. They did him completely wrong. Jeff Saturday, the situation that he has is completely bogus, and I've never agreed with it. So, hey, this is what you wanted, and now you made a bad bonehead move in clutch time that cost your team a game. I mean, call a timeout. And it's a lot, but it's Matt Ryan's too. It's a lot of it's his fault. He's MVP, veteran quarterback that's been doing this for a long time. He needs to understand the situation also. But Jeff Saturday, at the end of the day, you're calling all the shots. If clearly what you said in the presser, if you don't think that time was an issue, then clearly you're going to make your whole offense have that mindset too. And that's what, if I'm Matt Ryan, I'm going to say, Jeff Saturday, you're taking the bullet for this one. So when they ask me about those timeouts, if I'm Matt Ryan, I'm saying our coach, he wanted us to keep going. He wanted us to go for it, and we weren't worried about the time. We felt like we were confident enough to put some points on the board to go into overtime, and that's not what happened.
No, it's not. It's weird. We're in a world now with all these stud quarterbacks at an advanced age, and obviously it starts with the Bradys and the Rodgers of the world, but I'm also watching these older guys that apparently have forgotten how to play. Today is the 34th birthday of Russell Wilson. We'll get to that later in the show. Happy birthday, Russ. He appears to have forgotten how to play football at times, including some of this stuff, game management, clock management. I'm watching that last night thinking, okay, I'm not sure exactly who can and can't call a timeout on an NFL team, but I know the head coach and starting quarterback can both do that. How at 37 years old, when he's got the football at the end of that second down play, how does Matt Ryan not immediately pop up with a timeout signal and move on from there? They had all three with 50 seconds to go. And Saturday has the nerve to say, I didn't really feel like time was an issue. You didn't? Less than a minute to go and you're down 7? Time's not an issue? Come on, Saturday.
Yeah, and he knows damn well if this was Frank Reich that did something like this, he'd be on the next day on the 4-Layer Network hammering Frank Reich.
Yes, rightly so. And I'd be right there with him saying, yeah, that makes no sense. I don't know why Matt Ryan has forgotten. I'm not going to give Jeff Saturday and what's this dude's name? Parks Frazier, the new play caller. I'm not going to give him a total pass. I would remind Matt Ryan, though, hey, dude, your head coach has been a head coach for like 5 minutes. And your play caller has been a play caller barely that long.
Yeah.
You might want to take some responsibility for big moments in the last part of this game, including when to get that TO.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be a blowout. I mean, the Steelers, they were handling their business in the first half. Kenny Pickett, he looked all right. He looked all right. They were running the football. Najee Harris, Benny Snell, they were running that rock. And George Pickens, he's still one of the sleeper picks of the draft. I mean, he's one of the best young receivers in the NFL already. It's only his first year. So I thought it was going to be a blowout. The Colts came back, 14 points in that third quarter. And then for them to blow the game like this at the very end is just a joke. And they ran the ball. Like, they gave it to Jonathan Taylor, which wasted more clock and didn't call a timeout. And then you're like, okay, Jeff.
And then on fourth down, throw like 15 yards past the stick. Mm-hmm. You just needed 3. Go get 3 yards. Find 3 yards.
See, Jeff Saturday, this is why Peyton Manning got in your butt about calling the plays. You don't call the plays. You don't know nothing about it.
Good point.
You don't know nothing about it. Shut your ass up.
Oh, my God.
You sinner. You're a sinner. You have no coaching experience.
And make sure we understand the word that Isaiah is saying. Not a sinner like in church, a center.
Yeah.
A center.
You're a sinner.
You are a center, Jeff Saturday. Oh, that is funny. All right, so.
Yeah, you got to say it ignorant like I just said, the way that he was calling plays ignorant last night. Good grief, man.
Oh, dude,
but, hey,
that's terrible.
Again, the pettiness of me, they did my man Sam Ehlinger wrong. And this is exactly what they deserve. Jim Irsay, the whole organization, this is exactly what they deserve. This is what they asked for.
Everyone knows when it comes to Zay Collier, you're going to back up a Westlake guy. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you're saying, right? I'm sorry, did I hear you wrong?
No. I'll back up.
A specific Westlake guy.
Westlake guy.
That's right. Okay.
Westlake turned Longhorn. I actually have love for one of your Aggie brethren who went to Westlake just because we were kind of rivals and it turned into more of a Baylor-Texas rivalry. Ryan Swope.
Ryan Swope is pretty cool.
That was my dude.
Okay.
That was my dude.
Good.
We had some battles back in the day. Thank God he had football and didn't hoop at Westlake because we would have had some serious problems. He was an excellent athlete. So he might be the only Aggie that I really, that's my guy.
Okay.
I could say that's my dude from Westlake, too.
Fair enough.
Is tough.
That's
tough.
a
lot.
Tough combo.
That's a lot.
Yeah, the Westlake to College Station. That's a tough trip for you, isn't it?
I felt something in my throat. That's how it feels.
Oh, my goodness. All right, speaking of feeling something in your throat, the U.S. national team got to be feeling it today because they need the win against Iran or they are out. They will not advance to the knockout round. It's at 1 o'clock, so we thought we'd get a little preview from our man Glenn Davis coming up here in just a second from Soccer Matters. Remember, Soccer Matters Monday nights at 7, plus you're hearing the World Cup reports brought to you by Daspit Law Austin throughout the event. So we'll get a little bit from Glenn coming up here. Also, I have texted our man Jeff Ward, who comes in every Tuesday, hey, are you good to come in or are you going to be watching soccer? Or both. We'll see if we get a little bit of his attention at 105. But there's a lot of stuff to get into football-wise. We're still cleaning up college and pro football from the weekend, and the college coaching stuff is absolutely crazy. So let's get right to the soccer preview. It's real simple for the U.S. team, I believe. Let's double-check on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. It is Glenn Davis of Soccer Matters. I know he's getting ready for this match. Glenn, how are you?
Hey, we are pumped for this. U.S. lineup just came out, so really looking forward to this huge opportunity, seminal moment for U.S. soccer after not being in the World Cup the last time. So looking forward to this Iran-U.S. match.
Yeah, it's going to be big, obviously, and there's clearly some, as you've talked about, there's certainly some political things going on, but we'll leave those to the side because when it gets down to kicking this thing off and it becomes all about the beautiful game, it's as simple as they've got to win, and that's how they advance, correct? Am I reading my tables right, Glenn? I think even I can read these tables correct.
Your tables right. This stuff can get confusing. It changes by the moment, but the U.S. have to win. That's for Iran, a draw is good enough, and we're going to expect them to really sit deep in this game and dare the U.S. to break them down.
So they'll kind of hang back, in this game. You just mentioned the lineup came out. What stands out to you about the U.S. lineup? What do we need to know?
Yeah, I think two things stand out to me. Everything else looks pretty much the same. Everything's the same except coming in for in the center back position is Cameron Carter-Vickers to pair with Tim Ream. So Walker Zimmerman goes out. That's a bit of a shock. I don't know if he's got an injury or what. I haven't heard. And in the striker position, it's going to be Josh Sargent, who's going to get to go at the striker position. So those are the two big ones. I didn't expect the Cameron Carter-Vickers one at center back. And Sargent will get the nod in the striker position today.
Okay.
Glenn, like Chad said, we're not going to get into politics. I mean, people have phones and computers. They could go look that stuff up on their own. But how can that be a distraction to the game?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that have gone on that have been very contrived. The Iranian press has asked some very provocative, stupid questions to young athletes. I think that's pretty clear. I think the U.S. did something silly trying to change the Iranian flag. That one actually stuns me a little bit that somebody in a social media department of the U.S. national team would do that. That was kind of stupid. But a lot of the stuff is done on purpose to try and stoke the fires. Kirosh is doing this, who's the coach of Iran. He's kind of noted for doing some of that stuff. He's also been able to kind of get the country behind him personally a little bit more by becoming a little bit bolder here with all the challenges they have going on over there. So a lot of this is gamesmanship, and I think really, for me, a young U.S. national team, I'm very impressed with how mature a lot of these guys are, like Tyler Adams, Serginho Dest, McKennie. These are all guys that really are mature beyond their years. They're going to get the full test of it today. I think they can get that done, but emotional control and focus will be a real big piece of today.
Yeah, control is an interesting word to use there. Talking with Glenn Davis of Soccer Matters, talking U.S. and Iran as they get ready for this game on coming up at 1 o'clock. So, Glenn, when it comes to control, just on its face, I would think that the players from Iran, they're going to be insulted to some degree with what happened. Again, you're a personal affront to them in many ways. Maybe it's a religious, all that kind of stuff. In a normal situation, I might expect them to get a little more physical, maybe trying to send a message. Do you expect that with what you just said about them wanting to lay back in this game when they can deal with a draw? How do you think all that plays out?
Yeah, well, listen, just because you lay back doesn't mean you're going to not be physical. They will be physical. They're going to try to break the U.S. rhythm. They're going to, pose questions to the United States to how to break them down. We can get into that in a second. But, look, these guys also tried to make a little bit of a stand in the first game before the England game that they got hammered. I don't think they sang the anthem or there was something there. So, look, you have to think that these soccer players also are thinking about what's going on back at home in Iran. So we don't know what type of pressure the Iranians are under, right? I mean, I heard they just jailed one of their ex-players who was outspoken about what was going on with women in the country of Iran. So they're carrying a different type of pressure. At the end of the day, I think this game starts, these guys and everybody are focused on getting to the next round of the World Cup. And if you end up in second in your group, you're likely going to play the Netherlands.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, that's a lot there. So, Glenn, after watching some of these games in pool play, which country has impressed you the most where it's kind of caught you off guard? You didn't expect them to be this good or playing at this high of a level?
Well, I think Senegal today, who just advanced, that's a big one because they lost Sadio Mane, their great striker who plays for Bayern Munich, and everybody was like, well, they don't have their talisman, their leader. I mean, they've overcome that. They've advanced. I think that's a pretty big story. I'm still not convinced with Argentina, even though they beat Mexico. Mexico, this is the most, I mean, honestly, they're playing for their lives in their last game, but this is the most, I would call conservative, Mexico that I've ever seen in a World Cup. And I think a lot of that has to do with injury, but I think a lot of it has to do with player development in the country of Mexico. Germany is another one you keep an eye on that could evolve into something different. I think that's the cool thing in the tournament, though, is teams can morph into different things overnight, right? Or teams like the Netherlands who, you can say they've played pretty well, they've advanced, they've gotten the results. You don't look at them and say they're going to win the World Cup, but they could turn into something very different now in the knockout stages. So a lot of great storylines out there. Obviously, Brazil and Spain also are teams that everybody knows can go very far.
Glenn, in terms of this U.S. team, obviously, I know enough about soccer to know I go to number 10s for stars. I think people know about Pulisic. I know Reyna's name. I know about the guy in goal, and I know the guy that scored the goal, Timothy Weah, earlier in that first match. Anybody, give me somebody you're looking for as a soccer guy. You're following it so closely. Anybody maybe off to the side, anybody that people aren't talking about where you're thinking, man, if this guy can have a game, they're going to advance.
Well, I think off the bench, Gio Reyna and Brendan Aronson today could be very, very important in this. So let's focus on them off the bench. They're good weapons to bring on if you're having a hard time breaking down Iran. I'm going to go right to Tyler Adams. He's a center midfielder. He's the holding midfielder. He's the captain. He is an incredible young man, mature as can be. He is going to be vital today to kill off counterattacks. I don't think he's an unknown quantity, though, to your point, but I think he's going to end up on an even bigger team. He plays in the Premier League with Leeds, and I think the two outside backs deserve a big mention. Anthony Robinson, and then on the other side, Serginho Dest. These two guys are huge today because they're going to push forward if, in fact, Iran sits as deep as we all believe they will in a low block. And those two outside backs have been really, really good. They're good on the ball, but they're going to need to make things happen today. They're going to need to break lines. They're going to need to beat people off the dribble, get delivery in. So Serginho Dest is one, and Anthony Robinson another that are going to be huge today.
An interesting matchup here. One team that absolutely needs the win. The other team could live with the tie or the draw. We'll see how that goes. See if the U.S. can put an attack on. Zay, you got one more?
Yeah. Hey, Glenn, how do you think Qatar has held up of hosting the World Cup thus far?
You mean as a country the team, obviously, that was a stretch trying to manufacture a team because they don't really have a footballing history, so they lost all 3 games. It's hard for me to say. I'm just getting feedback from people that are over there, and I get mixed stuff like everybody else. I mean, look, I think we all know that there is, all you got to do is watch the Netflix show called FIFA Uncovered, and you'll realize that, there's a lot of really unsavory things about this country being awarded this, okay? I hate to be political here, but it's pretty obvious, right? And it shouldn't have gone to Qatar. There's $300 billion that went into stadiums, roads, a city. So I'm sure it's nice to be there. I'm sure the environment is nice. The restaurants are great and all that. But it's a showcase, right? I mean, these events, as you guys know, are set up to show off countries, basically.
Yeah, that is true. And remember, if you missed last night's Soccer Matters with Glenn, it is up there at hornfm.com for you. Just go to the podcast page and also check out the World Cup reports coming throughout the day, throughout the next couple of weeks, leading up to the final there, December 18th. And that's brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. We thank them for being a great partner of ours during the World Cup. Glenn, we thank you as well. We'll let you get to match prep. Hopefully the U.S. team can keep this thing going. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Glenn.
Guys, you guys rock. Thanks for the great questions. Let's enjoy this game. Let's go USA.
There you go. Thank you, brother. A lot of crazy stuff there. Glenn Davis, the soccer match itself, and then you've got all the other stuff kind of on the side of it, not just the host country, but then this whole thing with the U.S. team and the Iranian flag issue and all that. It's crazy, man.
Glenn's got me hyped because, I'm going for USA today. But what he said about my Senegal brothers, I don't know if I'm from Senegal. I haven't done Ancestry.com or nothing, but your boy is black as hell. So I'm going for anybody in Africa because those are the brothers' roots. Shout out to Senegal. Do y'all's thing, brothers. But
there you go.
I don't know if that's the salute. Sorry, I'm not trying to be offensive.
You went right up to that one and then sounded so confident. I hope that was good. I don't know. Senegal.
It felt
It did.
good.
Okay, as long as it felt good. As long as it felt good.
Yeah.
Senegal defeated Ecuador today 2-1. The Netherlands got by Qatar 2-0. And then, of course, you've got the simultaneous games in Group B. It is Iran against the U.S. and Wales against England. They do those at the same time, so each game doesn't know what's going on in the other in case the aggregate takes over. It's very complex when you get to this point. But it's real simple for the U.S. team. They have to win to get to the knockout round, and we will obviously keep you updated once we get to that 1 o'clock hour. All right, a lot of football on the board, not just football, but football on the board. College and pro, we're continuing to clean it up, including continuing to clean up that mess last night that Jeff Saturday threw out. We'll keep talking about that game, but also getting ready for the next CFP rankings tonight, championship week in college football, and there's a really good week of NFL football coming. We will hit it all next on The Horn. All right, let's talk a little underdog fantasy. It's the easiest place to play fantasy football. And for me, Cowboys fans, I saw a lot of good news last night. Now, I know it's not great news for Cowboys fans when the Steelers win, but the Colts are your next opponent. Were you watching that last night? Oh, there's got to be a pick'em game that I can build up with Cowboys and Colts that could make me a winner on Sunday. Remember, with the pick'em game, you pick whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's game for your chance to win big. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. Pick between 2 and 5 players to build that pick'em entry. You get them all right, and you win. You can also make rivals picks, which pits 2 players together. It might be, field goal kickers and who's going to hit more field goals. It might be 2 receivers and who's going to have more receiving yards, things like that. Plus, look into that pick insurance option because that gets you an increased chance to win as well. Sign up today with the promo code HORN. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. Get yourself a pick'em game built today at Underdog Fantasy. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk a little Apple leasing. Love my car from Apple Leasing, and you will love it too. You'll love the process, you'll love the drive, you'll love the ride you get, and you'll love the fact that you are paying for the part of the car that you are using, not worried about the end of the line where we've all been so many times where you're putting all that money in at the end just trying to keep that car alive. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You just call Apple Leasing, 346-9977. They'll explain the easy lease to you, how it works throughout the process, what happens at the end, what happens in the middle, what happens if you're looking to upgrade during your lease term. All those things will be answered. It's so simple. And remember, they get the same discounts and incentives that the dealers get, so they can pass those dealer savings on to you and keep the dealer hassles for themselves. They're going to go look for all the different cars or trucks or SUVs, whatever you're looking for, any make, any model. They want to get you in the car or truck you're looking for. They'll go do the searching. They'll bring the options back to you, and then they'll do what they did for me and deliver it right to your door if that's what you need them to do. 346-9977 or get online to appleleasing.com. Oh, man. It's a great little Don Henley starter. The Eagles with the long run. That's what the U.S. team wants in Qatar. A long run, not a short we don't advance run.
Yeah, that'd be big, especially a team this young.
If you've never seen the Eagles documentary, it's fantastic. It's like 4 or 5 hours long. You're going to need to commit yourself possibly. But this is an album that the Eagles referred to as the Long One because it took them like a year and a half, something like that to make it. It took forever. They were fighting and, disagreeing about everything. This is about that.
Plus the drugs.
Oh, yeah. Well, drugs always make for better albums, and it really helps you get along. It really does. All the drugs. It never makes anybody paranoid. I mean, it always works well. The Eagles get us started today. The Long Run. That is a nice one. I've heard that one live. I saw the Eagles on that famous Hell Freezes Over tour years ago. So shout out to the Eagles. They're one of those bands. You know the songs, even if you don't know the songs. They're just kind of in the fabric. Chad and Zay with you on a Tuesday. We will keep you updated on U.S. soccer at 1. Let's see. Hang on.
What channel is on? Because I'm going to change this.
Big Fox. Go Big Fox.
Big Fox. All right.
We're going Big Fox. Wow. Okay. So Jeff Ward is good. He is good. I asked if he was good over 105 for watching soccer.
Yeah, he'll be offended if we don't have it on ready for him.
Yeah, you got to get ready. I said, are you good at 105 or are you watching soccer or both? And he says both. So he also throws in the Iranians have been threatened with death. No kidding. Oh, man, this is such a crazy match leading in. We'll ask him.
Isn't that nuts, man?
We'll ask
Can
him.
we just play soccer?
I know. We'll ask him about some of that. See, that's the thing. They refer to it as the beautiful game, and the beautiful and kind of cursed thing about soccer is it's so wonderfully beautiful and simple, and every country in the world can play it. But that means sometimes two countries are going to get together, especially in this kind of an event, that don't get along, that don't like one another, that don't share belief systems, that don't share a lot of thought, whatever. And then with what's going on in Iran right now, and then there's all these things happening. So we'll just see what it looks like. Because normally, Zay, when you get to this level, there's a pageantry to the beginning of it, right? Captains will come together and they exchange stuff, and there might be flowers that get given to certain people. I don't know what this one's going to be. May just be a bunch of scowls and two people. This may be the 50-yard line at Texas OU. That's what it may turn into. Just two people that have to stand near each other that will be staring in completely different directions.
Yeah.
Just to get through it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I mean, one of my favorite 30 for 30s is the Columbia one.
Oh, my God.
Homie missed the kick.
Two Escobars.
Woo,
yeah.
And then that was it for him. It's like, wow, the game is that powerful.
It is, yes.
In certain places.
I always say it. It is the most important sport on the planet, and I don't think that can be argued. No. I don't know any other sport that brings as much importance with it than international soccer. I can't think of one. You know? Right. I mean, there's nothing. We can talk about, oh, my God, when the Cowboys and Eagles get to... No, man. It's not like that. It's not like goalies being killed in the middle of the night bad.
Oh, man.
Fans getting beaten. Fans getting stuff thrown at them. Fans getting, crushed in a riot because somebody lost or a referee made a bad call. That happens in soccer, man. It's that important to the world.
It's crazy.
It's wild stuff. All right, so that game comes up at 1 o'clock our time. We'll keep you updated, and Jeff Ward is going to duck in here, and we'll try to talk a little football with him, but he may be paying attention to the football while it is going on. So I hope you're having a good Tuesday. We have a special Tuesday evening for you. After Ball Don't Lie with Rod and Harge, you Texas basketball fans are going to get a little warm-up with Longhorn Weekly tonight with Coach Beard. That means Under the Lights moves to 8 o'clock with Rick and the crew, so we'll still get your high school football playoff talk in, but that's after Coach Beard and Longhorn Weekly. Real quick, Zay, how excited are you for this matchup with Creighton? It's number 2 in the country against number 7. The Moody Center's going to be rocking again.
Very excited, but I did see a stat that I did not like today, and it was the last time the Horns have been ranked this high, number 2 or around here, was back in 2010, where they had like Avery Bradley and guys like that, maybe Tristan Thompson, I don't know for sure. But and they lost first round to Wake Forest. Don't like that stat.
That team, okay.
Don't like that stat one bit. I remember those were some dark times in Rick Barnes' tenure. So other than that, I don't think this team will be that. I think this team is tougher than that. But I'm very much looking forward to the game at the Moody on Thursday. I think Creighton is a very good team that could go very far in March. And I think they're going to win the Big East, which the Big East is Power 6. I know in football it's Power 5, but in basketball there's 6 big-time conferences, and the Big East is that extra 6. They're one of the best teams there. I said yesterday they might have one of the best starting 5s in the nation. They played 3 quality teams in the Maui Invitational and took all 3 of those teams to the wire. They beat both Tech and Arkansas, same Arkansas team that the Horns beat in the exhibition game, but lost to a very good Arizona team where Courtney Ramey, ironically, is going crazy. I asked Jeff Howe during our switcheroo between Light the Tower and CNZ. I was like, yo, Jeff, I don't remember a game Courtney Ramey ever had 20-something with the Horns. And Jeff was like, I think he had at least one, but he's out here just dropping 20 at Arizona. Where was that at, Courtney? Well, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of that has to do with Shaka Smart and, kind of the shackles that Chris Beard put on those guys last year in year 1. But this team, Tyrese Hunter, that he looked good in the RGV game. Marcus Carr still looks good. He's playing with so much freedom, so much confidence. His 3-point shot looks good. Hunter's 3-point shot looks good. And I'll continue to say this, Chad. Serge Jabari Rice is one of my favorite players, and he's only been here for about 4 months and played around 5-6 games with the Horns. Like, he'll only be here 1 year. He has 1 year left, like 6-year senior, whatever, came from New Mexico State. He has one of the best pump fakes I've ever seen, like right there with Manu, and that says a lot.
Wow.
Like, I know it's just a pump fake, like, oh, Zay, it's just a pump fake. That means a lot. Every time he pump fakes, they jump. Every single time. He does a great job of it looks like his normal shot. He picks his foot up. He just has great footwork, and he had a terrific game against RGV. So I think the Horns' depth is going to really affect Creighton, who they have no depth. McDermott, he wants to play those starting 5s for the whole 40 if he could. If you get those guys in foul trouble, then you have a good shot.
Thursday evening, 6 o'clock, early start because they're doing the Big 12 Big East deal, and they'll have another game later. So this is the first game that they'll have on TV there. So 6 o'clock Thursday night. We'll be talking about that as the week develops. Coming up in the crap bag, let's get into this OBJ story because we haven't really talked about it yet. A weird story on Sunday, and we already have a Jerry reaction to the story in terms of the Cowboys. So we'll get to that coming up at 12:45. We started the show talking about Pittsburgh beating the Colts last night. Jeff Saturday, just weird stuff at the end. The game management was bad. He and Matt Ryan, and the offensive coordinator for that matter, kind of screwed that up towards the end. Pittsburgh gets the win. Zay, I'm not going to make any argument about Pittsburgh making the playoffs or anything. I will make an argument that they might mess with some plans. You realize they haven't played Baltimore yet?
Really?
Hadn't played the first one yet. They don't play them until, I guess it's either this week or maybe it's even another week, but they play them 2 pretty quick in December. So it's now a 4-7 team. Again, I don't know that they pose any threat. The AFC is thick, but they have looked pretty good. Last 3 games, they're 2-1, and most importantly, Kenny Pickett isn't turning the ball over. So I'll throw out the question to our Steeler fans out there, Zay, because they're everywhere. There's a Steeler contingent in every town in America. If you are fans of the black and yellow, is that your guy? Is the guy with the small hands and 2 gloves? Is that your guy with what you've seen? Zay, for you, is he? Do you see now why they drafted him, and is he becoming their franchise quarterback?
Yeah, he shows flashes. I mean, he's definitely fearless, and you need that in a quarterback, especially just how he plays. He plays with a certain moxie. He's not afraid to talk smack to defenders and whatnot. And, as a rookie, you're just kind of trying to figure it out where you don't have time to talk smack and deal with other players.
Mm-hmm.
But he's so confident in his game and in that offense where, he could play his game, and he's starting to run the ball a little more. We saw him do that when he was in college with obviously the fake slide thing, but he does like to run the football, and he'll slide at the right times, and he made some solid throws yesterday. I'm more impressed with guys like George Pickens and Deontay Johnson, who Johnson, he's been up and down at times. I know you watch a lot of Steelers football. If your wife being a fan, he'll have some drops, but when he's cooking, he's a very good wide receiver. So if he could find those guys like he did at times last night, if Najee Harris could get back to that first round pick that everybody thought that he was going to be, and he's been so inconsistent this year. It's been an odd sophomore season for Najee Harris, but if he gets back to, running the football like he did when he was playing for Nick Saban, then yeah, you gotta be optimistic if you're a Steelers fan. But I can't say after just this minimal amount of games that we've seen from Kenny Pickett, he's the guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite go that far either. I think it may be coming that he's giving you moments. And again, no picks, not turning the ball over these last couple games. Last 3 games are big. They still have 2 with the Ravens. They have the Browns, Raiders, and Panthers. And the Falcons are their other games. So there's some weirdly winnable games in there. We'll just kind of see how they play. But you mentioned a guy, Deontay Johnson, at times. He did have a little bit of the drops at the end of Ben Roethlisberger, but he's made some big catches for these other quarterbacks. But my God, George Pickens down the sideline.
Oh, man.
He has won every game. Every game. It's outside the numbers. It requires some kind of dance move, and George Pickens figures it out every time. That kid's amazing.
Yeah, that his 2-point conversion was nasty too. Yeah, he's a special guy out of University of Georgia, and this is a special wide receiver rookie class. I know I always praise Garrett Wilson, which I'll continue to praise Garrett Wilson. He's representing the ATX, and he's representing it well. But his former teammate, Chris Olave, he's doing his thing down in the boot, which they're not having the best season either. I know it's difficult to play with Andy Dalton at times, but he's making the best of his season.
Yeah.
And Drake London, same situation with him.
Oh, Drake made a great catch the other day for Atlanta.
Yeah, yeah. And it's can Mariota get him the ball? Same with Kyle Pitts. It's just that's the issue. Mariota just can't get those guys the ball. It's not necessarily their fault. It's just once the ball is in their hands, they can make plays with it. So this is a terrific rookie class, and Pickens, he's one of those ones.
If you're good enough, you're old enough.
Old enough,
George
baby.
Pickens. How about that? Yeah. If Pickett and Pickens can continue to grow together and they really believe that they've got their next quarterback, we'll see. Do they have the patience to kind of let that develop in this NFL? Let's see how they finish. They're 4-7 after 11 games. So you got 6 games to go. If they ended up with 7 or 8 wins, would that be something Steelers fans could at least be encouraged by?
I don't know. Steeler fans, they've been spoiled.
Oh, yeah.
Big Ben in his second season won a Super Bowl.
Oh, trust me, I know. I live with one of them. They're very spoiled. They're really spoiled.
I feel like Terry Bradshaw, once he got into the league, he won them pretty early too.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, so they're spoiled on quarterbacks. It's like year 2. If we ain't getting to the playoffs, we ain't making deep runs and beating New England and those guys, then who's next? Who's next in line?
And are they going to continue to be patient with Mike Tomlin? Because in some circles of those Steeler fans, they've been talking about Tomlin for a year or 2 and the offensive coordinator and trying to figure all of that out. I don't know if Matt Canada survives the next couple of years. I kind of think Tomlin's in. To me, he's one of the best coaches in the league, and I don't think they're all about that stability. But it's that offensive side of the ball. Are they going to go after a different play caller? That's probably what they do.
It was a weird era where Tomlin and Big Ben weren't seeing eye to eye.
That's true. There was a time.
That was a weird time, and I feel like a lot of Steeler fans hold that against Tomlin to this day because where Big Ben, how historic he is in Steeler fans' eyes, it's like he could do no wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't, that's interesting.
It is weird. I tell you what's weird is how much Steelers we've talked today. Let's talk some Cowboys up next. Let's get into the crap bag because that OBJ story was definitely crap bag worthy. Jerry had a reaction to it. Does the story in Miami scare Jerry and the Cowboys off? What do you think? That's coming up on the Horn. I feel like we're going way back on this one. We're going a decent distance back here. We going into the 80s?
Yes, 80s.
All right. Oh, man. Or is it too far back for her? The name that popped in my head was Taylor Dayne.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. At first I thought, okay, when it started, it had a basicness to it in terms of the vocal. She was just on that lower level. And I thought, this kind of has a Madonna vibe. But no, it's not Madonna. And then you could feel that talent. You could feel that Taylor Dayne-ness start to happen. Taylor can go, man. Taylor Dayne can absolutely go. Taylor Dayne and the Eagles getting us started today.
Taylor Dayne still looks pretty good.
Does she?
Yeah.
Good for her. Still got that big, beautiful blonde hair.
Yeah.
Might be coloring in at this point.
Coloring them. Highlights, yeah.
It might not be as legit, but that's okay. We'll forgive her. Not a problem. All right. So Chad and Zay with you on this Tuesday. Lots of stuff on the board. And before we jump into the crap bag with this Cowboy thing and OBJ and all that, let's get you a breaking news story from the Longhorn football team. And it is that modern time, Zay, where sometimes the breaking news story comes directly from the player himself because he's on social media and wants to let people know what's going on. So what did we just find out? Last 10 minutes. Shout out to a listener for keying us in on this.
Yeah, according to Troy O'Meary's Twitter, Troy O'Meary, he put looking for a new school 45 minutes ago.
Okie doke.
So tweeted that out, and I guess he will be entering the transfer portal next week, December 5th.
Guess that tells us how the conversation went.
Yeah, I mean...
Sark said the other day he's going to be talking to everybody, figure out where they are and where the team is with them and they are with the team and all that. Man, I just hope Troy O'Meary can find the field at some point because that dude is talented. It's just he got to stay healthy.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. Like 2 ACL injuries back to back, and just for your psyche, that could be draining. You know, on the NBA side, Klay Thompson, he dealt with ACL and an Achilles injury back-to-back seasons. Like right when he was getting back from his ACL, he tears his Achilles or vice versa. I don't know which one happened. I want to say the ACL came first. So, you know, when you're a college kid, that could be even more just psyche draining. And I hope the best for him, and I hope whatever school picks him up, he thrives for him. There's no love, you know, no pettiness from me for Troy O'Meary at all.
Yeah.
Now the Leo Billingsley issue, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard this yet.
Word on the street, it doesn't sound good on his way out, which I don't know how much is true, but word on the street is Billingsley was talking a lot of talk, saying that, hey, we used to do this at Bama, that at Bama, and the team was like, yo, bro, this ain't Bama. We're tired of your negative attitude. Get out.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Especially after you drop that pass against TCU, wide open in your hands, dog, and you have the nerve to say something. That's speculation. I don't know if it went like that for sure. And if it didn't, I apologize, Jaleel. But you being off the team where you didn't produce really at all this season because you missed games due to whatever happened at Alabama. I still don't know the specifics on that one. But it doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth, his brief tenure here on the 40 acres.
So, so Troy O'Meary into the transfer portal, and you mentioned the Billingsley situation. Somebody else texting that they've seen reports on Prince Dorba, maybe also going into the transfer portal.
Best time of the year.
Hey, best of luck to everybody finding a place that works for them. Remember, Monday is when the transfer portal officially opens, and then you can start having those discussions. Starting Monday, the weird part of the system is they don't even have to let a head coach know. Head coaches might find out on Monday if they haven't had the conversations. But like Sark said the other day, he will have those conversations with his guys, and obviously that is underway, and then some of the guys feeling like they can put the decision on social media. All right, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for those stories. Let's get into the crab bag and talk about OBJ. Please put your seats to their upright position.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
It's brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. Let's work our way backwards through this story. Jerry Jones was asked about the OBJ story and if it changed the interest the Cowboys might have on 105.3 The Fan in one of his many radio shows. Jerry said, quote, his overall team compatibility, his judgment, his behavior is not an issue with him. It is with many. It isn't with him. Huh?
Yeah.
What? But apparently, Mike McCarthy says, I think we're moving full steam ahead. So the Cowboys haven't changed the way they think about it. Zay, for people that missed the story, he got removed from an American Airlines flight in Miami. It was going to L.A. He wouldn't put his seatbelt on, was like in and out of consciousness. They thought he might be sick. And then eventually they told him to put the seatbelt on and he wouldn't. Then they told him to get off the plane and he wouldn't. Then eventually he did comply, got off the... It sounded like a strange story. It postponed things about an hour and a half for the flight.
Yeah, supposedly he was high on gummies because he has anxiety flying, so
okay.
He was a little droopy. And, you better be careful with those gummies because you don't know when they gonna hit. So you might be chomping them down like they're Sour Patch Kids or something. These are mighty tasty. 45 minutes later, you're in the daze. And I think that might have been what happened to OBJ, who was kind of passed out in the seat. I don't know. But if you're that guy, don't be that guy. Nobody likes the guy that causes ruckus and delays the flight for everybody, especially a long-ass flight from MIA to LAX.
And I totally get why the workers, why the flight crew would be concerned, because you're talking about a 5.5-hour flight. So whether they recognized him or not, you got a person that is unable to either buckle the seatbelt, comply with that request, or because you don't want to be, like you said, you don't want to be the person that gets on the plane and immediately falls asleep. Like, you can't do it that way. You can't just pass out on a plane. You gotta at least get to the point where the plane's taken off. You got to be able to answer questions if they need you to.
Yeah.
You can't just be unconscious guy in 8C. That's not how it works.
Especially if you're first class too, because I'm assuming people who are in first class are a little more entitled at times.
Oh, that's a good point. He's not in the back. He wasn't back in coach.
Yeah, so that could drive people crazy who work on planes and have to deal with that. And whoever threw him off, that could have been their last straw. Like, I'm so tired of you rich folks out here trying to abuse us and try to use your power to get over one on us. Maybe they knew it was LBJ. Maybe they could have been a Philadelphia Eagles fan. Who knows?
Yeah, try to nap out. I mean, I've been in that situation where I know I'm going to sleep on a long flight, but they'll wake me up. They'll tap me on the shoulder. Hey, sir, we need you to buckle your seatbelt. Okay. Or like I've got the blanket already and they want me to show them the seatbelt. I've had that happen. Hey, here you go. There's my seatbelt. Okay, just want to make sure. Like, they've got to do all those checks.
Yeah.
And OBJ needs to know that. So then for you, would you agree with Jerry and McCarthy and the crew? Does this change anything about how the Cowboys would look at him?
No.
Okay.
Man, Jerry's had druggies, felons, all types of folks on Cowboys rosters. You think something like this affects his decision-making? Absolutely not.
Dude, I don't know if Jerry would blink if OBJ had run up the aisle and taken off the plane himself. If he had jumped in the pilot seat and flown that plane to California, I'm not sure if Jerry would back off.
Yeah, and Jerry's came a long way. This is 80-some-year-old Jerry who has a heart. This ain't that racist 15-year-old Jerry with the picture going around.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Jerry has changed. He is not that same boy I was trying to get those beautiful black children out of that Little Rock school back in 1957.
We didn't even talk about that because it happened over the long weekend and everything. Dude, this I saw that picture pop up and I thought, oh, good Lord, here we go. This day, this age, this time, social media, plus Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, they're going to force. I was so glad that we didn't have to devote like a whole show to that discussion for a day, but to watch Stephen A. Smith and all these guys actually give it time and talk about it like it was some serious story. I'm like, oh my God.
He was just curious. What's going on? What's all the ruckus here?
He was sick.
I'm so curious. What is going on here?
Man, oh man.
Why are all these people around? Why is everybody so angry? Why is everybody white so angry? Wow. Okay.
He's an observer of life, Zay.
Just observing.
He's observing.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's checking it out.
He's changed, man. He's a changed guy.
I will say there's nothing in that picture that shows me, other than his presence, I can't read anything else from that picture, right? Like his face doesn't tell me happiness, anger, confusion, like acceptance, denial. I can't see any of it
all
on his
I
face.
saw from that picture was puberty was rough on Jerry back in 1957. Puberty was not going Jerry Jones's way.
That's fair. I think that's probably fair. So the Cowboys may still be interested in OBJ. As I'm reading it, he's going to go through the New York teams, a couple of the New York teams first. He's going to visit Buffalo and the Giants. Maybe the Thanksgiving Day game would help him figure that out with the Cowboys. But then he's going to come visit the Cowboys on Monday. So keep your eyes peeled for that story. Also, what do you got?
Nate said on the Specs text line, Jerry was scouting talent.
Oh, come on. Scouting some late 50s Little Rock talent? Because he knew? He knew?
He knew then.
He might have known he was going to be a national champion. Maybe he had that foresight. Maybe he was thinking forward to his national championship at Arkansas.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. That was 61, I want to say, something like that.
They have brothers on that team?
That's a good question.
Let's go, Specs text line. Y'all got it. Y'all got that one.
I don't know.
I ain't looking that one up. Y'all let me know.
That's a good question. All right, speaking of the NFL, we are still sitting right at 80% on that turnover stat. It had been above 80% for 7 weeks, but the last couple of weeks, teams have gotten sloppy, including the Giants. +2 in the turnovers against the Cowboys, still lost the game, and that's a rarity to do that, but they are one of the teams. This week it was 9-3 if you won the turnover battle, and the Giants at +2, they lost the game. Tampa Bay won the turnovers and lost the game against Cleveland, and the Patriots, believe it or not, they won the turnovers but lost the game against Minnesota. All right, there is your crap bag. Up next, we'll get into some football, and we'll be watching soccer with Jeff Ward of the Jeff Ward Show. He does it every Tuesday. He'll be slightly distracted, but that's okay. We'll figure something out. On the Horn. All righty. Let's go hour number 2 on a Tuesday. It is very, very simple for U.S. soccer. It is not draw and advance. It is win and advance. They have to get the win to get into the knockout stage. We'll be talking some football, but we'll also be paying attention to some football this hour. So here we go. Chad and Zay on a Tuesday. I'm Chad Hastings. Isaiah Collier alongside and joining us in studio. He'll be slightly distracted, but he will still try to focus. He is Jeff Ward, jeffwardshow.com. It's posted each weekday at Jeff Ward Show on Twitter. He is also a big soccer fan, so he's going to be paying attention. How are you?
Oh, we got an hour and 20 minutes before there's a goal, so don't worry about it.
Here's all I need from you, Jeff Ward.
I know, you're going to get the goal call, right? The Andres Cantor goal call.
We have set this up where I can't see the game and you can.
I'd be at St. David's by the end of that call.
I just need whatever a Jeff Ward goal call sounds like.
Okay.
That's what I need when it
All
happens.
Right. It's not going to happen the next 20 minutes, but okay, I'll be ready.
Okay.
I like my chances.
All right. So
let me say this, that I think for people that don't want to nerd out on soccer, that's fine. Where I don't think anyone should get a pass, and that is not appreciating the geopolitical storylines, not just of this game, but of the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, forget the soccer. The fact that more people are not bothered by the mere existence of this game in Qatar should be bothersome. FIFA, the governing body of world soccer, makes the IOC, the Olympic Committee, look like it's the Girl Scouts. It is as corrupt as anything humanly possible. And what I don't think people should take a pass on is it's not that everyone knows FIFA's corrupt. The fact that these games are happening. You realize in Qatar, there's only 3 million people. They don't have any teams.
Right.
They spent $220 billion.
Damn.
This is the largest come do business with us, we're really nice guys ad campaign the world has ever known. There's no reason for these stadiums. More than 5,000 migrant workers died building the stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They have their human rights issues. Let's see. How can I be polite? It's awful. What should bother freedom-loving people is not that FIFA's corrupt. They are. But what has happened with the World Cup in Qatar, forget the Iranian part of this, Iranian part, is that freedom-loving countries could have put their foot down. You know, now they had stuck these players in this whole environment to say, well, I tried to wear a rainbow armband, but they wouldn't let me. Or I tried to say something. These countries, ours included, stuck a bunch of superstar athletes, the Tom Brady's of the planet, in the middle of a political cesspool and expected them to answer for it. When any freedom-loving country had to do was say, no, come on. No, we're not doing that. No, we're not going there until things change. No. And they didn't. And now you got a bunch of athletes stuck in Qatar having to answer for it and getting in trouble for it. And the criticism, the lack of criticism. Now, this is not true. In Europe, there is a great deal of criticism. But it shouldn't be lost. All that stuff should not be lost. I mean, you can say what you want about the NFL or the IOC, but the fact that FIFA being so corrupt was well known. The fact that countries signed off on this should bother people.
Yeah,
because they could, any one of them that owned the TV rights could have said all along the way, no, maybe a few decades from now, but we're not doing that. That's a bad look.
Why didn't they?
Money, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. The fact that it's in Qatar is one level. The fact that it's in Qatar in November is a part of the story as well.
It's the greatest sellout, sort of despicable sellout we've ever known. I mean,
it's huge. You're right.
I think people realize they don't have any teams. There's no reason for these stadiums.
They didn't have.
There's nothing going on after this. No one's going to be playing there.
They didn't have the teams, and like you said, they didn't have the people to build all the stuff. It was migrant workers.
They were migrant workers, and they got one-way visas. It was essentially in mass indentured servitude, and they're dying.
And the story that's hitting today is they're finally, one of the security folks that's running things in Qatar is saying 400 to 500 people is the number of those that died in work-related accidents. But like you're saying, there are reports well north of 500.
And they've been going on for some time. I mean, this has been news around the world for some time. Look, in this country, in this city, if 2 people died building a skyscraper downtown, that thing would be shut down by lunch.
Right.
They have thousands.
Yeah.
Building stadiums of which there are no teams.
Even if this dude's right and it was only 4 to 500,
yeah.
that's
And
horrific.
It's still outrageous.
That's horrific.
It's still outrageous.
Right?
So sad.
Yeah. Isn't that unbelievable? $220 billion spent to put this thing on. And after we're done, what?
Yeah, it's gonna be just like the places we've seen in
the
Russia
Olympics,
and other places, right? With the Olympics, they'll leave it behind.
There's a term for it. I never knew this before, but we've all grown up in places where you think, it's kind of a bad place, and look, it's now the grass is growing over the luge run or whatever.
Yeah,
it's called sport washing.
Ugh.
And it's a term that sociologists had come up with that it's sort of glossing over. This is the way to gloss over all of your problems.
Yeah, like you and I the other day when you were walking out of here, I remember asking you the question of why wouldn't you just go back and forth between the U.S. and Paris, or London, or just get yourself a rotation like the British Open does, or like the U.S. Open does in golf. Get yourself a rotation that makes sense of places where it makes sense, and go play the World Cup,
right? Where you don't have migrant workers dying, and there's an infrastructure, and there's a reason to have stadiums. I mean, it's just a remarkable story that, again, FIFA's going to do what they're going to do. They are scum. They don't even pretend not to be the mafia. It's just that the freedom-loving countries, especially the Euros, didn't want to put a stop to this is hypocritical at best.
Well, how about to the weird political story in this U.S. match coming up?
Oh my gosh!
If we believe the players, the coaches and players say they had no clue that the U.S. Soccer Federation was going to doctor up the digital image, and then they have to answer for it.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fascinating. And again, I think look, I think what is unfair. And I think we, on a much smaller scale, less important scale, we deal with it in this country, and that is expecting an athlete who really just wants, as Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan I just want to play. You've stuck people in the most hot button issues of our lives. I mean, these aren't, you're going to comment about, whether you've done a good Nike deal or not. I mean, we're talking about life and death here. We're talking about...
this isn't NIL discussions.
This isn't NIL discussions. It's remarkable. So I think it's a little unfair. Again, I think freedom-loving countries have put these superstar athletes, in a bad spot that they're having to answer for, geopolitical issues that are well beyond them. They just want to play and make their money and be superstars. That said... The Iranian story is pretty remarkable. They go into this game with the threat of death.
The players, you mean?
Yeah, and their families, because in their first game, they chose not to sing their national anthem.
Oh, yeah.
And they did it on purpose. They purposely closed their lips, which I thought was, we talk about kneeling and stuff like that. Imagine what those guys did.
Right.
You can imagine what they did, the stance that they took that very few people even noticed. And now they were told, and I don't know if they sang or not, but they were told, you don't play along, your families die. And that's not just me saying that and joking around. That's widely reported now that they have been threatened that if they don't sing the national anthem.
How do you focus on playing a sport?
Yeah, exactly.
Or your country.
Exactly.
When you've got that going on.
And then you got the that side of it, which is pretty admirable. I mean, that's, again, we're not talking NIL. We're talking about they chose collectively, along with their coach, to not sing, knowing what was going to come with it. And it was fierce blowback.
Yeah.
And then you had the U.S. Soccer Federation allegedly doctoring the flag to piss them off.
Right.
Then, of course, somebody had to know, well, what happens when we trot the players and the coach in for the most anticipated news conference of the most geopolitical fight of this World Cup?
Yeah, they're not going to ask you about set pieces.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to ask you about how's your hamstring at this point.
No.
So, I mean, I find it remarkable that they didn't think that was going to come up. And then, of course, they've dismissed it, except for a guy, and I tweeted about this today. It is a master class in how to handle a difficult interview. This kid, and he's a 20-something, Tyler Adams, who is a fantastic player for the U.S. He's their captain. So he goes in there. This is a young guy.
He's like 21.
And he's essentially just, I say this, verbally attacked by Iranian, okay, and they made him correct the way he said it, reporter. whatever that means, right?
Mhm.
And who starts grilling him about what about race issues? What about you're not even saying our country's name right, and really gets on him. And this kid calmly and respectfully handled it perfectly. I tweeted out today, I go, find anyone that would have handled this any better. He said, I apologize. Let me say it again. And he said it correctly. Then he calmly said, listen, yeah, let me talk to you about race issues. Boom, he nailed it. Hit it out of the park. I mean, just met it head on. It was as respectful and as smart as anyone could be. It was a remarkable 2.5 minutes.
Captain for
Because that reporter was looking for a fight.
Captain
I mean, a
for a reason.
worldwide fight. That wasn't just going to be one of these things where, it's Nick Saban snapping at someone. We're talking about the real thing.
Yeah, he
here.
wanted to start a firestorm.
He wanted to start a
Yeah.
firestorm. And he was looking for it. And this kid was just masterful. He's really impressive. I mean, he's a great player anyway.
Yeah.
Plays in England. But he is getting world praise for how he handled that. And I think the praise here, we have a 21 or 22-year-old did what no government officials could do. He
Right.
met that head on. He apologized and just basically just turned that antagonist completely around and did it respectfully.
Yeah,
It's people haven't seen it. You got to watch it because it's looking for a fight, obviously.
right.
And you're thinking, oh man, poor kid. What's he gonna do?
That's crazy. So
Crushed it.
So deep down, does your soccer fandom tell you this U.S. team is good enough to keep going, or do
Yeah.
you think that is it over today?
I know nothing about the Iranians. I don't. I don't know anybody that does. How do you, right?
Yeah, it's true. How would you find out?
Yeah, I mean, good luck to you.
Yeah.
You're a Navy SEAL or something. The U.S., it's. Did I say this last time that they're a little bit like, if you have to find comparisons, it's like the trees, the local trees, our team. They're super fast,
Right.
super skillful, and they get running at you. They got their hair's on fire, and you can't keep up with them. Their game against England had no answer. They can't keep up with these kids. They were outplayed in a lot of big portions of the field. But sort of like dribbling a lot in basketball, sooner or later, you're going to have a big dude that puts it in. That's what we don't have.
Yeah. Don't have the size, don't have the
That's ton of
physicality
skill.
if they need it. Yeah.
Ton of skill, ton of quickness. I mean, the fastest guys around. But once you get it down in that goal mouth, there's a big difference between finishers, and American players. American players are slick. These kids are quick, and they're playing in the best leagues in the world. They look like $1 million, but sooner or later, you got to score, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
that's just a problem. That is a American soccer problem. We don't really create those kind of players. And a lot of people around the world would say, you don't create scores. They're just kind of born. We just don't have that. There's a lot. I mean, nobody would want to run up and down with the Americans, even the English. They were sick of it. They wanted no part of it. But what we don't have is that guy that just knocks it in.
Who was the last good one USA had?
I mean, probably Landon Donovan
Yeah, that's
was
what
a
I was
scorer.
thinking, too.
Was kind of a but he's small too. I mean, that's another thing. It's sort of like when I watch. When I was telling you about Austin FC, is that they're you got to have a big body down there. It's no different than basketball. Sooner or later, you got to have a big body down there that knocks people around and just scores.
Yeah. I don't know near enough about it. Pardon me if this is a silly question. Between Donovan and now, was Freddie Adu between there? Is he a guy
my
that was a big
gosh.
scorer? I know the name. Was he a scorer? No.
Just get that on your phone.
No, I'm just asking a question. It's the only other name that popped in my head.
I don't know what he did. I'd be honest.
He was just known for dating celebrities.
Is that right?
and stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah,
he
I
wasn't
know
like a
that
massive.
much.
Okay,
He
all right, that's fair. Again, I told you.
Yeah, no, I mean it's
Definitely.
all these guys are playing around the world. They're playing in big time leagues. This is the best generation of young American soccer players. But if you watch the game, even the Brits would say, and they'd say, "Look, you know what you don't have? The big body guy's just going to score."
Yeah.
And that's just that's a different animal altogether. So
Jeff.
it's just a natural goal scorers. It's like sort of natural scores in basketball. I mean, we all know it. Is this guy? You go, man, how does he keep doing that? How does he keep finishing like that? And that's what's frustrating to people who follow soccer, is to watch how good they are, kind of up and down the field, and you go, this sort of ends.
Mhm.
Man,
Jeff, people on the Specs text line said they did sing Everybody.
oh, they did. The Iranians.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, poor guys.
Got to make a decision at that point.
I mean, how about that? How about that? You're walking out of the field, all you want to do is play. It's the best chance of your life. And what do you have to think about? Whether your family's going to get killed.
Right.
Jeez.
That comes down to a pretty simple decision.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, right. I mean, nobody can.
I'm singing like Mariah Carey, man.
Yeah. It's. Poor guys. But they knew they knew it was coming. I mean,
Yeah.
they knew when they first didn't sing, they had to know the blowback was coming.
Well, and that's why you got to be so careful. We talked about it earlier. This sport is so worldwide. It's so important. You need to know those things going in. Whether you are is it Iranian? Did I get that right?
No, he was
Iranian.
corrected. It was
No.
Iranian.
Iranian. Okay.
And then he was corrected. I mean, the reporter came walking up just looking for a
So
fight.
Iran is how
Iran.
they. Okay. So
and he politely said, "With all due respect, I'll say it again."
Okay.
And he did. And the guy was like, "Oh."
So
man.
whether you are an Iranian player that probably just needs to sing your national anthem to keep your family alive, or you're an American Soccer Federation person that probably needs to just do your digital job and step out of the way and not become a part of it, I think both sides probably need to know, like, hey, let's figure out what matters and what doesn't matter and move on. We got to get through this.
Yeah.
You're in a dangerous place here.
Yeah. I mean, let me ask you this. Do you think it was – some people are praising – I saw The Independent, which is a British tabloid today, had praised whoever did this on the American side. For people that don't know, when the stats or the logos were posted, we purposefully doctored the Iranian flag,
Yes.
right?
We removed the symbol from the middle of the flag.
We removed the symbol.
Right.
And so it didn't take long for people to figure it out.
No. What if they displayed the flag, our flag, without the stars on it?
Or upside down or something.
Right. People notice.
I don't know. How many Americans wouldn't notice?
I don't know.
That's what bothers me, is that question.
I don't know.
Like, how many people here wouldn't even know? What do you mean? We got the Chilean flag.
I think they might know.
Huh?
Yeah, I think they would know.
But, all right, so you don't find righteousness in that, in the initial move? Yes or no? Or is it petty? Is it dangerous? What's your take on that?
I think it's all three.
Yeah, it's definitely petty.
I mean, it's all three.
You think it's petty?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd give you credit in a way for all of it.
But petty in this case, I mean, this isn't petty. This is dangerous.
Arrogant, yeah.
No.
I mean,
yeah, that's where I would go to the do your job. This is an international sporting event that for years has put teams together that don't agree on everything. You got to get through this.
Yeah.
And most importantly, we cannot put our players in danger. We've got to be thinking of our guys. That's the part of it they may not have done. You're going to put Pulisic and you mentioned Adams and all these. You're going to put them through that?
Yeah.
From how many miles away are you, the Soccer Federation, saying, I'm going to doctor the picture because this is what's right.
Right.
It's
Some
like,
digital producer in L.A. thought, I'll show the world. And then there you go. These guys, I wondered that too. So would you be okay with it if they knew it had happened before they went out for the news conference? Because these aren't news conferences where a bunch of Longhorn fans are watching. This is the entire world now watching to see how the red, white, and blue reacts to what a lot of people view as a punch in the nose. Do you think they should have cleared it with the players or let them know? Do you think the players, they said they had no clue, but do you believe them? I do too. I mean,
they're just so far disconnected where they are right now.
What a bad spot.
Yeah, I'd believe it unless those guys are just that good actors. They seemed very taken aback, and it was like, look, we're just trying to focus on this game. That wasn't us. We didn't have anything to do with that. And if you're telling me the captain reacted the way he did, it sounds like he took a very classy route.
Yeah, because
which maybe he wouldn't have if he'd known. You know?
Yeah. No, he's a classy kid. But Greg Berhalter, who's the coach, was a little snippy about it. I found he was far more snippy than the players. I mean, the players were really respectful and pretty subdued. But he was, I know nothing about that. I don't do that stuff. He was irritated. And I think he was irritated because I think he wanted to talk about, I mean, imagine Nick Saban being asked about, I don't know, geopolitics. He'd bite your head off.
Yeah, asked about state politics or something happened in Alabama that's a big, right. No,
so, I mean, the coach was a little snippy, and I don't know if I can blame him. I mean, he's thinking, we just want to be soccer players. Yeah. That's all we want to do.
By the
0 at 24 minutes.
25th minute, no score right now with the U.S.
It's a battle.
and Iran. I'll make sure to say that correctly. All right, that's Jeff Ward, jeffwardshow.com. It's posted each weekday for you at Jeff Ward Show on Twitter. Yeah, we got a little soccer political today. Good to see you, sir.
No, it was right. I mean, I don't know how you can avoid the politics of this.
That's why we like talking to you. It does get real, and sometimes it gets real fast. We appreciate it.
You bet.
That is Jeff Ward. Coming up, it is real in the high school football playoffs when you get to that quarterfinal round. Vandergrift and Dripping Springs coming up. We'll talk about one of the key matchups in that game. Get you an all-flex team update as well. And we've got to get into some of this coaching stuff today. Do y'all realize Hugh Freeze is the new coach at Auburn? I'm still trying to work that one out in my head. We'll get to that too. Also, Zay's got Where We At in Society coming up. Don't move. It's the Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk a little Underdog Fantasy. Once again, the easiest place to play fantasy football. I've got to check out what they have for Cowboys and Colts. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to let it simmer during the week and see what they build up for these pick'em games, but there's got to be some good stuff there. Did you see those Colts last night? They looked awful at times. You're picking whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's game for your chance to win big. I'm really hoping for like a Matt Ryan 0.5 interceptions. That's got to be a higher, right? Cowboys defense get to him. Ball goes up in the air. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. You just pick between 2 and 5 players to build the pick'em entry, get them all right, and you win. Check out the Rivals picks as well. Check out the pick insurance option, which gets you a better chance to win. Look, I say it all the time. If this old man can get it on his phone and play for Underdog Fantasy, you can do it too. And if you sign up today with the promo code HORN, you get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store like I did. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. It's Underdog Fantasy. All right, let's go a little sinus and snoring specialist. Hope you're sleeping well and resting well over the holidays, over Thanksgiving. You got Christmas coming up. Ever since 2017, I've been sleeping so well, breathing in and out through my nose like I'm supposed to be able to. That's one of the most simple things you could ever think of, but my nasal passages were all blocked up in 2017. Glad I went into sinus and snoring specialist and figured that out. I was 85% blocked in my nasal passages. Now I am good. I had moderate obstructed sleep apnea. Now I sleep so much better. I had allergy issues that others have. Now I don't worry about that either. You can live in the Austin area without allergies. Remember, my initial exam took less than an hour. They work with most insurance, and that allergy test, it is done without needles. So get on the phone. You call them up to set the appointment up, 512-601-0303. Be sure to tell them you heard about it here on the Horn. We do appreciate all those of you that have done that. And be sure to tell Dr. Slaughter that we said, hey. You can also go to sinussnoringent.com. It's sinus and snoring specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. Oh, mercy. Whoo! There was a day when you did not speak ill of Metallica. There was a day when no fans of Metallica had weird political discussions about this time of the band and that time of the band. This song, this era, whoo! The Four Horsemen from Metallica. Now this is some right in your veins, pure Metallica. No one argues about this Metallica.
So this is if I went to go see Metallica in concert, they got to perform this song.
Oh, God, I hope so. If you and I are walking in and you say, Chad, are they playing Four Horsemen? My answer would be, they better, and then I'd start swearing if they didn't. Yes, this is one of those songs that you absolutely love hearing. Four Horsemen, I believe, is your first record. That's a Kill 'Em All song, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so you're a big-time metalhead. Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Why are metal songs over 5 minutes long? Like, do we just have to hear the guitar playing and just the intenseness for 3 more minutes after the yelling?
All right, so you've seen, I'm assuming, the Dave Chappelle skit about what the electric guitar does to white people.
Yes, with John Mayer. Classic skit.
It's a magical thing, okay? The electric guitar does things to us. And in some metal bands, Zay, they don't just have one of those guitar players, they have 2 of them.
Dangerous stuff.
So if you have a double lead, you got to stretch things out a little bit to give them both their moment. In the case of Metallica, James Hetfield is a guitar player. He's more your rhythm guy, but he's going to give you some stuff too. And then you got Kirk Hammett, the main guitar player. You got to give them both their time. They also had a badass bassist, rest in peace Cliff Burton, who could do his own thing that we had to pay attention to. So it's just going to need to be 5 or 6 minutes long. It just kind of is.
Yeah, because I got this hefty list of the songs I play every day, and I always look at the end. It's always like 6 minutes, 38 seconds, 7 minutes, 15 seconds. I'm like, damn, y'all need that much time to get out what y'all had to get out?
They can get a little epic at times when it gets to the metal side. Now, on the, on the shorter side of things, one of the reasons I'm a big Motorhead fan, and they're kind of in that hard rock metal vibe, but they've also got a little punk element to them. They average about 2.5 to 3 is probably the average of their songs. But with Metallica during that period, yeah, you're going to get some lengthy tracks. But Four Horsemen's awesome. Metallica, Taylor Dane, and the Eagles. There's a Coachella they didn't have in the 80s. They should have, though. All right. Chad and Zay with you on this Tuesday. We will get you a little flex talk with high school football. But first, Zay, we have another update from the Longhorn football team and the transfer portal. It doesn't officially open till Monday, but stories are starting to come out about guys that are willing to let us know they're headed into the portal. Troy O'Meary was earlier, and he tweeted that one out himself. And now somebody texted us earlier, hey guys, did you see Andre Karich? So did Karich let everybody know too?
Yeah, he went on Twitter, said the same thing. He'd like to thank Texas, but he'll be taking his talents elsewhere. And yeah, when you're backing up Kelvin Banks, you ain't gonna see much clock, dog. So I can't knock him for doing this at all. And we're going to see more come to play. Thanks, CB, for hitting me up on Twitter, because Nick Harris, you can follow him on Twitter at Rivals Nick, he's put out 5 Texas players who have entered the transfer portal.
All right.
Offensive linebacker Prince Dorba, safety
Prince
Dorba,
yeah.
JD Coffey, wide receiver Troy O'Meary, like we said, DN Derek Harris Jr., and then Andre.
Gotcha. Okay. So Karich and O'Meary would be the biggest names on that list, with all due respect to those other guys. But that is, that's obviously big. And I kind of said it joking during the break, but as a fan of Texas A&M,
oh, stop it,
Mr. Karich, have you ever been to the Brazos Valley? Yeah, I mean, just maybe get a tour. And
how about this?
I don't know.
How about this? We'll give y'all a quick swap out. We'll give y'all Andre Karich, and we'll take Evan Stewart. That sounds fair. That sounds fair. Write that down. Let's book it, Jimbo, Sark. Let's get together and make that arrangement. Seems fair to me. I'd love that.
There will need to be some additional picks thrown into that deal. There would need to be some additional picks, Zay, thrown into that one. Again, we wish all those guys the best. Find a place that works for them.
We'll give Jimbo a year supply of Bijan mustard.
Okay, there you go. Troy O'Meary, you're just hoping for health with him long term. term. And then with Andre Karich, man, he'll find a spot.
Hell yeah.
He just needs to find a place that doesn't have a Kelvin Banks. You said it right. By the way, back to this whole discussion of Texas and how do you grade them out at 8-4 and what could have been and all that. Maybe the biggest crime of the season for Sark and the offensive staff is that they all didn't realize that their identity should be running the ball the minute Kelvin Banks took that guy for a tour of the Cotton Bowl and threw him into the Roughnecks. The moment that happened, the moment your freshman left tackle did that, you should have turned to each other and gone, okay, well, that's us the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Good or bad, do or die. If we don't win another game after today, we don't care. That's who we are. Kelvin Banks was that guy, and ultimately, he's the reason that Karich is going to be heading somewhere else.
Every game in the Big 12 that you lost, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, TCU, was because you didn't run the ball enough, in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Every single game. You didn't run the ball enough. Bijan got 24 carries against Oklahoma State, 100-something yards. Majority of that came in the first half. Quentin Ewers threw way too many passes. You could give Bijan the ball to bring that down. Roshan Johnson the ball. I didn't think Keelan Robinson got the ball enough this year.
Oh, no.
At all.
I agree.
Not even close.
So, not running the ball enough. Do you think that's why they lost to both Bama and TCU?
I thought the Bama thing.
Because I thought those were a little more complicated than that.
Yeah, I thought Alabama was definitely more complicated. The Bijan getting 12 carries, that's unacceptable against TCU. That's a joke.
That was 12. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, I think the Alabama of Quentin getting hurt, which as a head coach, you should be prepared for everything. But that really threw off everybody. And even though they still had the same effort and intensity to make it a close game, I didn't think, having Hudson Card in there, him being hurt with that ankle, that was different too. Oh, USA scored.
USA scored. Goal!
USA scored.
What does my man do at the end? Oh, no. How about that? 1-0, 39th minute. Who's this? A little header from number 2. I'll give you play-by-play. Header from number 2. Oh, it's Pulisic. Brilliant goal.
He took out the goalie, too.
Brilliant goal. Plus, he might have kicked him right in the crotch. Headed him in the crotch. Pulisic scores.
Yeah, you can't even celebrate because
you
got hit in the cojones.
Beautiful. USA up 1-0 in the 39th minute in the latter parts of the first half. All right, let's get you a quick Flex 30 segment. We're going to tell you what Novosad already knows, that 99 is coming.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
This just in, Zay. I'm excited Vandergrift's playing Dripping Springs.
Oh, I can't wait.
This just in. It is Friday night, 7 o'clock. Remember, Flex pregame at 6:30. We're going to put it all across the Horn signals for you, not just 101.9 and AM 1260 like all the Vandergrift games. We'll throw it on 104.9 as well. Merle and the crew will call it for you like they normally do. Only 2 teams, Zay, kept Dripping Springs under 31 points all year. Vandegrift and Westlake. They found a way to beat Vandegrift. They obviously didn't beat Westlake, but they will get that rematch. Vandegrift held them down to 23, and they won on the last-second field goal. Only one team held Vandegrift under 28 all year, and it was Dripping Springs. First game of the year. I can't wait to see this rematch. And one of the things we've been talking about today, Zay, is 99 for Vandegrift. The development of Damian Wimberly this year has been one of the things I'm following, because in that first game, there was just a lot of both sides were just off in game one. We talked about it. The fatigue factor. Dudes cramping all over the place.
It's so hot in that time of September.
Timing was weird. Both teams didn't have the receivers they wanted. I think Drip was down like their best 2, maybe 3 receivers. Vandegrift didn't have their top 3 or 4. And throughout that game, Damian Wimberly had a tough time against Drip because of Reed Robinson, their left tackle, number 63. All these guys are seniors, by the way, which just makes it even better. Reed Robinson contained him. They chipped him a little bit with a running back, and they really contained Wimberly all night. But you and I have watched Wimberly develop through the year. That performance he put on at Manor was awesome. He just started making the play of the game over and over again. And then later in the year, just kept making big plays. So for you watched Westlake go get to Novosad. You watched Colton Vasek and those guys do it. Do you think Wimberly and the Vandegrift defense can go get Novosad and throw him off the rhythm.
At times, I don't think any team is as good as that defensive line for Westlake, but I do think Vandegrift, they're pretty damn good. If they get pressure on Austin Novosad, then that could be the game right there, because if he has a clean pocket, you and I both know as well as anybody. We've seen him multiple times this year. Well, you might have been to every game since you're basically
not every game. Not every game. That's not true.
Yeah, but the Baylor commit, he could absolutely rip it. And we also know that team that you see in week 1 ain't the same team you see in the 4th week of the playoffs. Both the teams had really good chances to scout one another because they both played at the Alamo Dome this past weekend. So you would think whoever played first, was scouting after, whoever played after, scout before, whatever.
No.
And they're going to be ready. It's going to be a hell of a game, and this is what Texas football is all about.
Also, don't forget about number 42 on that Vandegrift defense. Oliver Yendo on the other side really helps Wimberley to be just that much more dangerous, because as you're worried about 99, 42's coming from the other side. That black and silver defense is going to be there. Drip's offense, it's all about the timing of it. If Novosad and those receivers have time, they're going to do whatever they want to do. I also wonder how many teams have tried to really knock the Dripping Springs receivers off their path. How many of them have really gone bump and run with them? And can you? Or are they just too good and they're going to go right by you? Let's see what Vandegrift does on defense. That's going to be a big part of that game. I can't wait to check it out. It's over at Gupton. I've never been to Gupton Stadium either. I want to go check that place out.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful over there on Vista Ridge campus.
Up there in Cedar Park. It should be fun on Friday night. Also, if you are waiting for that all-flex team, stay tuned. Lots of discussions going on about how that gets laid out. We told you to react. We told you to let us know what you think, and we've gotten a lot of reaction. So the Flex crew is looking at all the details of it, of exactly how that all-flex team will be revealed. So stay tuned there. FLXATX.com. Go there for the schedules if you're trying to figure out where games are. They got a nice schedule layout for you, including all the locations. Coming up at 2, let's get into some of this coaching stuff, including where Dion might end up for his next head coaching job, and the Hugh Freeze story that I just can't stop giggling about every time I think about it. But up next, it's Where We At in Society. We'll see what Zay's got for us. Yesterday, it was some dude heating up a barbecued rib at a football game. We'll see what he's got today. Don't move. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad talking a little Twin Peaks, and if you got one of those friends where you and the friend group had to take his man card, that's okay. You can get him an additional man card for Christmas from Twin Peaks. That's right. The holiday bonus cards are available. Twin Peaks Man Cards, the perfect gift for that sports fan on your list. Swing by Twin Peaks to purchase your gift cards today, and you'll get a little something in return. Offer available at participating restaurants. Be sure to ask your Twin Peaks girl about that. If you haven't tried one of the new flatbreads, I've been telling you to try those for a while. Also, it's always a good idea to go try that happy hour at Twin Peaks. Monday through Friday, 2 to 7, you get $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and the freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. Plus, if you're feeling hungry, select apps available for $2, $4, and $6, including the chips and queso or mozzarella cheese bites for $4, and including the $6 triple plays, quesadillas, or the 6 boneless wings. That is what happy hour looks like at Twin Peaks. Get on out there. Tell them we said hello here at The Horn and that you heard about it here. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. This is on side 2 of that first Metallica album. A lot of people didn't get this deep into the record. It's on that re-release. All right. Not heard this one. I don't know, Zay.
It's a hit.
It's a hit?
Oh, it's too hot.
Too
hot, baby.
Gotta run for shade. It's too hot. Is this Kool and the Gang?
That's right.
All right. Whew. Oh, that was
We're
closer.
back at the cookout, baby.
Come on, man. Come on.
Give Chad a big lighter and some ribs.
You know what? I'll hold 2 lighters and we could speed the process up. Let's get those ribs going, man. Kool and the Gang, Metallica, Taylor Dayne, the Eagles. When I was a kid, I thought the lead singer of Kool and the Gang might have been the coolest guy on earth. He looked cool. He sounded cool. Like, everything about that guy was awesome to me.
Yeah.
Every time I saw a video with him, I just thought, my Lord, that dude has got to be. That guy has as many dates as he's looking for. Whatever he needs.
Yeah, it was a smooth crew.
Yeah.
It was some smooth crew.
It's a good-looking band.
Yeah.
Good-looking band. I do not know the lead singer's name of Kool and the Gang. When I was a kid, I just thought his name was Cool. Because that's how it worked. When you were a little kid, you always assumed the lead singer was the name and the rest of the band was the other thing. So I thought they were the gang. He was the Cool.
That makes sense.
That was my interpretation. All right, so a lot of stuff going on today. It continues to be a transfer portal kind of day for the Texas Longhorns. Also, you've got the U.S. soccer team. I believe we've gone to halftime now, and it is 1-0 U.S. You heard it correct. Christian Pulisic with a goal in the 38th minute, and he might have given up the family jewels to do it. He is
whatever it takes.
Ooh, he took one in the sensitive area. He was able to walk off, though, as the team left the pitch for the first half. So it's 1-0. We'll keep you up to date on that. And we're going to get into where we at in society. Let's just we'll wrap all this transfer stuff in here as well. Let's go.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, Zay, you want to tell them what you got in mind, or are we going to get this extra name out?
Yeah, so Jameer Johnson, the cornerback, number 31, has entered the transfer portal. And probably the biggest transfer portal news break that we're going to have today, Hudson Card is officially entered the transfer portal. Thank you, Hudson, for everything that you've given to the University of Texas. I know 2021 was very up and down, and that Arkansas game was absolutely brutal, where that was the game that he took the keys from Hudson Card, Steve Sarkisian, and gave it to Casey Thompson. And I don't think Hudson really recovered from that. And he had a pretty good season this year. The games that he played, I don't think we got to see the full, Hudson Card that we could have seen due to the high ankle sprain. But when he was in there, I thought he played terrific, and I thought he should have played in more games this year.
Yeah, you're not the only one. There was multiple games where people were looking for maybe at least a little bit, at least a drive or two of Hudson Card. Man, do I wish now that he's going to – and I think this is not the biggest shock on the face of the earth. I think people maybe thought Hudson Card was going to transfer at some point. You wish him nothing but the best. I just wish as a parting gift they could have had that Bama win to hand him.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he had to come in, he had to fill in like that, and they fought like hell and almost got it done. But yeah, all the best to Hudson Card, man. The Lake Travis product will be moving on. He went Lake Travis to the Burnt Orange. Now we'll see where Hudson Card ends up in the transfer portal. If you're just jumping in, Hudson Card, Andre Karich, and Troy O'Meary, the biggest names of the day in the transfer portal. Also joined by Prince Dorba, Derek Harris, Jameer Johnson. Did I get them all? I think I did, Zay. Yes, Karich, Dorba, DJ Harris. Yeah. Oh, JD Coffee.
JD Coffee, yeah.
I didn't say Coffee. Jameer Johnson, I mentioned that. And there you go. A lot of people tweeting some of these names out. I retweeted Jeff Ketchum of Orange Bloods, who we have on every week, talking about this. And everybody's just trying to keep up with it at this point. So a lot of transfer portal stuff going on. All right, Zay, I see something in my Twitter DMs. Is there something I need to look at today?
Yes. So, shout out to Jeff Howe for handing us up. He says, FYI, the portal doesn't officially open for FBS players until December 5th. So
Right.
these are all declarations to enter.
That is true. Right. These are all the guys, and in most cases, these are guys.
Clarifications, I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah, these guys are deciding to let us know on social media.
Right.
In a lot of cases. But yeah, Jeff's absolutely right. Because
Thank you, Jeff.
Monday, it's official. So where you'll start to see it. Monday, I guess, is when they officially need to let the team know, let the coaches know. But yeah, the portal does not open until Monday. That is a good point. So after the championship games, Monday, that's when it officially opens.
All right, so Chad,
Yeah.
for where we at in society today, I feel like you should be able to relate to this.
Okay.
Because A&M has a rodent problem, whether it's possums.
What?
I don't know, y'all got snakes at Kyle Field at times.
What
I don't
do you
know.
think College
Y'all-
Station is? The Amazon?
Yo,
What do you think's going on over
there's
there?
multiple videos of y'all having wild rabid animals in y'all's facilities where people have to get them out. That's an issue. That's not normal.
What they have? I haven't
DK
seen.
Art might have a squirrel every once in a while.
You saying they got possums over there at Kyle Field?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't
They'll
seen.
have like bearcats and wild animals.
All
stuff,
right.
stuff that the crocodile hunter would wrestle with. Y'all have at Kyle Field.
Okay, so all right, so we do, we do have special skills when it comes to animals and the animals of the world. So
yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
a circus.
It is a circus.
But I don't think anything's worse than what we had at the Cleveland Buccaneers game.
Okay.
There was a skunk
Oh, good Lord.
in the stands. In the stands. Not only in the stadium, the skunk got in the stands.
Dude, I couldn't do it.
I need my money back immediately.
There's 3 creatures I don't like dealing with in this sort of size. Raccoons, possums, and skunks. I can handle an armadillo to a degree. I recently did that this year, which I had not done before. I was able to deal with that.
Man, that's country.
Snakes we've established that I can deal with as long as I've got a long enough stick and the machete. But, yeah, not a skunk. We had a skunk in the backyard one time, sprayed the dog. That's a complicated issue, man.
So the skunk got the dog?
Uh-huh.
What'd you spray the dog with? Because I always hear the tomato soup theory. You got to bathe in Campbell's tomato paste.
Yeah, it was mainly like a soap and water. I can't remember if we used a little bit of the. I think we may have tried the tomato thing. She didn't get the direct hit, thank goodness.
Okay.
It tried to spray the dog, didn't get a full spray, thank God, because the dog was a dachshund. So if it had hit the dog at all directly, that dog would have smelled like skunk for a year. But thankfully, it was a little bit of a glancing blow, and she wasn't as covered as she could have been. But that's what makes them dangerous. Like, the possums and raccoons are just kind of nasty.
Yo,
Like, possums look demonic to me. Raccoons had the claws and stuff and the teeth, and you got rabies they could be carrying.
hell no.
But skunks not only can carry rabies, but you got the whole spray thing going on.
Yo, if somebody said, Zay, if you had to choose between being in a room with a skunk or Charles Manson, me and Charles might be kicking it.
Wow.
We might be kicking it because I am terrified of skunks. People on Spec Sex Line, let us know if you've had any skunk encounters because I'm a city boy at heart. I will move to wherever skunks aren't.
Man.
That's how terrified I am. I don't do that. I hate smells. Like, if anything smells bad, I can't take it. I'll lose it. I'll dry heave. It's not a good situation for me.
You just brought up a great mental image. I want everybody to imagine. If you know what Isaiah looks like, imagine it in your head. If you don't, Isaiah, please describe basic height and weight to the people if you can.
Let's see.
Where are you right now?
I look like Mark Henry during the sexual chocolate era, where he had the Hershey bar up top. Let's say that. I look like a bootleg version of that.
Okay.
If Mark had a stunt devil, sexual chocolate
All
era
right.
specifically.
Mm-hmm.
That's what your boy's looking at right now.
You in a room with Charles Manson, obviously there's going to be no weapons involved. I would pay money to see that. Because no matter how deranged Charles Manson would be, if he decided he wanted to do something to you, I think he would fail pretty badly.
I don't know, man. I would just want to know, hey, Charles, how do you get these women so easily? That's what I'm confused on.
You'd get Charles Manson in a room and talk chicks with him. That would be your idea. You'd talk women.
Yeah.
How do you get the ladies?
The man had flocks of women with him.
Yeah, he did. And then got him to do this.
Yeah, got him to do some things.
Come
But
on
also,
now.
like, what's the difference between that and pimping in a way?
Oh, man. What is it that sends one man down that road and then another man could have met all those women and then convinced them all to, like, open a bakery with him or something like that? Why couldn't it go that way?
Let's make cupcakes.
Man.
Let's make muffins.
But instead,
something very light.
Instead, I'm going to tattoo the swastika onto my forehead and we're going to kill. What? What are you doing? I would see that. I'd pay to see that. I'd pay a little money to see you and Charles Manson head up. You and the skunk I apparently don't want to see, though.
All right, so listen to this story on the Specs text line.
Okay.
I've had several encounters with skunks. The main thing is to be calm and not scare them.
Yeah.
If you remain relatively still and let them wander off, it's never a problem. Panicking and running away will be the problem.
Okay.
So oftentimes they will come at you and they'll come down to your ability to remain cool and calm or you'll get sprayed.
Yeah, that's
So you got, it's all about chilling out.
Gotta be careful.
Like a bear.
And much like some snakes, the skunk is going to let you know when it's about to spray also. It doesn't spray from its face. It turns and sprays from the backside. So you're going to see that tail go up before the spray's coming. That's where I was able to get the dog kind of out of the situation where, again, it wasn't a direct hit. So that's something else to look for. The skunk's going to let you know. The skunk doesn't look at you and all of a sudden from nowhere the spray. It's going to turn and give you the fumigation from the caboose.
Oh, you Kevin Costner, your dog? Whitney Houston?
What, Bodyguard?
Bodyguard?
A little bit.
From the bullet?
A little bit.
Wow, look at you. My dog is getting I might not even claim that dog no more. That dog might have to go to the pound.
Oh, man. It was, thank goodness. I'm just glad it didn't get her on a full shot because, man, we'd have never gotten that smell out. That was tough, though. And that's a short-haired dog, too, but still, it took us a little while to get that smell out.
Yeah, if anything represents the Cleveland Browns more, having a skunk in their stadium.
That's rough. And it's just walking right there for you. If you haven't seen the video, and Zay put this out there, I'll retweet it. But, it's just chilling out right there in the section with all the fans. That is so wrong.
It's so nasty.
It's so wrong. I'm going to retweet this right now. It's coming from Ross Tucker. Ultimately, and then Zay tweeted it out as well. Remember, Zay is at @ain't_that_Zay. I'm at C Hastings 1049, the station at the Horn ATX, and we are super late for this break. So let's go ahead and take it. We'll come back, talk some of the coaching stuff, including Hugh Freeze at Auburn, but also transfer portal day. We got big names for the Texas Longhorns that are moving on, including Hudson Card. We'll tell you who else is in the portal or who else says they're going to be in the portal come Monday. Stay with us. It's the Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let me tell you real quick about AV Consultations. Whether you're getting ready for all the college football this weekend, pro football, all the movies you want to get caught up on, you're binging shows, AV Consultations can make sure you have the setup of your dreams. This Christmas, give the gift that the whole family will enjoy and let AV Consultations take care of all of it. Remember, let them buy the TVs, let them buy the speakers and the cords and the wires and all of it and give you an idea on what furniture you can get. Let them handle every detail because they have been doing this locally owned and operated since way back in the 80s. They've answered every question. They've dealt with all of it. They can get better deals than you can get. And let's face it, they just know this stuff. They are, like our man Wag says and like the guys say around here, they're the smart guys that never make you feel stupid. So give them a call, 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or go online to avconsultations.com. All right, how about hour number 3 on a Tuesday? Hope you're having a good one. Nice warm day out there today. Beautiful weather. Leaves starting to turn, or already turned as I was driving in today. We're not exactly known for that in Texas, but there were some leaves turning today. Looked pretty good. Chad and Zay on a Tuesday. Hour 3 starts with a Zay's choice for a beat. I like this one. Sounds like we're solving crime. Sounds like stuff's going down, and I'm about to stop it, Zay. What is it?
So we're going to say this is a Master P No Limit beat.
Okay.
Because the artist, let's just say he could be roommates with R. Kelly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, mystical. Not the best guy.
I see.
Yeah, and I think he's in for life.
Oh.
So, big reason why we're playing the instrumental.
Okay.
This is a classic song, Here I Go. We'll probably be playing instrumentals of him, R. Kelly, Kanye, guys that, you know, we shouldn't be listening to, but the beat goes so hard.
Beat and not the words.
Beat and not the
saying?
words. We'll accept that. I'll accept that.
I don't know if we talked about this on the show, but I was amazed that my people over at Texas A&M edited Kanye out of their world. They were bringing in the team to a Kanye song or beat or whatever. The one with it starts with the siren and then the and then to have all that power. That
power,
song. Power.
Yeah,
there you go. They would. That's right as the team would come out, I think, and the smoke machines and the whole thing. And they edited it. You just now hear the siren, and then they immediately go to something else. So they took Kanye out right after the controversy was going on. So I was a little surprised at that.
Yeah, they don't want those problems.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It was one of those weird stages where I was just happy that folks at A&M knew who Kanye was. And then they followed the story enough to know to get rid of it. I was like, wow, that's cool. I like both of those stages. All right. Lots of stuff going on today. We got the U.S. soccer team up on Iran. It is 49th minute is what I'm showing here. Yeah. 49th minute. U.S. up 1-0 on a Pulisic goal. Apparently, there was a little controversy recently in the game where they almost had a goal, but the offsides rule got them. Oh, Lord, don't get me started on soccer and offsides.
It's a tough rule.
The two things I talk about the soccer people can't stand is the offsides rule and the fact that the clock counts up and never stops. But we won't talk about that today. It's World Cup time. 1-0 as they approach the 50th minute. The U.S. team needs this win. They have to win, not draw. They have to win to get through into the knockout round. England in the 50th minute is up on Wales 1-0. And earlier, Senegal advanced 2-1 with a victory. And the Netherlands in their bright orange 2-0. They beat the host country, Qatar. And from what Glenn Davis was telling us earlier, if the U.S. gets through, it looks like the Netherlands in the knockout round. Well, that's gross. I mean, nothing's going to be easy once you get to the knockout round of the World Cup. But anyway, that appears to be the possible opponent there. All right, the other thing that's developed today while we've been on the show is some transfer portal stories in terms of the Texas Longhorns. Steve Sarkisian earlier in the week, and by earlier I mean yesterday, at his press conference said, yeah, we're going to get into those talks. We're going to start talking to guys about their plans, our plans, how we see things moving forward. And already today you've had some impactful names say that they are planning to go in the transfer portal. Obviously, like our man Jeff Howe reminded us from horns247.com, go check out their great work on all this. Also, you've got the Longhorn Blitz podcast coming up tomorrow night at 7 with Jeff and Rod and Matt. But Jeff reminds us it doesn't become official till Monday, but we are in such a modern social media world. These guys can call a press conference whenever they want. They just grab their phone and call a press conference of thousands of people because that's how many followers they have. So biggest name, Hudson Card. It's not a shocker, Zay, that Hudson Card would end up in the transfer portal. I think most Longhorn fans are going to do nothing but wish him the best. 2 years, I guess, of eligibility left when he gets to wherever he's going to go.
Yeah, and Hudson Card, somebody from the city of Austin who grew up being a Texas fan and wanted to come to the place that he was a fan of. And I think he gave everything he had here. I don't think he was given the best chances or I guess the best opportunities, but you also got to earn the right to play. And Steve Sarkisian clearly didn't think he did with Casey Thompson when benching him after the Arkansas game. He thought that he didn't do a good enough job to keep going, and he was kind of in and out the lineup when Casey Thompson got hurt with his hand and whatnot. And then we know what happened this season with Quinn Ewers. We know what's going to happen next season with Arch Manning.
Yeah.
So that quarterback room, it's not getting any smaller. And, you know, Hudson Card with that ankle injury, what could have been? Could he have gotten us a couple more wins? It clearly wasn't on him, but the Texas Tech loss, you know, if he was 100%, could that have been enough to maybe get the Horns another dub? Clearly we'll never know, but yeah, I hope the best for him, and he gave everything he could here to the University of Texas when he was here.
Yeah, there's another guy we're going to mention here that has had some more serious injury issues. But yeah, with Hudson Card, there have been those injuries throughout his time at Texas that he hadn't been able to at times be 100% healthy like he wants to. So you wish Hudson Card nothing but the best. Another guy, just hard to think about him without thinking of injuries, is Troy O'Meary. Troy O'Meary has announced that he plans to go into the transfer portal, and if he can find 100% health. Actually, I don't know if he's ever going to find 100% health at this point. But even if he's somewhere along the way, that's a talented guy. So let's see if he can find a spot for for him that makes sense. But he's one of those guys that just the promise of it was there, Zay, but it never came to fruition. He couldn't stay out there.
Yeah, and he's a Tom Herman guy. He's not a Steve Sarkisian guy. So it would have been. I don't know what the disconnect was maybe on that front, but like you said, just a guy who couldn't get on the field due to his health. I mean, when you're a wide receiver and a big part of your game is using your legs and you have your ACLs taken from you twice in your young career, that's a lot. That's a lot for a guy who might not even be 21 years old yet. So I wish the best for him also, and I wish we got to see just a little snippet of him on the field.
Yep, absolutely. I can just barely see images of him on the field. Was it 21 that he wore?
Yeah, he looked good in pads.
Yeah, right. He just
looked good in pads.
Little flashes. That was about it. So Hudson Card, Troy O'Meary, and the other big name I think would be Andre Karich, the obviously backup left tackle to Kelvin Banks, and they'd put him in that big, heavy package as a second or third tight end, depending on what they were doing. Andre Karich, it's a good football player, Zay, going into the transfer portal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little more interesting because, yes, Kelvin Banks is there, but Christian Jones is leaving. So you would think if I was him, I'm like, okay, maybe I should start working on being on the right side. And clearly they're different positions. And one, you earn a lot more money in the NFL than the other on that left side. But it is a little bit interesting. Maybe he didn't want to try that right side out. Maybe he wants to say, I'm a left tackle at heart and see what I could do at a different university starting as a left tackle, because that's where the money is at on the next level. So yeah. I wish him the best also. But yeah, I think that's a little more interesting than the other two that we just named.
Yeah, but I guess I understand that thinking if he's got people around him thinking, hey, we need to focus in on left tackle. Dude, they pay offensive line all across the board, though.
Yeah.
They pay guards now in the NFL a ton. They pay centers. They pay everybody. But yeah, you're right. Maybe you just didn't want to go focus on the other side there. Wish those guys the best. Hopefully they'll find a situation that works for them. You got some other names of guys saying they're planning to go into the transfer portal. Prince Dorba, Derek Harris, Jameer Johnson as well, and J.D. Coffey. All guys that today have said they plan to go into the portal. It will become official on Monday if that is going to happen. So technically, they have until Monday. Steve Sarkisian's got till Monday. They say recruit till the very end, Zay. Got till Monday to maybe talk these guys back out of the portal. We've seen that. We've seen guys say they're going to the portal, and then they get talked back out. So who knows?
Yeah, go see where that money's at. Go get wine and dine if you can. I mean, why not? They're allowing you to at this point. So many players that weren't even allowed to take advantage of NIL situations because it was so crazy illegal. And we know there was stuff going on under the table. Damn, for damn sure. Ask, old boy Sealy, who's in Canton, from, what he did at SMU.
How dare you?
I'm just saying that Trans Am, it was clean as hell. It was clean as hell.
Grandmama loved cars.
Grandmama did
love
love
cars.
cars.
What you're talking about. She built that thing from the ground
up. Eric Dickerson was a saint. He didn't do nothing. He didn't take no money. So take advantage of all the situations that you can. And I can't knock these guys for putting their name out there and wanting to be one and done.
No, yeah, it's a good point. It is the college. The coaches have said it for a while now, but it's college free agency, and it officially opens Monday, and it's going to get wild fast. When we get in here on Monday, there's just going to be names flying everywhere from all over big-time college football. We're going to keep our eyes peeled for that. As long as we're talking money and NIL and college football, Hugh Freeze is at Auburn. Have you computed this yet? Have you really let this sink in on your brain that Hugh Freeze is at Auburn? I mean, it sounds like we made it up, say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some hoes in Auburn. I don't know, because what they were doing down there in Oxford, Mississippi when he was there was pretty foul.
What they were doing, are you referring to the head coach of a Power 5 team using his university-issued phone to contact hookers for players? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, what about when that same coach ended up at Liberty, the place where the truly twisted go to get untwisted and cleaned, like the AD from Baylor, that he goes to Liberty and got in trouble for using that university-issued phone to contact some university employee that he shouldn't have, and it was an improper relationship, and she says he was accosting her and, like, stalking her.
Yeah.
That guy?
And Auburn was like, you know what? So you could focus on coaching, we'll handle your phones, and we'll handle your social media accounts, because that's in the contract that he will not be able to handle the social media accounts.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think he'll be able to handle like phone situations where he could get into sticky stuff like that.
Every other phone you saw on the wire, that's what he gets. The flip phone, and he has to snap them in half after every phone call.
Yeah, you got to be smart. You got to be like how Idris Elba was doing. Idris Elba, he was taking them SIM cards out, taking out the phones, disconnected. It's like, oh, no, wait, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Click. Take a SIM card out, switch it out, be like, okay, talk to me.
That's
how you got to do it.
What was the character? Oh, Stringer Bell. He
Stringer
was
Bell.
Stringer Bell, right? Yeah. Just a quick path through the past and back here. He put that class together at Ole Miss. Remember that class he put together?
They're pretty good.
Saban would have said back then he bought the class. Back then you couldn't do it at all, but he did it anyway, the Kimdichie brothers and all that. And I think Laramie Tunsil was a part of that group. Tunsil has the draft day incident with the gas mask and the pot. Everybody know why that video got out? Because of Alabama. Alabama's biggest rival on earth, and the one school that they can't stand to think about being on their level, is now coached by Hugh Freeze. If you don't think this is going to get dramatic and soap opera-y, you do not know the SEC at all. This is going to get wild. It boggles my mind that this is all connected this way and that Hugh Freeze is now in charge at Auburn.
Yeah.
Can he put another class like that together? Could he? Because now he's got whatever it is that's on top of the table now for Saban and Jimbo and others. Because Jimbo's response to Saban's comment should have been, what's he talking about? Buying players? Man, NIL is here. We give him opportunities. What is he talking about? But whatever that is, Hugh Freeze can do a ton more than he used to be able to do. And now he's at Auburn.
Yeah. And probably the best move that the Auburn guys did, including Hugh Freeze, was keeping Cadillac Williams on the staff.
Yes, I was going to make sure you saw that.
Yeah, he's the associate head coach / running backs coach. And, I felt like he was more qualified than Hugh Freeze, or at least give him a shot. But, there's a lot of politics, especially when your rival's Nick Saban. It'll be it's a little weird seeing Nick Saban on one side and Cadillac Williams on the other.
Yeah.
It is weird seeing Hugh Freeze on one side and Cadillac Williams on the other. And Nick Saban on the other in the Iron Bowl. But I'm glad they kept Cadillac Williams, and they're giving him the responsibility that they're giving him. That was a good move. But this Hugh Freeze hire, we'll see.
Dude, it's wild. And at the core of it, they will forgive so much with him because of the wins. Remember, while he was at Ole Miss, they beat Bama back to back. They beat Bama there. They beat Bama in Oxford. Back-to-back years. He's one of the few guys. He's one of the few guys that can say that. Here's another stat for you, Zay. In the past 12 years, Auburn, we know, has won a national title, and they played for another. Ironically, Jimbo got him in that one. That's when Florida State won. They beat Auburn that night. There are only 5 other schools in the past 12 years that have won a natty and played for another. And if we all think about it, we know what they are. They are Bama, Clemson, Georgia, LSU, and Ohio State. So there are schools that can talk about wanting to be a blue blood, and we want to hang in the neighborhood, and we want to do this, we want to do that. Auburn has actually done it in these last 12 years. And now they are really telling us all, hey, in this version of NIL, he's gone off and gotten cleaned a little bit. We're going to figure out the phone stuff, like you said. We're going to give him all kinds of rules about the phones, but we are going to bring Hugh Freeze to the Plains and let him go at it in recruiting with Saban and Jimbo and Brian Kelly and all the rest. And we think he can pull this off and get back to where, who was it? Chiswick won the title. Chiswick won the title and Malzahn went to play for it. I think that's right. And lost
Gene.
it.
Hanging
Dude.
out with Mac Brown over there in Carolina.
It's a wild story. And if you're hanging in the SEC West, you better take notice of that. Because take all the jokes aside, Hugh Freeze is a football coach.
Yeah.
And it worked big time at Ole Miss.
Yeah, maybe there's less hoes in Auburn, Alabama than there is in Oxford.
I'm telling
Maybe.
you,
I don't
we
know.
just got to get the man under control. Get him under control. The most ironic part of it is, can you imagine if he was handsome? Like, just think about that for a second. What if Hugh Freeze didn't look like Hugh Freeze? Oh, my God. What if he looked like Lane Kiffin?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
that'd be a serious issue.
That would be a whole nother deal. All right, there you go. Some coaching carousel stuff. We got to get to that Deion conversation as well. I'd love to know where Zay thinks Deion is going to end up for next year. Is he going to stick at Jackson State, or is he moving to the Power 5? Let's jump into that next. Plus, it's November 29th. We will tell you why today matters. Oh, there's a big birthday today. Big round number for an actor that Zay and I both dig. We'll tell you who it is coming up on The Horn. Wow. That's some talent. That's some serious talent right there.
One of the most underrated rappers of all time.
One of the most underrated rappers of all time.
Both these guys.
All right, I think I might have heard a word. Let me see if I can throw a guess that might matter. Talib Kweli?
That's right. That's him right here.
See, I heard the Kweli. I was listening. Yeah. And you know what? Hey, shout out to our guy, Eddie Cross from Fight Night. Eddie turned me on to Talib Kweli years ago. Super talented.
Oh, Talib
God,
Kweli,
he's so good.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes.
So
really
who
impressed.
else is this? They're in the group.
Okay. So this isn't Talib. This isn't
Not
like
by himself.
Okay. See, I'm not familiar with a group he was in. My bad. I got the solo stuff, so I don't know about the group. Well, tell me the group.
Black Star, Talib Kweli, Mos Def.
Yeah, and you know what? Now, okay. No, I can see it now because he probably gave me a CD that said Black Star, so he's yelling right now. Chad, don't tell him I didn't tell you Black Star. Yeah. Talib Kweli, and I heard a New York reference. Is he a New York guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both of them.
That's a talented dude. I remember Eddie saying the same thing. He's like, hey, man, if you like good rappers, just listen. Just listen.
I don't know if you call him Mos Def, you call him Yasmin Bey. He goes by both. He's like changed his name. He's a great actor too.
That's all the same guy?
Yeah, Mos Def, Yasmin Bey, same dude.
Okay.
So if you see like Yasmin Bey in credits or something in the movie, and you'd be like, oh, I didn't know Mos Def was in this. That's why.
Oh, okay.
He goes by both names. I feel like he just switches them.
So Mos Def and Talib Kweli are Black Star when they're together.
Yeah. They dropped the album recently. I haven't heard it because they don't believe in streaming. They think artists get hosed on that. So they dropped it. I don't know where it's at. I think you got to go on YouTube to listen to it. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure it's fire like majority of their work is.
By the way, all this stuff that's happening today in terms of transfer portal, somebody, Zay, just sent us a tweet from about 3 minutes ago at Xavier Worthy. It says the calm before the storm. That's it. By the way, let me just say, I've said from the very beginning, for years now, I'm one of the few media members that'll say this out loud. I love when the kids put on a show. I really do. I love the shell game. I love the hat game. I love changing shirts. I love all that stuff around recruiting. And I'm all for weird, cryptic stuff like this around these decisions. Bravo. Do what you need to do because you don't always have control. But starting Monday, they give you this weird control. Go ahead, X-Man, whatever you need to do. Maybe Monday he'll say, I like that burnt orange. I'm going to keep it on. Or maybe Monday he'll say, I'm out. But he's going to take advantage of his spot right now because he knows we care.
Yeah, and I don't like that Xavier Worthy's doing it, but I do respect anybody having the ability to put their name out there to see who's going to take a look at them. Again, get wine and dine if you need to. Now, hopefully for Longhorn fans' sake, for Xavier Worthy, hopefully he's talking about the recruiting process for him because we know he likes to go and recruit other guys to get them to come to the 40
there
acres.
You go.
Hopefully he knows something and has been talking to guys all year because these guys talk. They've been together at these camps when they were in high school and whatnot. So they all have each other's phone number. It's easy to get in contact with guys through the social media and whatnot. So I bet Xavier Worthy, if he's going to stick around, which I feel like he is, he's going to do some recruiting himself and try to pull guys via transfer portal and see some of these Power 5 guys like a Evan Stewart.
There you go.
Who might be a little disgruntled where they're at now. See if they want to take a look at the 40 acres and come down to the University of Texas.
It's an interesting point. Around this region, around this country, there are plenty of talented offensive players that Xavier Worthy might be a part of bringing to Texas. Look at it that way, Longhorn fans. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that. If you're just tuning in today, it has been reported by the guys themselves that they are planning to head to the portal. Guys like Hudson Card, guys like Troy O'Meary, and guys like Andre Karich have said they plan to go into the portal. Now, let's also remember, even though Monday starts the portal, once you're in, they can also bring you back out.
Yeah.
They can talk you back out of it. That might have been Tom Herman's greatest skill. I don't know what Tom Herman said to guys in the portal, but man, he talked a lot of dudes out of that portal once they were in. He could talk him back into burnt orange like nobody else.
Yeah, NIL wasn't clicking back then, so I think Tom, he had a little bit of an advantage that he does not now.
That's true.
So if NIL was around back then when Tom was doing all that convincing and stuff, would it have been the same? I don't think so.
Yeah, this is it is a fascinating time in college football because lots of, like you said, you don't really get to figure out what everybody else might offer until you get into that portal. And then let's face it, the original school, Texas, wherever you are, Bama, Auburn, Georgia, whoever you are, they get a chance then to kind of re-recruit, reset, and say, oh, no, did we not mention that we have this NIL opportunity? Let's talk about that. So it's official on Monday. And again, just a cryptic tweet right now from Xavier Worthy, nothing declarative for him on what he's planning to do. Maybe we get that one on Monday. All right, let's get into why today matters. It's November 29th. Deion may have a new job, and we got a big birthday to hit. Here we go. We actually have a few birthdays to hit. But before we do that, Zay, give me your thoughts on Deion Sanders. He has said that Colorado contacted him. He said other schools have shown interest. I saw a report that South Florida would love for Deion Sanders to throw on that Bulls logo and head on down their way. Do you think Deion's going to stick at Jackson State, or do you think we're about to see the move up?
I think he's going to, just like these guys in NIL, I think he's going to keep on getting wine and dined and see what happens with these jobs whenever official Black Monday comes. I mean, there's a lot of movement with college football. I think Deion Sanders is smart enough to know there's going to be more opportunities for some maybe bigger spots that he'll like to take a look at. I mean, if he really wants to coach, which it looks like he does, he's done a pretty good job at Jackson State, and just by getting, the Black college movement out there. We see the 4-letter network. They're there all the time showing their love, and Deion, he's a big part of that, getting big-time recruits like that cornerback that was top 5 in the nation, getting him to go to Jackson State. His son was a big-time recruit. He's there. So I think Deion Sanders is really good of bringing a certain culture that a lot of these young kids gravitate to, and he understands, this was a guy that was making his commitments in the hot tub wearing 8 chains or whatnot. Like, he's a cool dude.
Yeah.
He's Deion Sanders. It's prime time. So if he's bringing the actual X's and O's to the table with his coaching, how would you not want to play for somebody like that?
Did you see the quote where he talked to the media about just the whole situation?
No, what he's saying?
Dude, this is priceless, Deion. I love him so much. Here's the quote. He was asked about, is it going to be a possible distraction? The fact that Colorado offered. Remember, they got a championship game coming up. For those that don't know it, the SWAC title game is this weekend.
Okay.
They play Southern, if I'm not mistaken, in that game. Deion said, quote, to someone else that hasn't been that dude, it's intoxicating. I've been primed for a long time, dog. Attention ain't nothing new to me. Like, come on. I'm not being braggadocious. That's a wonderful word, isn't it? I just came up with that. But this isn't new to me. Being in the spotlight isn't new to me. So not only did he just say all that, he's now claiming to have invented the word braggadocious. I think it's already a word.
I feel like people have said that before.
Prime, but I'll let you claim it if you want. That is one of the greatest things I've ever heard a coach say to a media member. I've been prime for a long time, dog. So
the man's confident.
But he's also right. And if I'm a Jackson State fan, the thing I like about Deion so far, Zay, is the honesty. That man has not led them astray. He's not led them down some weird path. He's not lied to them. Every time it comes up, it's like, wouldn't I be a fool not to talk to certain people? Yeah, of course. I'm going to talk to them. Just like I'm going to tell all my kids to take all the opportunities. And he's been very forthright about all that. Apparently the talks with Auburn did not go the way he wanted them to go. And I don't know what the talks with Colorado would be like. I feel like that South Florida thing feels like it's a little more his path because of the Florida connection.
Well, Deion needs control. That's for sure. If he doesn't have the control that he feels that he deserves / needs, which Auburn definitely ain't gonna give that to him.
No.
That had no chance of happening.
But the thing I keep thinking of is what happens when Deion's bravado, when Deion's confidence, when Deion's substance, because I feel like he's shown us there's football substance there, right? They're 10-2 this year. They're playing for a conference title. When all of that gets supported by like big money donors. With all due respect to Jackson State, big money donors. What could it become?
Right.
That's what I keep thinking. And then what's the spot? It didn't quite feel like Colorado when I heard it, but that place had some swagger back in the day. It was a long time ago, but late 80s and early 90s, there was some swagger out in Colorado.
Yeah, when Cordell Stewart was throwing Hail Marys and whatnot, they
Heck
had mad
yeah.
swag out there.
Stewart and Michael Westbrook and there was some team. Rashawn Salam, Texas fans don't have to be told that name.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
For real.
there was some swag out there.
Yo, Texas,
But I don't know if Dion.
We might have gave Salam the Heisman.
Not might have. I think they did. Do you remember Bucky's story about Salam? That's one of my favorite stories ever. That Bucky Godbolt, running backs coach at the time, he walks out on the field the next time they practiced, and Bucky started at one goal line and ran to the other goal line, turned around, did it again, turned around, did it again, and then walked back to the team and said, man, that was 300 yards. We almost let that dude run that far on us, and the defensive guys couldn't say a word.
Yeah.
Couldn't say anything. So
He was the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah,
What do you want us to do?
I don't know if that's where it is for Dion, but we'll see. I'm interested in where he ends up, and man, if Jackson State could keep him around another year or so, that would be a huge moment for them too. A couple of quick birthdays, Zay. Since we both like the movie, our man from Tokyo Drift is 40 today. Lucas Black is his name. I never knew the
character.
Yeah, I never knew the actor's name.
Yeah, I see him on CBS, NCIS, New Orleans? I don't know which one he's on. He's on one of those CSI
Oh, is he?
shows.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He did a decent job at Friday Night Lights, too.
Yeah, and he is a true child of the South now. He's born in Alabama. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got that country twang.
Got that country, yeah. Born in Alabama. I loved him in Sling Blade. First thing I ever saw him in as a kid. And then he was great in Tokyo Drift. Happy birthday to Lucas. Happy birthday to the great, unfortunately, we have to say the late, great Chadwick Boseman. Would have been 46 years old today. Died in 2020. And if you've seen the second Black Panther movie, you can just feel them trying to chase his ghost the whole movie. Such a tough movie to make. I think they did as good a job as they could have pulled off, but such a loss for him for not only that movie, but the other stuff that he did. He was incredible. Rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman. Would have been 46 years old today. And on the sports front, we've been talking about guys transferring. Russell Wilson is 34 today. He was one of those kind of first wave guys on the transfer. Remember both schools?
North Carolina State, Wisconsin.
Very good, yes, and in that order, very good. Ended up at Wisconsin after the grad transfer, and then Stephon Diggs is 29 years old today. What a stud he is right now in the NFL. Stephon Diggs, old school?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
This is a good one because he didn't go to a school that's much of anything, but now he's a legit badass. So it's one of those you just kind of got to lock in on.
Little bro went
where
to
it was.
Alabama, but I don't know where he went.
It's Big Ten.
Big Ten.
But just barely. It's not exactly a Big Ten power, but it is Big Ten.
I don't want to. It can't be Northwestern.
No, he wore a really weird helmet with a flag on it.
Maryland?
Very good.
Oh.
Maryland.
Wow.
That is where Stephon Diggs went to school.
All right.
They can find you. I'm telling you. Just ask him. Just ask Khalil Mack. Just ask all those guys.
Yeah.
Josh Allen. Wherever you go, his quarterback's a great story.
Yeah.
Went to Wyoming and they found him out there.
Oh, look how much bread Tony Romo's making. You think when he was playing
Ooh,
D2
yeah.
college ball, he'd be like, oh, I'm going to be a crazy billionaire, kind of the face of the commentary world
It's
in
true.
the NFL. Yeah, it's crazy, those guys, man, that just low Division II, mid-majors.
That's
and
it.
You're right. They'll find you.
Romo's Eastern Illinois, right? I think that's what it was.
Illinois, yeah.
Eastern Illinois, yeah. Also, Sean Payton, Eastern Illinois. He broke Sean Payton's quarterback records, I think, when he was there. All right, so there's November 29th and why it matters to us. We'll get you some stems and seeds, including these transfer portal declarations for Texas players today, and we'll get you an update on the U.S. national team. They've got a lead. We are into the latter parts of the game. We'll get you one more update before we get out of here. This is The Horn. Speaking of good-looking women, this is one of them, and also very talented. J-Lo to finish it off. Back
From
with
the Bronx.
Back with Ben Affleck.
Yo, this video had Ben in it. And he's like slapping her booty on the yacht
Really?
and stuff. Yeah.
Dude, there are two guys. Think about this. Two guys in our lifetime that have managed to go in this weird full circle thing and end up back with what I would consider an attractive woman. I know everybody would with J-Lo. Some don't with Mila Kunis. But think about Ashton Kutcher and Ben Affleck. They both just went on these weird paths and around. One of them ended up with Demi Moore for a while. Ben ends up with, I'm sure, all kinds of things, all kinds of people I can't even name, and then ends up back with J-Lo, and Kutcher ends up back with Mila. That's crazy.
Yo, Ashton Kutcher, he was real player with it. Like, he was with Demi Moore,
Right.
going to the kids' recitals, Bruce Willis kids, recitals and theater days and
Yes.
whatnot. And
Yes,
yeah,
he
he was
was.
really putting in that work.
Yes, he was.
I respect that.
Speaking of respect, what's the respect level for Jennifer Lopez as a musician for you?
She has some respect. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of respect. She got songs with Styles P and Jadakiss and Ja Rule and stuff.
She's got respect in the industry, you think?
Oh, big time
Yeah,
respect.
okay.
Now, I think she did Diddy wrong when they broke up.
No.
I mean, you should have known that getting with Diddy, life was going to get a little bit gangsta and there might be some shootouts and whatnot. You knew what you got into.
Wow.
Don't act shocked and leave when things get real.
There might be some shootouts.
And then she did A-Rod wrong.
I feel like she's marrying a sheriff in the Old West.
Yeah, I think she realized that A-Rod is never going to get to the Hall of Fame. And she said,
come
there's probably
on.
better out here for me. I'm going to take my talents elsewhere.
Dang. So she ends up with Affleck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He'll probably get into the movie Hall of Fame, or at least he has his own little
The movie Hall of Fame.
star in L.A., that Hollywood star. He probably has one.
Oh, well, come on. A lot of people have the Walk of Fame star. She's not interested in just that. Is she?
I don't know.
When she went,
She goes through them.
was she the one that was with Mark Anthony for a while too?
Yeah.
That was J-Lo,
Got
right?
kids with him? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they had kids together.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a whole nother level. All right. So we had J-Lo, little black star. I was able to identify the Talib Kweli. They did help me by saying Kweli in the song. Kool and the Gang, Metallica, Taylor Dane, and the Eagles all on the show today. All right. Stems and Seeds. Congrats to, brought to you by AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 255-8678. Congrats to Bijan Robinson. He is a finalist for the Doak Walker Award. No big shock there. Michigan's Blake Corum and Illinois' Chase Brown are the guys. Does Bijan get that win, or do you think Corum gets it because Michigan's a little better right now?
I think Bijan gets it. I mean, Corum has 247 carries to Bijan's 258, but Bijan has 1,580 yards where Corum only has 1,463. Now, he didn't play in that game against Ohio State, so I don't know if they'll take that into account, but yeah, I think Bijan did a little more for his team, which wasn't as good as Michigan.
By the way, we're in extra time here. It is 9 minutes of stoppage time. U.S. up 1-0, and they are trying to hang on. Remember, they got to have a win. If Iran gets a tying goal here, the U.S. will not advance into the knockout round. 1-0 right now. England wins it 3-0. They're definitely advancing. Senegal advanced earlier 2-1 over Ecuador, and the Netherlands is advancing. They beat Qatar, the host country, 2-0 earlier. And if you're just jumping in, we've got transfer portal declarations today. Can't happen until Monday to get into the transfer portal. But as of today, these Texas Longhorn football players say they're going into the transfer portal. Hudson Card, Troy O'Meary, Andre Karich, and you got guys, you got Prince Dorba, you got Derek Harris, you got Jameer Johnson, you got J.D. Coffey as well. I think I covered them all. Remember, it can't be official till Monday. And once they get in the portal on Monday, they could always come back out. They could be talked back out of it. But like Zay is saying, they can also kind of play the field in a way, see what other schools have, talk to others. You can't officially talk to other schools till you end up in the portal. So that can happen on Monday. All right, Ball Don't Lie coming up with Rod and Harge. We've got the Longhorn Weekly with Coach Beard, getting you ready for the Creighton game coming up at 7. Live from Pluckers campus location. Go check them out. Under the Lights for you high school football fans is tonight at 8. Just keep it right here on the Horn. See ya!
Welcome back to another edition of Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. USA, USA, USA. That's right. USA advances in the World Cup. Got a big win over Iran. We'll talk about that in Group B just a little bit later on in the show. We'll also talk about the Steelers beating the Colts on Monday Night Football. Cowboys actually have to play the Colts, so we'll get into that coming up a little bit later on. Jerry Jones has got something to say about Odell Beckham Jr. He was on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk about his comments. It is a Texans Tuesday, brought to you by good friends at Bud Light. So we'll talk about the Texans. Actually, big game for the Texans. Revenge game for the Texans. Deshaun Watson makes his first start, his debut of the season versus the Houston Texans. That's a lot of drama. We'll get into it in a Texans Tuesday next segment. We got your flex at 3:45. Oh, the transfer portal giveth, and it also taketh away. We'll talk about the transfer portal updates from the 40 Acres. Also, Sark audio from yesterday's press conference. All of that and more. Before we do, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, but a first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 Acres and chase his dream and the cheese. Pimping ain't easy, but for him, it's a breeze. He is Mike Hardball Hodge. What's going on, brother?
If NIL was in effect, your boy would have been at the University of Texas, and I wouldn't have chased the cheese except to Austin. But let me talk about my boy that sits across from me every single day. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's a former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study, but he's not a fan of white condiments, but he is a fan of you, the listeners. He is my man and yours, Rod Babels.
Let's not waste any time introducing the real MVP. He's one of the hardest working members of the ARN family. He's got a hustle spirit, period. We don't know what he's paid, but we do know that he's underpaid. Patrick Davis, how you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. That was a close one there.
Well, it's soccer.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, but it was, let's say, inches away.
Yes.
Inches away.
From us having
like-
a totally different opening, my brother,
Like
Rod
soccer.
Babels.
We don't have any blowouts, I feel like, in soccer. I don't know what the blowout is, number
but
of soccer.
what I mean
but-
is while we were talking, setting up, there was a ball that was like a foot away from going in the goal.
Okay.
And it got saved, so
Yeah.
real close.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to watch. I was getting ready for my job. Everybody was sitting there watching. I'm like, yeah, the show's about to start. So
I was like, what's
so
happening?
nobody
What's
get ready
happening?
for the show that's about to start. But it's all good. USA, USA. Big win over Iran in the World Cup. So Iran is eliminated and USA advances. I like how that sounds. So we'll talk about the World Cup, talk about USA a little bit later on in the show. We got to get my man Glenn Davis on the show. We'll probably do that coming up tomorrow and later on in the week. Get him on the show, talk about Team USA and who they got coming up. We'll also review that match coming up in the 5 o'clock. But let's get to it right now. You can be a part of the show because you're the most important part of the show. You're the heartbeat of this thing. 512-337-3776. That's the number to the Specs text line. You also can hit us up via Twitter. I'm in Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. My man Harge is at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse, and the real MVP, my man Patrick Davis at It's Patrick Davis in the Twitterverse. Last night, I don't know if you put your money where your mouth was, Harge, but that was an ugly Monday Night Football contest, or at least the headlines of it and the storylines from it were pretty ugly. Colts, Steelers, both of those teams, they don't have
Not
hopes.
having the best.
They don't have hopes for the playoffs. There's no postseason hopes at all. So they were just kind of battling it out for the bottom feeders of the NFL, if you will. But the Steelers found a way to win it, 24-17. First Pittsburgh road win of the season. Kenny Pickett. I mean, it was a modest performance, but not a terrible performance.
Right.
This is a guy who's turned things around, though, a little bit. I'm not saying the light is going off for Kenny Pickett, but it's flickering.
Well,
He had 9 turnovers in his first 5 games,
Yep.
but he had 0 in that game. But he's gone 3 straight games now without a turnover.
I think the speed of the game has kind of slowed down for him. You know how it goes, Rod. You played there. You know, as soon as you get there, these guys are a little bit faster. These dudes cut a little bit quicker. They're a little bit mature. They know how to use their body. So the speed of the game from where he was in what was that? The Big East that he was playing in. So gets to the NFL. You're not the starting quarterback at the very beginning of the year. So the speed of the game is a little bit different. Now you start getting the play calling that you need. Everything kind of slows down for you. He's still not at that elite level.
No,
He probably won't be there. But what he did
He's
do
managing
is
the game.
He's doing
He's a
what he
game
needs to,
manager.
and he's taking what the defense is giving him. He ran the ball a little bit. By the way, that was one of my plays. He had to get over 21 yards. Did that. So I got that. But you start looking at how the game starts to slow down for him, and they're putting him in the right position. They look good yesterday, but they were playing the Colts, which the Dallas Cowboys. I know we'll talk about that here in later on. But you start looking at this team and saying, okay, Mike Tomlin, we all know what he is. He's never been below 500, and he was 19-3 coming off of Monday Night Football. So you probably should have known that. I didn't know that, so I went the other way with the two. But I did get my prop bets in, so I was good with that.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers this year, obviously, I mean, they got no hopes for the playoffs. I think Mike Tomlin's still a hell of a coach. And we know the Steelers, they are just one of the most stable franchises in the NFL. So there are really no talks about Mike Tomlin's job security or anything like that. Colts have already moved on, of course, from Frank Reich. And that kind of brings us to discussion about Jeff Saturday. And his coaching decisions late down the stretch. Even though it was an ugly game, UGLY, it was ugly. From a lot of perspectives, it's still one-score game, down 24-17 with all of their timeouts on the Colts' final drive. You know, they got a chance to tie the game or even win the game potentially. And I could not believe it, but Jeff Saturday, the inaction of Jeff Saturday down the stretch was mind-blowing. So basically the Colts were down 24-17, had all their timeouts. And coming off the 2-minute warning, they converted that 4th and 3. Right? Remember that? That was a big 4th and 3. Converted 4th and 3, kept it alive, kept your dreams alive. No timeout after that. Peculiar.
Very.
All right? Very strange. Ensuing play, Matt Ryan actually fumbles. All right, and it ends up on a kind of a 7-yard sack, but the Colts recovered the fumble. But it's still, they lost some ground there, but they still recovered the fumble. No timeout. Still no timeout.
Clock management, huh?
Man. 14-yard scramble up the middle by Matt Ryan with
Dak Prescott
with 59 seconds left. So you still got time. You got time left. And he was 3 yards shy, I believe, of the first down, but no timeout at all. Still no timeout. So with 25 seconds left, when Ryan scrambled to when they handed off the 3rd and 3, which was to Jonathan Taylor, which was right up the middle, it was stuffed. They lost 25 seconds. Yeah. And that's when he called his first timeout.
Yep.
Was not the second half.
Was not.
You're talking about 4 he's got 3.
Yep.
And I got 1 left over, and he's saving that 1. No. He had multiple opportunities to call a timeout, save his team some time, and give them more hope so that they could potentially, on a game-winning or at least game-tying scoring drive, go down there and get some points on the board. And I don't know why he froze up. He says, I'll give you his quote right here, just so I'll make sure that we're being fair to Jeff Saturday. He said, quote, "I just didn't think time was of the essence at the moment." I thought we had a good play. I felt like we would get to it. Obviously, we didn't do it great on the back half, but I felt good about the call before. I felt like we'd have time.
Yeah.
We would have had timeouts afterwards. We were in striking distance, so I never felt like the pressure of needing the timeout.
Well, here's where I have 2 problems with this.
That's crazy.
Number 1, don't forget, he played with Peyton Manning, the field general. He would have called a timeout.
Wow.
Jeff Saturday wouldn't have even had to think about that. He would have called a timeout. And number 2, Matt Ryan has been in the NFL long enough to understand you ask for forgiveness later. You call the timeout and you walk over there to speak to him and say, look, man, I've been in a Super Bowl with Tom Brady on the other side. I don't see Kenny Pickett as Tom Brady on the other side. We're going to put ourselves in position to win this game. I need to take it upon myself to call timeout. And to your point, I heard him say, man, if I had to do all over again, we were in a bad place. I probably should have called a timeout. What you mean you probably should have called timeout? Everybody in the stadium was screaming timeout. How many times have you been watching the game at home, Rod, and you're sitting there going, why aren't we using a timeout? We got 3 of them. Why aren't we using a timeout? We got 2 of them. Why aren't we using a timeout? that is something that not only do you as a coach, head coach, you need to go through that in your preparations. If I'm not mistaken, I think all of them look at it and say, if we're in this, we need to do that. And that is the same thing with Matt Ryan. So both those two need blame in that because Matt Ryan is not a rookie quarterback. He's been around for a long time, and he's trying to keep that position, by the way. So you are in a position where you could go over there and call a timeout and ask for forgiveness later.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I 100% agree. I don't know why Matt Ryan didn't do it either. It was pretty obvious to even the most novice football fan. Okay, this is you got to call a timeout here.
Right.
Either to kind of recalibrate and come up with make sure you got your best plays for that particular situation circumstance, but also because time is of the essence.
Right.
I didn't get it. So Jeff Saturday that situation right there. Probably one of the most glaring examples of why he may be in over his head to be an NFL head coach.
Right.
Not saying he ain't got good football knowledge. We know that.
Right. We all know that. He's a center.
I don't. That's why you. And I wonder how many coaches on his staff at the time. You think anybody went up to him and said, "Hey, coach, I think you should call a timeout here." Anybody? Anybody?
That's
You
my
think anybody
point.
did?
Everybody should have been running
I know, but
over
you
there.
think anybody felt like they had that kind of pull?
Obviously not, because they ain't calling.
I mean, but doesn't that make it seem like they're not running 2-minute drills in practice? Like they don't expect to be in games in 2-minute drills?
Right. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
right about that.
It seems
Matt
like if
Ryan
they're
should
running,
have done it.
well, yeah, and if they're running a 2-minute drill, they should be like, oh no, this is how we run it, and it takes 2 minutes, not 35 seconds, which is what we're doing if we let the clock run.
That's crazy, man. That's you talking about one of the most fundamental, basic, kind of your responsibilities as a head coach, which is to manage, just manage the game. He's not calling plays, so he is just managing the game from that standpoint, which means clock management is like top 3 of those.
That's his most
priorities
important.
when you're you have that responsibility, and he just lost track of it.
And when you get the ball, when you get the ball back,
that's crazy.
Hey guys, this is what we got. Okay, so if we get to this, we need to do this. We need to. Everybody standing on the sideline. The offense is with you.
That was wild.
On the sideline. That's one of my pet peeves as a coach is when we walk out there, we don't, number one, have that many, right? We, number one, don't have that many timeouts. So you're already managing that. But it takes us, we have to call a timeout most of the time because y'all are all standing on the sideline, then you come back and you're like, we're not ready.
Crazy.
How is that possible?
Yeah. No, it is.
I've seen it way too many times that it just drives me nuts because it's not like you got people playing both ways where you got to wait for them to come back over there. You got to have your game plan together, man.
Yeah. I can't believe that happened to Jeff Saturday. I thought something would expose his inexperience as a head coach. I didn't think it'd be something as simple as the 2-minute drill.
Right.
That's
it.
Well,
he's a center.
He's a center.
So centers know, hey man, I got to rush up, get the ball.
Right.
Clock management.
And it wasn't one play because he would go, hey man, he took the sack, and you just in your head were freaking out about what to do, so you didn't call the timeout. If it's that, then you go, yeah, that's inexperience. But we get like, hey, you just missed it on one play. You missed it on like 3 or 4 straight plays.
You missed multiple opportunities.
Yes.
Like it kept happening where you just think maybe in his head he was like, when's Peyton calling this timeout? Oh, Peyton's not here.
Wait, no, Peyton Manning to do it. No, I don't know. That's unfortunate for Jeff Saturday. He should have. I thought your assistant head coach. That's why I thought the assistant head coaches are for.
Right.
Like almost when maybe you can't see the forest for the trees. You thinking about way too much. Like coach, call timeout. You got 3 of them. We can waste one now, just to stop the clock and then figure out where we are situationally and where we need to go.
That's why I'm mad at Matt Ryan. Because you've been there, bro.
You're a former MVP.
You're an MVP.
Yeah.
Ask for forgiveness later.
Yeah, be like, hey, coach, now we good. We've seen Russell Wilson screw this up this year. And we're like, Russell, who cares about Nathaniel Hackett? He's your first year coach. You need to be controlling the game.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That's unfortunate. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, it made Indy look even worse than they've already looked as a franchise. And Jeff Saturday, I don't think he'll just be able to, coach and steer the ship for the end of this year. I don't think there's any way at all Jeff Saturday ends up coming back or they take a chance on him as head coach in the future.
They should not.
No way.
And what's weird is I wonder how much this hurts because we know like Frank Reich lost the locker room. Clearly, at some point, something had happened because this Colts team is still somewhat playing better than they were under Frank Reich because they were awful under Frank Reich.
They were awful.
Yes.
And so you go, well, they lost all agreement. I think Jeff Saturday got it back. But when you have something like this, how much does the team go, all right, well, no, we suck again. Like, I thought we were trusting this man as a leader, and he's sitting on the sideline costing us a game, costing us a chance.
And you know guys on the sideline saying, why isn't he calling timeout? I bet if there's NFL films footage, I guarantee that guys on the bench saying, he should call timeout.
Right.
Wait,
Hey, we
why
run.
call timeout? Why wait call timeout?
Hey, Cox still running?
Yeah,
Cox running?
exactly.
Cox running?
I guarantee there's footage out there. They won't put it out there, but I guarantee they got the film and audio of guys saying that. So, yeah, unfortunate, but that's why the Colts lose 24-17 to the Steelers. And the Steelers, I would say this about the Steelers, they got a nice little random complement of skill guys.
Yes.
I like George
Yes.
Pickens. George Pickens is nice. He didn't have much production in that game, but 35-yarder was a
that
nice
one on the
game.
sideline. And he had a big-time catch earlier this year, too. Remember, he caught that ball behind his head.
Yeah, he's a freak, man.
Yeah.
They got one in him. But you know what, the Steelers, I always tell people, that if I was a GM in the NFL, I'll approach the wide receiver position like the Steelers do.
Yeah.
They just keep drafting them in middle rounds. They never draft them too late.
Right.
And they never draft them too early.
Right.
They draft them right there in the middle, second to fourth round.
They find them.
The Steelers going to draft the wide receiver, I guarantee. I damn near every year from second to the fourth round. They're going to draft one. And that's why they always end up with pretty good ones.
I love it.
They always end up with pretty good ones. And that's why they're not going to overpay for a wide receiver. They never do. They never overpay for guys.
They'll let you walk.
They'll let you walk.
They'll let you
They let
walk.
all of them walk.
Yep.
They'll let Antonio Brown walk.
Yep.
They'll let all. What's the Super Bowl MVP? Santonio Holmes?
Santonio Holmes.
Get out of here, gun. We good. Like, they'll let any receiver walk because they keep drafting them. They're like, no, we got another guy. Deontay Johnson's a pretty good one,
He's
too.
a good one, too.
That's their mentality.
But they're going to let him go, too.
They're going to
They're gonna let
they
him
drafted
go.
another one after
That's
that.
right.
Hell, the Cowboys got one. James Washington. They got him like the second or third
Exactly.
round. We'll let him go. We'll find another
Keep
one.
it moving, dog.
I love that because I think the wide receiver is the deepest position in football at any level, and I love that
You've been saying that for all year.
They just keep. Hey, man, just keep bringing them in. We'll just keep drafting them. But they got Najee Harris, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, Anthony McFarland, Benny Snell, Jalen Warren.
These were guys that McFarland, they just literally pulled up yesterday before the game.
Yeah.
They brought him up literally right before. That rule that you were talking about, how the practice squad, you're active. Oh, okay, cool. I'm ready to go.
Oh, what?
Yeah, all right. Now I'm going to get some run and make some plays. And I'm a big fan. I've been a big fan of Benny Snell. That was his first carry of the year.
That's crazy, actually.
He had literally been hurt the entire year. That was the first game that he came back, and he was their leading rusher.
Yeah, that's
for
pretty wild.
carries.
Yeah,
for
that's
carries.
pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That actually, I couldn't believe that. That's pretty wild. Okay, also, I want to throw this out there, too, since we're talking about this matchup with the Steelers and the Colts. The Colts have not really. Who do you think is going to be the next head coach of the Colts?
Right.
That's kind of what who did? Because Sean Payton didn't list them at all. The problem is they're not as attractive because nobody knows who the quarterback is going to be.
Correct.
I guess you get to pick your quarterback, though, whoever the next head coach is going to be.
But
Well, because they'll have a higher draft.
Okay,
yeah, because they'll have a higher draft pick. I don't know what their draft.
Do you? Because we've seen Jim Irsay kind of meddling in a lot of stuff
That's
lately
a great
too.
point. That's fair.
So you may want to sit back and go, "Hey, man, that's Jim Irsay's team, and he's picking the quarterback because he picked 3 for."
He wanted Sam Ehlinger.
He wanted Carson
Sam
Wentz.
to play.
He signed Nick Foles. He made Sam Ehlinger stay on the roster when he might have gotten cut.
That's fair, man. You don't want someone got looking over your shoulder while you're trying to make decisions.
Well,
so maybe that's why they're not an attractive job.
Yeah, I mean, when anybody who has an owner that hands-on, coaches may step back, especially when you're like, man, look at. They were already mad because it's like, man, we had Carson Wentz, we were doing okay. He loses one big game for us, and you're like, you're done. All right, we're going to go out and we're going to trade for Matt Ryan. All right, well, Matt Ryan's not working. We're getting rid of you now.
Yeah, and now they probably looking back in retrospect, probably should have kept Carson Wentz and gave him another
shot.
chance. But maybe I think he lost the locker room too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Which
I don't know if he ever had the locker room.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Commander Wentz.
Yeah, Commander Wentz. Who he cannot. Commander Wentz can't catch a break.
No, he can't.
Every time Commander Wentz gets a starting job, is always another guy behind him, another alpha male right behind him who's more alpha than he is. It was Jalen Hurts with the Eagles. Hell, I'm talking about Nick Foles.
Nick Foles
It was
first.
Nick Foles first. It was Big Blank Nick.
Yes.
All right? That'll make anybody insecure. It was Big Blank Nick out there. Super Bowl MVP. Hey. You walk in the shower, you're like, man, I'm the starting quarterback around here. Oh, I am.
Yeah.
And then
I'm the punter. punter.
And then Jalen Hurts comes in, who's a natural leader. He just has it in his DNA.
Yep.
And he goes, he obviously goes to the Colts. He hung out there and didn't work out. But then,
he lost the locker room when he lost to the Jaguars.
It was the Jags.
He lost
because they had a chance to make the playoffs.
That's right.
If they won, they'd make the playoffs, and he didn't. So he really didn't have anybody behind him there. I guess that threatened him really.
Right.
But in Washington, same thing. Taylor Heineke got juice. And Taylor Heineke won the locker room. He didn't. It's just weird.
I will say he caught a break when his backup outplayed him and they gave him a 4-year, $100 million extension.
Yeah.
He caught that break. That $100 million extension, always a nice break to catch.
You're right about that. No, I'm not mad at it. Listen, I'm not saying that the man's not blessed, but I'm just saying one of the downfalls of his career has been when he wins the locker room, it's always a contested election.
It is. It is.
He's never just
Stop
won
the
it.
vote. Stop the vote. That's what he's saying right now.
Every time
Stop the vote.
Yeah, it just never happens like that. All right, we'll talk more of the NFL. As a matter of fact, coming up in the top of the 5, we'll get to some Cowboys because the Cowboys' next opponent are the Colts.
Yep.
They're gonna bludgeon the Colts. They're gonna beat them bad.
Well, we hope so. Don't play down to your competition. That's one of the things too. You have to put your foot on the accelerator because this is go time. This is the time where the Cowboys start to let people know because you just watched the Philadelphia Eagles and what they did this past weekend, and that is what you are chasing. That's true. Who you are chasing. No let up at all. So they can't go out there and underestimate their opponent because it's a short week for them. It's a short week for the Colts, that is, and they're going to be playing. But that's a Sunday night game.
That's what I think. I think it's a short week for them, longer week for the Cowboys. They got more time to prepare for a team that is ill-equipped and ill-prepared.
They're going to call a lot of timeouts during the next game.
A rookie head coach with a quarterback position that's playing at a subpar level. I just think the Cowboys.
I think they should be flexed. I think the Cowboys should be flexed out. Yeah.
And you love the Cowboys.
I do. That's my team, and I'll be able to watch
this
it.
Week. Yeah, good games this week.
Very good games.
I think you got is it Chiefs and the Bengals?
I think it's Chiefs and Bengals, and then the Titans have a big game. I think
isn't this Dolphins 49ers?
And the Dolphins 49ers.
That's the game, man.
That's the game, man.
Yeah.
You're right about that. Ooh, I got to make sure I go somewhere to watch that game. Is that game? We going to have access to that? That's not even a prime time. That's not a national.
You know that's going to be a national game.
One?
You know it will be.
They got to make that national. That's sexy.
Yeah. Woof.
All
eyes.
The Dolphins have 2 receivers that are top 6 or 7, I think, in receiving.
Titans, Eagles also at 12 noon.
That's pretty good.
That's a real good game.
Yeah,
Dolphins and 49ers. I I think that might be
because the 3 o'clock game
of the week.
Is that the national game?
It's on
yeah,
Fox.
I mean, Seahawks, Rams are at 3.
No.
And Chargers, Raiders are at 3.
Yep.
So
that's Fox. But
so
that's
they have to put it on. Like those other 2 games are garbage.
Yeah, you got to. They definitely flexing that.
They got Fox. Fox will probably be the Dolphins and the 49ers.
Oh no, Chiefs Bengals is,
and
but
the
that's
Chiefs
CBS.
Bengals will be on CBS.
Yeah, I know that's one they want because the quarterbacks.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, you got Burrow and
that
Mahomes,
is sexy.
and then you got the rematch of the playoff game from a couple years ago. So that definitely up there. All right, USA.
That's
USA. USA advances in the World Cup over Iran. That was a 1-0 victory. They're going to face, I believe, the Netherlands. I believe that's
that's who they play Saturday morning, 8 a.m. Central Time.
They advanced, and we'll bring on our man Glenn Davis.
Yes, no
to
doubt.
help us break it down. We'll do that either tomorrow or later on in the week when he's got some time. He's obviously really busy during the World Cup time, but he is our soccer aficionado and expert because of Soccer Matters, which you heard yesterday.
That's right.
Right before Ensign Sirius, right here on 104.9 The Horn. So we'll get that done tomorrow and preview the next matchup. But later on, we'll talk about Team USA's big win over Iran in the World Cup coming up in the 5 o'clock. Also, we'll get back to Cowboys discussion at 5 o'clock. Get to Jerry Jones's comments about Odell Beckham Jr.
Come on with
it. If Jerry Jones is on board, then I don't know who's going to dispute it.
Right.
So if Jerry Jones wants Odell Beckham Jr., it's only based on some other team that might outbid the Cowboys or maybe a more attractive destination, if you will, for Odell Beckham Jr. But right now, Cowboys are definitely one of the front runners to attract and to sign Odell Beckham Jr. out of free agency. So we'll get to that conversation coming up in the top of the 5 o'clock. All right, let's get to our Texans Tuesday because big week for the Texans.
Ooh.
Nobody really cares about the Texans
Until
but
now.
me. But Deshaun Watson, this is a really big week actually in
It
the
is.
NFL.
It is.
Really big. Nobody cares about this game, but this is actually a really compelling headline that Deshaun Watson making his debut. It's already been stated he's going to start. There
Yeah,
ain't
there was
no
no
Jacoby
if-
Brissett.
yeah.
No. He's starting this game versus the Texans just as the NFL wanted. That's why they made his suspension. They almost lined it up perfectly where he'd be all the suspension when he faces the Texans. And you know the Texans would like some revenge. Texans fans would like some revenge.
And you believe that they're only a 7-point dog in this game?
That's because they know revenge is powerful, baby.
Exactly.
All right. Hey, that's Tupac said. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is
It's
the
like
sweetest
the
joy
joy.
next to getting.
Okay, we
You
about to do
finish
this.
that up yourself.
Yeah, figure
Show
it out,
your rights.
guys.
All right. We'll come back.
Clarence Carter.
We'll get into the Texas Tuesday brought to you by Bud Light on this side. Right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers. By now, everyone knows that my favorite tequila is Hot Cat Tequila. With the holiday season upon us, you can bring in the holidays by breaking out the Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave, nectar, and tequila. You can turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of your holiday party and turn up your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you make Hot Cat a part of your holiday season, you'll understand the reason it's my favorite new tequila. Hot Cat Tequila also makes a great holiday gift for all the tequila lovers in your life. Also, Hot Cat Tequila is best served chilled for a quick round of shots or to sip on the rocks, so make it a Hot Cat holiday season. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't go back to that old cinnamon whiskey or that cheap tequila. So this holiday season, bring home Hot Cat for the holidays. Visit cattequila.com, that's cattequila.com, to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Turn up and toast this holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a Top of the Charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. And I like that. I mean, Patrick always keeps it very eclectic. I learned something new on Top of the Charts Tuesday, so I appreciate his efforts. You can always be a part of the show. Please do hit us up. Specs text line is the best way to do it, 512-337-3776. You also can hit us up via Twitter. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. My man Harge at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse, and Patrick Davis at It's Patrick Davis in the Twitterverse. Texans Tuesday brought to you by our good friends at Bud Light, and of course, Bud Light, the official or unofficial beer sponsor for Rod B's activities, but the official domestic beer sponsor of the University of Texas. Texas Exes, lifetime Longhorns like myself, and the Red River Showdown. All right, let's talk about the Houston Texans because their big matchup this weekend with the Cleveland Browns. They will have to face their old quarterback, Deshaun Watson. He is done with his suspension. He's been practicing with the team actually already.
3 weeks now.
Yeah, so he already has been practicing with the team. So no surprise that the Browns did announce that he's going to start versus the Houston Texans. It's been nearly 700 days since this dude played
700
in an NFL regular season game. And we saw a little bit of him in the preseason. But he looked really rusty. And you can't help but be rusty, Harge, if you haven't played football in that long, especially at the quarterback position. Is one of those positions in sports where you cannot really replicate any of your real game time scenarios and situations. You can try to practice certain aspects of it, but you can't replicate somebody actually trying to do you harm in an NFL game, which those guys are trying to do when they're rushing you. In practice, everybody knows you don't touch the quarterback. Quarterback knows it too.
Special jersey.
You're a quarterback, so you already know it. And whether you try to, force that out of your mind or kind of disassociate, everybody understands you don't touch the quarterback, so you're safe in practice. So basically, he's been safe as an NFL quarterback for a while. We'll see how he performs when he's in harm's way when he plays the Houston Texans.
Well, yeah, and then news came out today that Tony Busby, the lawyer of 10 of Deshaun Watson's accusers, they plan to attend the game on Sunday in H-Town. Now, my question to—
Not surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm not at all. But when you sit there, you got to understand, unless they have field passes, he won't ever see them.
No.
You won't ever notice them. He won't even know that they're there. Yeah. I mean, I think that the headlines is just because of that. They wanted to talk about it, let people know that they're going to be there. But to your point, as he's been sitting on the sideline, working out on the backfields, because remember, when he was with the Houston Texans, he didn't even participate with the team in the practices. He was having his own practices, almost like Jimmy G.
He was.
Because he wasn't supposed to be there either. No. He was trying to get out of Houston, and they were trying to get him out of there as well. But for me, you said it. You haven't played in almost 2 years, man. 700 days will be to the number when you take the field on Sunday. I don't expect a lot from him. I expect to see the run game heavily used in that. But to your point of what you said about the Houston Texans, revenge.
It's a powerful
It's
thing.
a powerful mindset.
Yeah.
7 points is the difference in there. And yes, we can all say, well, that's an NFL game. That's a huge number. But you know as well as I do, that ain't really a huge number when you're looking at an NFL game with all these guys that are getting paid to play too.
No, but and the Texans have been able to get teams to the fourth quarter,
yes,
all right,
yes.
within one score, make it competitive. Usually they'll pull away from the Texans because the Texans don't have any depth, and the front office is trying to lose games. The big concern in this game is the rush defense of the Texans. The Browns can run the football. It's probably and now, of course, even with Deshaun Watson, adds another running element, just like Jacoby Brissett. So he's a better dual threat quarterback, and the Texans are the worst rushing defense in the league.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Statistically, that's the worst rush defense in the league. So guys like Nick Chubb can have their way with the Texans. That's the big concern for the Texans. But also, Deshaun Watson, of course, he's motivated too.
Yeah.
There's another motive.
That's his revenge.
The revenge factor is on both sides. Texans want revenge because they want to show their old quarterback, Deshaun Watson, that they're in a better place, which we all know they're not. They're a one-win team, but Deshaun Watson wants to show them that he moved on to greener pastures and that what they're missing. essentially. They're missing the franchise quarterback that he used to be for them. That's so I don't know.
Because that's why they're in this predicament now where they don't have any leadership. They don't have the playmakers. They don't have all that stuff. They're still playing hard for that. They got the number one overall pick.
Now, but the good news is because you get some of Cleveland's picks for this trade. If you can beat them, you make their pick worse. And you still a number one pick because everyone's got at least 3 wins now. And you knock them down a peg. So you have a reason in Texas to win this game.
You do.
Because you actually own their picks.
Man, that's so crazy when you think about how it all breaks down.
And what's funny is I think for a lot of these players on the Texans, this isn't really a revenge game because most of these guys are new. There's not a ton of players that are still on this team
franchise
from 3 years ago. But for Deshaun Watson, it definitely is a thing where he wants to come back and prove that he's worth those picks and prove that the Texans should have taken better care of him and prove all the things that he's trying to prove. So for him, I think he's going to come out, and you may even see him a couple of times back. Can we check down? Like, can we audible in the pass play? I know you want to run. Can we audible? I just want to throw the ball a couple times.
No, you're not allowed.
No, I actually disagree. I think the Browns they want him to get his revenge.
Yeah.
I think the Browns. I think they're going to go. I think the play calling is actually going to be in the philosophy or at least the mentality of revenge for Deshaun Watson. They want him to hit some big plays because the best PR campaign for Deshaun Watson is balling.
Just go out there and ball out.
The best PR campaign to make all of the negative narrative and the negative headlines disappear, and for everybody to forget about the protests and forget about. I'm not saying I agree with this, by the way. Forget about those women who were victimized or allegedly victimized. Would be for him just to start balling out of control, and everybody that narrative it just takes a back seat to Deshaun Watson. Man, he's better than we thought. He's worth all those picks. They got a franchise quarterback at the Browns now. That's what they got. I think that's what they're trying to go out there and present. And if you don't like what people are saying, change the narrative, right? If you don't like what people are saying, change the conversation. I think they're going to be trying to change the conversation in this game.
No doubt.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Deshaun Watson's back enough to do that.
Exactly.
But
I don't know. But I think they want him to be.
Yeah. He throws 2 picks in this game. All of a sudden, that conversation's really different.
Well, then that case just run the ball.
Yeah,
exactly. You do what Sark did in the Baylor game and decide, you know what? We're just going to run the damn ball. We're going to put some Bijan on or put some Dameon Pierce on it, whatever it is.
So back to your point, it said that this is from Kevin Stefanski. He said he's been doing a nice job getting the defense ready with the scout team reps that he has gotten. I think he's done a nice job with his time away physically, staying sharp and mentally sharp, and staying sharp and mentally staying sharp. So I think he'll be ready to roll. Don't forget, in case everyone forgot, when he came to the Cleveland Browns, he signed a massive 5-year, fully guaranteed $230 million contract. And the last game he played was January 3rd, 2020. Wow.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
And think about how rusty Quinn, he's not a Quinn Ewers, but trust me as a guy who got injured in multiple seasons in the NFL. And it is debilitating to someone trying to cultivate their skill set year to year. You just have so much regression. I know he's working out on his own, doing something on his own.
But the speed of the game is not that, man.
You can't replicate game time reps at all. So there's going to be some rust there, and we'll see the Texans can take advantage of that rust. They put some pressure on him, forced him into making some mistakes. He looked rusty in the preseason.
Well, not only that, think about the rust that he may have, too, from running, getting out of the pocket. You're not used to that speed, because that was what he used. He used his legs. He was avoiding a lot of it.
Yeah.
So you try to come out there and run, man, you might pop something trying to get away from there because your practice speed, to your point, Rod, as being a quarterback, not being able to get hit, not being able to be touched, now you're going to try to go out there and get away from guys that are trying to rip your head off.
Come on now.
That's an explosion. I mean, you got to try to get out of there.
No, I can't wait to watch it. Man, the NFL's got some great, compelling.
About time,
right?
Just
some really dramatic headlines coming up in these games this weekend. And as a Texans fan, I don't think there's any more dramatic headline than Deshaun Watson making his debut for the season in 2 years.
Yes.
Last time Deshaun Watson played football in the NFL, he was considered a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it.
There was no doubt about it.
That's why he got 230 million reasons.
Exactly. Fully guaranteed
Fully
contract.
guaranteed
The only
money,
fully
bro.
guaranteed. Matter of fact, the NFL Players Association now, I believe they filed a grievance with the NFL because they believe the NFL, at least the grievance is about collusion, a possible collusion by NFL owners, because usually we've seen, right, there be precedent set in the NFL as it relates to quarterback contracts.
Yep.
This guy signs a fully guaranteed deal, or this guy signs one deal, usually based the current deal or the present deal based on the most previous deal.
Correct.
Or whatever the prior deal was for quarterbacks or top-notch quarterbacks. In this case, the NFL decided the Deshaun Watson deal did not exist.
Exactly.
It didn't
it's
happen.
like we didn't nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. And Kyler Murray is probably more to blame than anybody because he signed, I believe, the next big quarterback deal after the Watson deal.
Yep.
And he did not get a fully guaranteed deal. And now Lamar Jackson, I believe, wants that fully guaranteed deal. He wants to, now Lamar Jackson wants to act like the Kyler Murray contract never happened. And he wants to base his contract status on the precedent set by Watson, not Murray. But the NFL, they want to act like the Watson deal never happened.
Right.
And let's just move on with this Murray deal, and that's where you start. So it is fascinating behind the scenes what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do, when we said it at the time, we're like, if you don't get an agent like that, you're missing the boat. But the NFL is like,
What?
I don't,
What?
Yeah.
What?
No, I don't understand what you're saying right now. I'm not looking at that right now. And so they're trying to change the narrative, as is everybody in the NFL. They're trying to figure out, okay, why is my quarterback not getting the money fully guaranteed like you've given everybody else? No, this is not how that works. This is where we are now. So don't act like y'all don't see what Deshaun Watson, who has spent a lot of time in trouble lately, but now you're not going to pay a guy that has been doing everything right by the NFL standards, so to speak, and now you're trying to figure out a way not to pay
you gave
me?
it to that guy, now give it to this
and you
one?
won't give it to this guy who seems to be the face?
No.
And,
MVP already?
And then you got teams like Cincinnati who's sitting on the side like, do not pay that man.
Exactly.
Do not pay that man.
Exactly.
Do not, you're right, because Joe Burrow will be smoking another cigar. He's
going to be smoking a lot of cigars.
He's going to tweet out a gift of him smoking that cigar right after Lamar Jackson gets that guaranteed deal. I don't know who's going to win here, guys. I don't know if the NFL is going to win or if the Players Association is going to win, because at one point, it seems to me that it's kind of the natural progression that at one point there's going to be quarterbacks getting guaranteed contracts. Not everybody, not all the positions, but for quarterback, guaranteed contract.
Because that's who you're trying to protect from the very beginning.
That's the most
That's
valuable
the face
member of the
of
team.
the football team.
Yeah, so
that's it.
I don't know. I don't know if Lamar. Maybe you know what? Joe Burrow might get it, but maybe not Lamar Jackson. Just because of the style of play, which also is going to be a hot topic. It's like, so you don't want to give it to this guy because he plays the quarterback position a different way,
right?
And it's like,
but he's still playing quarterback.
I agree. It's fascinating.
It is. It is
and that could come too when they do another CBA, if they build in
have to wait.
protections to the quarterback position that put him in a different salary cap space and all of those things they might have to end up doing for the quarterback position. But if they do that, the way the owners will get back is like, when we draft the quarterback, we have him for like 7 years.
Yeah,
you're right. They're gonna want that baseball ownership type status.
Yep. We want that, but when we draft the quarterback, we
Yeah.
have retained rights for a lot longer because we'll pay them if they're good for us for 7, but we're not paying them at 3 years and 4 years.
And you know what? And that's that was Dak's thing. Dak wanted a shorter contract. He wanted to go back to the market when he was younger. And the Cowboys wanted a longer deal because they want to retain. So you're definitely right. But that's
and
exactly
then
what
Kyler,
didn't pass.
2 years before, he's wanted one.
Yeah.
He wants an extension, jumps the line.
And I think they should. I think they should separate quarterback from the salary cap. I think they should make it like head coaches where you can pay them whatever you want to. It's based on the franchise, which some cheap franchises would hate because they don't have liquid money.
They don't have,
like if you got liquid capital, then you're like, if you're the Walmart guy, you're like, oh yeah, I would love this idea. If you're Jeff Bezos, you're like, great idea. But if you're not one of those owners, you're like, no.
Like the Raiders.
Like
the Raiders can't do
like
exactly.
the Bengals.
The Bengals,
yes, exactly. So that would also be something tough, but no. Anyway, all right, interesting conversation. We'll get back to it. Let's get to the flex on the other side. Then we got transfer portal updates coming at the top of the 4 o'clock. The transfer portal giveth and it taketh away, and this is the case for everybody. Speaking of compelling conversations, we'll get to that one at the top of the 4 o'clock, so stick around for it. Also, we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian from his Monday press conference. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Bud Light. As a matter of fact, last night I was enjoying some Monday Night Football, but also enjoying America's favorite beer, which is Bud Light. Enjoying America's favorite game and America's favorite beer, that's a championship tag team, folks. Football and Bud Light, two American institutions, if you will. Nothing better than that. So you can enjoy Bud Light for any occasion. It doesn't have to be a football occasion. Just make sure football festivities that much better. But it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I can enjoy the Bud Light as long as I'm doing it in a safe and responsible fashion. That's why it's the world's favorite light beer, because it fits any and every occasion. It's not only my favorite light beer, it's the world's favorite light beer. I think it's the favorite light beer of the University of Texas, too, because it's the official domestic beer sponsor of the University of Texas, Texas Exes, and lifetime Longhorns like myself, and also the Red River Showdown. So remember, folks, when you're enjoying your Bud Light now, you can enjoy it while you're also enjoying your burnt orange pride and displaying your burnt orange pride. They have commemorative burnt orange bottles to celebrate the domestic partnership between the University of Texas and Bud Light. You can get them at your local convenience store and your local grocery store. Bud Light, brewed deep in the heart of Texas since 1982. By Texans, for Texans, and proud of it. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. My man, Patrick, once again, he's killing it, as always, playing the jams. It's one of my favorite Beatles songs right here.
It's a solid song.
Huh?
It's a solid
It
song.
is. It's when we talked about perfect songs.
It's up there, yeah.
That's right
This
there.
is probably close to being a perfect song. Like, I don't know if there's anything else you could do to it to make it a better song,
Right.
but it's up there. One of my favorite jams. Patrick doing a great job on Top of the Charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. Also, you can hit us up on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. We will hit the transfer portal stories in
Yes,
depth
trust.
next segment. All right, we're going deep down the rabbit hole of the transfer portal. Next segment, we'll talk about all the players who have, or at least been reportedly, that are going to enter the transfer portal when it opens from Texas, and even some of the prospects Texas may be looking at in the transfer portal from other places. All right, let's talk about our flex real quick, and go to FLXATX.com. Go to FLXATX.com, but also go to FLXATX on all of your social media platforms. Okay, so basically this is what's going on. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to take you behind the curtain here. The flex team, all right, we're all flex team, which guys been working really hard on. The flex crew been working really hard. Remember, we asked you to give your input for the all flex team when asking about that later in the season, and hoping that you guys could send us videos, send us stats, because we just want to make sure that we recognize as many young student athletes as possible. And for those who are performing at a really high level, those were going to be the ones we recognize on our all flex team. And we were going to start revealing that yesterday. Well, the management here and those in charge of the flex have decided that we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence.
Yes.
And that we believe there possibly are some young student athletes out there that we did not research hard enough, and that we did not go in depth enough on, and that we want to go back to the drawing board. So our all flex team, which was going to be revealed this week, we're going to table that. All right. That's going to be on for, we'll give you a timetable on it. I don't want to start revealing dates right now.
Yep.
But essentially what's happening is we want to make sure we're as thorough as possible. Not that the guys weren't working hard. They're working really hard. But the all flex team, that encompasses a large area here in Central Texas. There are a lot of great student athletes out there. And we just want to make sure. And a lot of this is based on, you guys sending us emails,
100%.
you guys sending us information, sending us videos, which we appreciate, and we want to make sure that we go through as much of that data as possible when we are revealing and we are making our all flex team. So it really is more about us making sure that no stone is uncovered, making sure that we go through as much of the information and data as possible, and they're reaching out to as many sources as possible about who are the best football players in Central Texas. We know that you guys are passionate about it. We're passionate about it. We care about it. That's why we're going back to the drawing board to do our due diligence.
And I will say this,
All right,
and for a lot of people that always are going to have some discrepancies. We understand that. There was times when we played that we could sit there and say, well, I was better than that guy, or this was better. Here's the deal. Make sure you send the videos in, because what we have to go by is some of the things that we've had access to.
Yep.
Because we try to be at every game, but you know how hard it is for us to go. You can sit there and you're at all these games, or you're watching your school play. Send the videos in if you feel like there is somebody that you feel has been slighted in any kind of way. We all understand. No one's ever going to be perfect in this situation, but what we want to do is make sure that you understand the more that you give us to review, there is a way for us to be able to break it all down.
Yeah.
So it's not always, I know this kid from this school, his parents are cool. No, it's not about that. It's about make sure that you get the information to us and we can all review it. It's not a one-man team. It's a group effort. So make sure that you continue to help with the group. We want to do great things for high school students. I'm going to have a high school kid. I did have
Coach
a high school kid.
Coach Hart been coaching kids.
I've been coaching
for
kids
last
for
10
years.
or so.
Yeah. Some of those kids have been on this flex watch list and all. But I want to make sure, too, because it's not just going to be football as we move forward. We've already done volleyball. We're looking at basketball, and we're also looking at soccer. There's so many, and, of course, we will have baseball. So make sure that you get all the information to us so we can make sure we do our due diligence as well.
Yeah. So that's all it's about. So
no doubt.
We apologize for the miscommunication, but we want to make sure that we did as much due diligence with this topic as possible because we know you guys are passionate about it. We're passionate about it too. We got a great team with the Flex crew. They've been working really hard. Everybody knows Snoop has been dedicated to this for a long time. But he's got some great guys working with him. Zach Lucero, man, Derek Cohen with that group now. Nolan the Seed working over there with him. So we just want to make sure that we're making sure we respect all these student athletes. So we know a lot of you out there been reaching out, but please, if you have information, you got stats, you got video on really good players, send it to us. Go to flxatx.com, go to the contact page there, and then there is a place where you can not only send video, but you can also send notes to us and let us know exactly who you think should be on our All-Flex team. We'll give you a timeline coming up probably later on this week or next week on our All-Flex team, but just so you know, we're making sure we go back to the drawing board a little bit. To take care of business. All right, so make sure that the All Flex crew and the All Flex region here that they are all taken care of. And we know there's a lot of good players here, and we're going to make sure that we give them as much acknowledgement as possible. All right, we'll come back. We'll get into the transfer portal updates on the 40 Acres right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. And on this day in history, the transfer portal giveth, and it also taketh away. Oh, man. Every university, every football program, I should say, around the country has to deal with the transfer portal issues now, gentlemen. It's the real deal. All right? Shut your mouth.
You know it.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Patrick,
I'm just talking about Shaq.
Doing a great job on top of the charts Tuesday. But the big story today, transfer portal, gentlemen. It is, obviously, the international story. It's the World Cup. USA, USA, USA.
I like
with
it.
A big win over
like
Iran. But in our neck of the woods, a lot of people are talking about the transfer portal. And just in the last 8 hours or so, I don't even know if it's been that long. Maybe it's less. I believe now we're at 7 different Longhorns, reportedly, who are expected to enter the transfer portal when it officially opens. You guys let me know if I'm off, but I believe at this point we are at Troy O'Meary.
Yep.
DJ Harris.
Correct.
Prince Dorba is on this list as
Remember,
well.
I just asked about him the other day.
Now you did.
Yep.
Yeah, well, now you know.
Now I know.
You know. Andre Carrick.
Yep.
See, he was in the Big 12 package, the O-line package.
Yeah.
I thought they were doing something. He played. I mean, every game, you saw him get a lot of reps, important reps, too, even in the past game versus the Baylor Bears. But Andre Carrick also in this group. J.D. Coffey, the defensive back in this group. Jameer Johnson, also another DB. In the group expected to be in transfer portal. And probably the biggest name, but least surprising, QB Hudson Card.
Yeah.
So a total of 7 Longhorns. So we got a quarterback, Hudson Card, wide receiver, Troy O'Meary, offensive lineman, Andre Carrick, linebacker / edge rusher, Prince Dorba, DJ Harris, also a linebacker. Some people say he's kind of an edge guy, too. DBs, J.D. Coffey, and Jameer Johnson. All right, those are the 7 as of now.
As of right now.
There will be more.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, we talked about it before. I mean, 37 or 38 different players came in last year for Texas from freshman and sophomore, plus, 57 new faces at the university. Some transfer portal guys. I mean, it is what it is, and that's what we've been noticing throughout college football throughout the past year. As soon as that became available, that's what we expected to happen. You're going to find some attrition year in and year out as long as this is available, right? As long as people are able to leave and go wherever they want to, it's like free agency. You're basically here on a 1-year deal anyway. So they're making their moves and trying to figure out where can I go to play. But to your point, I think the biggest name out of all of them happens to be Hudson Card. And this is something that I want to give him a lot of credit for sticking around. He played a major role in some of the success that Texas had this past year, especially when the injury happened to Quinn Ewers, and he was able to play and be very efficient. That's why I was screaming for him. Give him an opportunity in some of these games we were losing, because you never know what the spark may be. I didn't say bench Quinn Ewers. I said give him that opportunity to provide a spark. Now he's going to go somewhere, and I hope for his sake, because he did do the right thing by sticking around, he has an opportunity to go somewhere and have success.
And I believe of all these players, he's probably the one Texas is going to miss the most.
Agreed.
Just because, I think if any lesson was learned from the 2022 Big 12 football season, it was you better have a backup.
Yes.
And they better be ready to go.
No doubt.
I always say that quarterback, it's weird that quarterback is the most important position in football, and yet, backup is basically the insurance policy behind that, and people don't prioritize as much as they should. I think in college they do it more than they do in the NFL, but everything important in our life, we have insurance on. Life, health, car, and I think same thing with the quarterback position. Make sure you got insurance on it. He was a great insurance policy. behind. I'm with you. I think you can even argue that Sark should have tapped into that insurance policy a little bit more than he did. But he was great. Gave you a chance to beat Bama.
Yep.
He was not the reason you lost at Tech. He did everything in his
power. Drove you down the field to get a field goal to win the game.
Everything in his power to help give you that win. Hudson Card was actually fantastic. And this is something we can actually document. We all believe it. Eye test and numbers prove it. He got better.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah. Hudson Card was a much better player. This was a guy at one point that people had written off All right, they had did Geno Smith say they wrote me off, but I didn't write back.
But I ain't right back.
That was Hudson Card.
Yeah,
I'd be wrote Hudson Card off, but he didn't write back. He just put his nose to the grindstone. He just decided, you know what, I'm going to work. It's time to get back to work. He worked. He got better. Last year, the narrative was, oh, he ain't got that dog in him.
Right.
He can't handle the big moments. He's not a natural leader. And this season, if you don't like what people are saying, change the conversation. That's exactly what he did. Nobody was saying that he had that dog in him
Not at
versus Bama. Because
a lot of people were giving him love.
On one damn leg, he gave you a chance to beat Bama. Nobody said that he was shook on the road in big games. Not the case with him. So I'll give Hudson Card a lot of credit. If you're a college football program like an SMU or hell, if Spencer Sanders leaves Oklahoma State, that'd be a nice spot for him too.
Yep.
If you're about to lose your starting quarterback, man, Hudson Card would be a hell of a soft landing spot for your QB position.
Yeah, and I mean, he's also in the leadership council, which was big this year to get this team kind of set in the right mindset where they didn't have that slide at the end of the season, where there was a couple games where last year that team gave up and basically got snowballed out of the rest of the season, right?
Yep.
So the fact they come back, win those last 2 games, have an 8-win season, he's part of that. He's part of that leadership doing that. He's part of those players-only meetings to rebound after those big losses. Yep. So that as well is a big piece you're losing here at Texas, and that another school is going to be very lucky to get.
Yeah.
I think he's earned the respect of his peers. I think he earned the respect of the Texas fans, to your point, Rod, where everyone was questioning him, trying to figure out if he was really that dude. He showed that he really is that dude, and he fought through it. He may not say a lot to us. He may not say a lot to the other media members that are out there, but he definitely had a place in that locker room. We saw Jay Witt. Jay Witt even said he is going to be successful wherever school that he goes to because I'm pulling for him as well. So those guys in the locker room, if they look at you that way, you've been in those locker rooms, I've been in locker rooms too, and you want the respect of your teammates more than any other group of people in this world. So if your boys in the locker room are in love and feel like you gave them love, they got your back.
Yeah, I remember, one of the things I pointed out before the season started was when all the players were posting videos and pictures from the locker room with Quinn Ewers, and I was like, well, the quarterback competition seems to be over for me.
Right.
Because, the players in the locker room, they make the choice. All right? It's an election, and they're the voters. And they're choosing Quinn Ewers because they're sending out videos of them rapping with Quinn Ewers, him rapping with the players, and the pictures of him hanging out with the players. And I said, I wanted to see more of Hudson Card in that role because it was a quarterback competition still at the time. But to me, it wasn't, because the signals that I was receiving from the locker room via social media were saying, nah, Quinn Ewers is our guy. I remember after, what game was it? It might have been after maybe the West Virginia game or something like that. Before the Oklahoma game.
Yeah.
And there was a video of Hudson Card posted. I forgot. I think I forget what receiver it was.
Yep.
And he's rapping a rap lyric.
I think it was Worthy, actually. I think it was Worthy.
Yeah, he's rapping
No, he was with Jahdae Barron.
It was Jahdae
That's
Barron.
who he was with.
Yeah,
he was with Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, you're right. And he's in the locker room, and they was, because I'm not cool enough to rap the rap lyric. I won't even try. All right. But it showed me that at that time, he was their guy.
Yes.
When you start those signals coming out, no, this is our guy. This
you
my
back
man.
in the group.
Yeah, you exactly,
you
right?
back in the clique.
We've already decided, no, we'll elect you as a leader. We'll follow you. Yeah, you got enough of that dog in you.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think that, to me, for Hudson Card to be able to assert himself now in that role, and people always question his leadership style and if he was vocal enough and all those things. I love that for him because that's growth. That's maturity. That's him taking advantage of the moment and taking advantage of the opportunity. And like I said, he didn't like what people are saying. I'm sure he didn't, but he changed the conversation. We're having a different conversation now about Hudson Card than we had a year ago this time. And it's all about him.
And the respect has been given throughout the Longhorn Nation. Everybody understood what it was about, man.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
I wish him nothing but the best. He's one of those kids that you saw it. He was a high talent when he was coming out of high school at Lake Travis. A lot of people were also talking about maybe he should just move to wide receiver. If he would have moved to wide receiver, we wouldn't have had him at quarterback.
Saying that,
You know what I'm saying? So he had this opportunity. So moving forward, I wish that kid nothing but the best, and I know that somebody's going to get a very high-level quarterback in their program here within the next couple weeks, probably.
All right, so we all know the other positions other than quarterback, and Texas is fine at quarterback, by the way.
Yeah. They got some numbers up in there.
They got some numbers at quarterback.
Yeah.
Arch Manning's coming in early, so they're fine at quarterback.
Still got Malik Murphy.
Still got
Malik Murphy. I said they're okay at quarterback. Even with Hudson Card leaving, they'll miss him, but they're stacked there. The other positions that are leaving, you got a wide receiver leaving in Troy Amir. You got an offensive lineman leaving Andre Carrick. You got 2 linebackers / edge guys in Prince Dorber and DJ Harris, and 2 DBs in J.D. Coffey and Jameer Johnson. And obviously keeping in mind they're also the seniors who are leaving, the guys who are there in senior night, and you probably believe that Rojo and Bijan are leaving too.
Yep.
Because Texas has to look at their roster now, and with the transfer portal and how it's linked now to NIL, you almost look at your roster like an NFL executive does or a GM does at this point.
It's funny.
Because your money now is linked to your roster, is linked to the transfer portal and your acquisitions. What do you prioritize in the transfer portal if you're Texas? What's your top priority? Looking at the totality of what's coming back, what you retain, or what you think you retain, I guess, these days, or what's leaving.
Secondary. I still look at the secondary. I look at the safety position. You just mentioned J.D. Coffey, another one of those guys that is leaving. Anthony Cook is another person that is going to be gone. That you're going to need to replace. And I know there's some other guys that are out there that believe that they're the next ones to step into that line, but there's nothing like having skins on the wall. So if you got a guy that's been playing at another university that is looking to come in and making an impact, that have had big numbers elsewhere, I think you should go there. I also think, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Jalen Ford. What is his plans going to be? By the way, I'm going to talk about.
But you're going to miss Demo.
That's what I was about to say. And Tuck.
So
that linebacker position is going to be another one of those positions of need. I think you got to find somebody that's going to play the outside corner. I think Terrence Brooks has done great.
I think that's why they gave him more reps down the stretch. They want him to be that guy.
Yeah. And obviously Ryan Watts. Funny thing is, Ryan Watts and Terrence Brooks come from the same high school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're both from the same high school.
You just had two same high school last year that started at the same time, Deshaun Jameson and Anthony Cook.
Yep.
DB High, baby.
DB High, baby.
Houston Lamar. You're right about that. But you got Jaron Thompson coming back.
Yep.
They like him.
Like him a lot. He grew a lot this year, too.
He do. And they started late, and I don't know where they're going to put him. They were using Mo Blackwell later on down the stretch.
They was moving him all over,
in that hybrid role, right? Sometimes he's playing safety. Sometimes they put him down at linebacker depth. So I think they like what they see from Mo Blackwell. You're going to see more of him because remember, they basically would use Tuck in that role.
Correct.
As a kind of a hybrid player last year when they would go to 40. It's not last year, last season.
Yeah.
This season, I should say.
Last week.
It feels like in my head I'm already in past tense. But this past season, they would use Tuck in that hybrid role and they would go 40 personnel with just 4 defensive backs on the field. But they thought he would match up well guarding tight ends and defending running backs out of the backfield. Now you got Mo Blackwell, who I think actually is going to be a more productive, more of an impact player in that role than Tuck could be. So you got that guy in that role too. They like Taft Daddy. I know people. If you look about Taft,
have they given him a scholarship yet?
They have not given Taft Daddy a scholarship. I don't know what they're waiting on. Michael Taft, Westlake product, shout out there. But Taft Daddy, man, they say he's earned his way on the field.
Yeah.
So they like him a lot. Even when Jaron Thompson went down this year and Anthony Cook went down, both of them went down at different times. They threw Taft Daddy in there.
And he held his own. They took the speed again. That's what we were talking about before. By the end of the season, he got comfortable with the speed of the game too.
Yeah.
Because at first you were like, oh my God, they're exposing him. They're going after him.
But then I went after him too.
Right. And then he figured it out and started making some plays. So yeah, I'm looking at that safety position as one of those of need. And, of course, the linebacker position.
I think safety and linebackers where they start. Texter here says, what about D-line? Yeah, you could go to the edges maybe, but Barron Sorrell's coming back for you, isn't he?
Yep.
Barron Sorrell's coming back.
Big timer.
And think about your interior D-line. Even though you're losing Coburn, you're probably going to lose Ojimo. Man, you're still deep. You still got Byron Murphy. T'Vondre Sweat, we're not sure about.
We don't know.
We're not sure, but I think he might be leaning coming back.
Heard Bobby Burton this morning on with B&E. He mentioned that he was believing from some of his conversations that he thought that T'Vondre Sweat would be somebody that's back.
I think so too. I think I think he might be leaning to coming back. Still had Alfred Collins, who had one of his best games of the year.
Yep.
In the last game versus Baylor, he balled out in that game. So you'd have Alfred Collins you could throw out there. Don't forget about Vernon Broughton. It's already been Broughton. He's still out there as a part of that group. So you're actually still. You may not be 5-6 deep on the interior D line like you were this year. But you'll be 4 deep, still deeper than 80% of the defensive interior D-lines in the country. And Barron Sorrell, this year, I mean, he had a bit of a coming out party.
Yeah.
If he can stay on that trajectory, you can expect him to be an impact player for you, too. So you probably got to find another defensive end. I don't know. What's a go-for? Is Gofu gone?
No.
That's why I got to go look at.
I think
it's hard to keep up with the COVID years. I apologize. COVID years
are the things that are tough. Yeah, those are the things where you're like, I got another year? You could be here for 7 years?
Spencer Sanders got another year.
I know.
You kept telling me that, and I was like, that's not real. Yes, he does. He does.
And then we had Sam Mays on and said, I can't believe he's going to be in college one more year. He's on that Jordan Shipley plan.
He's on that shit, that both skis.
that both skis
plan. But he can come back. If he doesn't come back, by the way, if I am Mike Gundy, I'm coming after Hudson Card.
Yeah.
Hard.
I know a lot of people think that
Card hard.
That's right.
I'm going after Card hard.
I know a lot of people keep thinking that Hudson Card might end up at Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin. Well, you know what? If I'm Hudson Card, I'd rather play for Lane Kiffin than most coaches, just because he's going to put you on that level.
Yeah, he's going to make you he basically is going to make you an NFL caliber prospect at least. I don't know if you're going to play, but he'll make you a prospect
because he now has just lost his other quarterback, got into the transfer portal as well. His backup quarterback entered the transfer portal. So there's a lot of movement. Man.
I like your chance says Utah for Card.
Well, I mean, Utah keeps taking all the Texas quarterbacks.
I
think Cam Rising has another year too, so why would I go there?
They got you Quentin Jackson running the rock.
Like
he had a over there.
He had a touchdown the other day.
Pulled the Rojo.
Yeah.
That switch. No, you're right about that. And, don't forget, SMU's always a spot.
Always.
They got into Buccelli. All right, and Garrett Gilbert found a great home there at SMU.
Do you think Sonny Dykes goes after him?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? But you got like your Chandler Morris.
But still, I'm with you. Well, hey, this year, Chandler Morris lost a job, and you had your best season since 2014. I wouldn't doubt it.
With an experienced quarterback.
Yeah, I would bring in Hudson Card. Like I said, the lesson you learned from 2022 in the Big 12 is you better have a backup. And if you don't, you're going to be SOL.
Yeah.
You got to have a backup that can go win you 2-3 games, or at least can help you win a game or keep you in a game. If you have a dramatic, precipitous drop-off, kind of how Oklahoma State actually.
Exactly.
They're probably the best example.
That is the perfect example. And one of them was Gundy's kid.
Exactly. And you got that kind of drop-off, you got no shot at all. Because chances are, I think every team in the Big 12 except for Iowa State had to play their backup.
Right. Wait. Yeah.
Did anybody else
West Virginia did have to play because JT Daniels was the quarterback?
Everybody except Hunter Deckers. He was the only one that made it through the whole season.
That's because he was built different. He was thick. Hunter Deckers was a thick
I believe
lefty.
that's the case because Max Duggan, that was early on when Chandler Morris went down.
Yep.
We know Texas. Oklahoma State, we know that. Oklahoma, of course, just played there with the backup.
Yeah, man.
West Virginia, you just said. We know for K-State, they went through their backups with Will Howard. Now he's the starter. It's just, man.
Yeah.
You better have it right. And TCU, they landed on the upside of a lot of those situations because they played backups at the right time, or they knocked out a starter and ended up playing the backup.
Absolutely.
So, hey, man, better have your backup ready to go. All right, that's some transfer portal update news. Anything we missed in the transfer portal discussion?
No. Half of Texas State is gone. Texas State Bobcats, they're pretty much every player is trying to get in the transfer portal. I ended up turning off my notifications. There was so many that was going out there. I was like, man, every day we got somebody getting in there. But going back to Texas players, a player that I was hoping was going to get a chance to play was J.D. Coffey. I liked him a lot, and coming up, if you go back and look at his tape coming out, everybody thought he was going to be one of those impactful players. And possibly thought he was going to get a chance because Anthony Cook, you didn't know what was to expect from him, and you definitely didn't know what Jaron Thompson was going to be. There were some plays that Jaron Thompson, everybody started questioning him the year before, and then he came back and improved. So he silenced a lot of those critics as well. So I think that's where JD was like, well, he ain't going nowhere. So I'm tired of running down here on special teams.
Yeah.
So you start making some of those
It's
changes.
a good point. It says a lot that you got 2 DBs leaving.
Yep.
I think because, trust me, I've been in those meeting rooms, in those locker rooms. Those 2 guys see the writing on the wall, which means, a young Terrence Brooks, what is he, a sophomore?
Yeah, freshman.
He
was a freshman.
All right. So, and he looks like he was getting more. I think he was getting more snaps down the stretch than Deshaun Jameson. Even after Deshaun Jameson's concussion protocol and injury, they were playing a lot of young Terrence Brooks down the stretch.
Yeah.
I think that will continue. We know Ryan Watts is coming back. I mean, there's no drop off there. He's going to continue to play close to an all-conference level and just get better. And, and Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron is your go-to corner if you can. Now, if you find a good nickel, then
you can move him
out to corner. But if you don't find a good nickel, he's your nickel, and then you're looking for another corner there.
But I think you have him with Ryan Watts and Terrence Brooks. Yeah.
So I think that's your 3, DBs, your 3 corners right there.
Yeah. And then the other player that I was, kind of sad, and we were waiting for quite some time to see him get on the field is our man Troy Amiri. I was really, really hoping that he got a chance to shine, and he just never could be healthy. I mean, and then you bring in different players, and things kind of get away from you. And you talked about this before. Some guys don't fit what Sark is looking for in certain players on the offensive side of the ball, especially at the wide receiver position. So maybe he just didn't fit it, and he couldn't get on the field. He just couldn't get on. So he's somebody that I hope can go somewhere and make a name for himself, because we saw glimpses a couple years ago, but we never got a chance to see him get on track on the field.
This is a guy that was reportedly getting starting reps as a true freshman. That's how phenomenal he was. That's how much upside you could see with him. And he had those back-to-back lower leg injuries. And I can tell you, as a guy that had multiple injuries, consecutive injuries, it just sets you back so much. When you're talking about cultivating a craft. And this is a guy, we don't know how he got his freakish skill set and traits, but it's obvious that he lost a lot of that explosion with those back-to-back, just atrophy.
Yeah.
Over time. I mean, just losing some of that muscle mass, losing some of that explosivity. So he may be a different type of player for the rest of his career. I talked to my man Bo Scaife about this. Bo Scaife first came to Texas. They were lining him out wide at tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a next level. He was like a JT Sanders when he first got to Texas. Then he had a knee injury in high school, multiple knee injuries here in Texas.
Yeah, he couldn't get on the field on Texas.
Exactly.
He kept getting hurt.
But once he did play, it turned him into a different player. He didn't have that explosivity anymore.
Right.
He wasn't like the JT Sanders anymore. He was more of a inline tight end, still NFL caliber guy, but lost some of that explosion. And I think for a guy like Troy Amiri, unfortunately, he may be a player, can still play, but he may have to change up his style of play.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of those injuries. It's just the way it is, man.
He may be one of those freak tight ends.
And was put some weight on him and become a tight end.
Man, he looked like he was already big. You know what I'm saying? Like big, strong dude, maybe be that flex guy. He probably can't block, but he can definitely be that mismatch at the tight end position as well, the flex.
Yeah, the flex.
No, it's a flex.
All right, what you got coming up for Hard Knock Life?
I'm going to talk a little bit about some of these unsung heroes on the University of Texas, guys that, we could talk about Jalen Ford. We can also talk about Bijan Robinson, and they deserve all the credit. But there are some other guys that played a role this year that I was very impressed with.
Yeah, okay. We'll get into that coming up. Hard Knock Life. Stick around for it right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. The average home in Austin sells for over the asking price. And my friends at Orchard.com, they want to make sure with their win-win program that you take advantage of this really hot real estate market here in Austin. One of the hottest real estate markets in the country. And right now, you have a chance to win big. Actually, to win twice with Orchard's win-win program. Here's how it works. Orchard can make you a solid guaranteed cash offer on your home. We're talking about a serious cash offer from Orchard, not some home buying company trying to lowball. They want you to win. That's why they call it their win-win win-win program. Now, here's where it gets even better for you. Orchard will handle the sale of your home, including the upgrades, listing, and showing. That's win number one. Win number two, when Orchard sells your home for more than your cash offer, you're going to keep the extra. You keep the upside. So not only does Orchard guarantee the sale of your home, but when it sells for more than they offered you, you keep the upside. That's what I love about Orchard's win-win program, and you're going to love it too. You can get the maximum value for your old home without the hassles of selling it yourself, without the stresses of selling it yourself. So reach out to Orchard today at orchard.com. That's orchard.com, ORCHARD.com.
Welcome back to a Top of the Charts Tuesday edition of Ball Don't Lie. It's your homie, Hardball Harge. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Harge. You can follow my man Rob Babers at Rob Babers. And you can follow my man behind the glass that's in charge of Top of the Charts Tuesday and all of our themes throughout the week at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're part of the show on the Specs text line, at least some of y'all, 512-337-3776. And obviously, you know, the top stories of today, USA winning as well, and now they're on to the next round of 16. But the other stories is the transfer portal, and there are so many quality kids that are going to be looking for a new home. And Rod, you and I have talked about this last year when it first started happening, and then looking at what we're going through this year. I hope these kids land on their feet and go to a quality university where they're going to get a chance to play, because I always say this: the grass may be greener on the other side, but you never know what they're fertilizing their grass with. So you might be thinking you're going to this beautiful place, but then all of a sudden you realize they spray painted the field. So just be careful at what you do. I'm not against any of these kids taking these opportunities and these chances, because that is the world that we are living in nowadays. So enjoy yourself. Go out there and take the process, but make sure you and your family understand it may not end up the way that you thought it would.
That's real.
So, because that's what we've seen before. But I want to do what I've seen this year, some of the players that stood out to me that made a huge impact that we weren't sure they were going to make that type of impact. Number one that I've been talking about all year is Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron impressed me. We knew he had talent coming out of Pflugerville Conley, but originally, don't forget, he was going to Baylor. Then they made the coaching change, and he flipped at the last second and came to the University of Texas.
Matt
Rule left, and he was like, you know what? Might as well stay here, see what's going to happen. And all he ended up doing this year was showing up and showing out. He had 68 tackles and played he had a touchdown return for an interception, and he had a fumble recovery. And I didn't see anybody all year that could play and blow up those screenplays better than he did all year. And that's throughout the country.
Yeah.
You know, everybody runs that same type of offense, but he went out there and blew up every single play. And I was very impressed with the way that he tackled this year, because how many times did we get to talk about it every single week? We were all saying, golly, how many missed tackles did Texas have during the games? I mean, it is what it is, and he went out there and showed up and showed out. Very, very impressed with him. Another player that we had a lot of conversation about before the season started, and everyone kept saying this, was Barron Sorrell. Barron Sorrell coming off the edge. What were we saying? Texas, had 2.5? Their sack leader had 2.5 sacks last year. I think he got that in the first game. The way he was out there balling, I think we blew those numbers up. So I thought Barron Sorrell, who ended the season with 5.5 sacks this year, and he was the leader this past season, which was very, very good. Another player that we were thinking we need to see a little bit more of him was on the defensive line. He's an older player, but we were looking for him to step up, and that's our man Keandre Colbert. How many times this season did he show up on the top graded on Pro Football Focus? You know how I am about Pro Football Focus sometimes, but the way that he impacted the ball games was so massive that you couldn't keep your eyes off of it. He played well.
Agreed.
And lastly, on the defensive side, I was very impressed with the way that Jaron Thompson rebounded from last season. He was a young player. Everybody was questioning how he was going to be able to perform. And, well, do we need to get somebody else on the field? He went out there and balled out. So I want to give a shout-out to what he was able to do. Now on the offensive side of the ball, I mean, it's pretty easy to see that the player that stood out the most on the offensive side of the ball is not Bijan. We know that. Not Rojo. We knew that. But Jatavian Sanders. the way that he was able, we heard the whole offseason, the most improved, best hands, and he had his coming out party. Now, towards the end of the season, it looked like they kind of went away from him or even were taking him off of the read of what Quinn Ewers was supposed to be looking for, but he still, nonetheless, he was one of the better players for the University of Texas. You know I'm a big fan of Jordan Whittington. I thought his blocking was unbelievable this year.
Elite.
And then when he did get the ball into his hands, he made plays. I know people go, well, he fumbled in the last game. Man, look, that dude gave us everything he could this past season, and he went out there and balled out.
And stayed healthy.
And stayed healthy for the first time this year. But I want to do something else. I want to look at, if you had to pick an offensive player of the year, you know it would be Bijan, I would think,
Of
right?
course.
That would be it.
Easy.
Who would be your impactful newcomer for the University of Texas on the offensive side of the ball? Offensive side of the ball.
It's Kelvin Banks.
All day, every day. He's going to be a freshman All-American.
Yeah.
And he might be an All-American all the way. He's definitely going to – he could possibly be a first team – I mean, he's definitely going to be first team All Big 12. So he's an impactful player, but that will, by the way, be a first-round pick. I'm going to go out there and put it out there for y'all.
He's on pace.
He's on pace to be that type of player.
He's on that track right now, that's for sure.
Who would you consider to be the most improved offensive player? Somebody that was very scrutinized early in his career and seemed to figure it out this past year.
Oh, most improved would probably be, it might be Christian Jones.
Ding.
Yeah.
That's who I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
I mean, because think about it. How many times were we talking about Christian Jones and how he is the weak link on the offensive line? But we knew coming into his career, we kept thinking he was going to be a Banks, a Kelvin Banks. Everybody was thinking that.
Yep.
He just didn't make it work. And there was a lot of changes that was going on with that offensive line and the offensive line coaches. So give Kyle Flood a pat on the back for what he was able to do in year 2 at the University of Texas. A defensive player of the year obviously is going to be Jaylen Ford, but I would also put in consideration Jahdae Barron. I think he was a very impactful type of player this year. I'm a big DeMarvion Overshown guy. I've always been that guy. I've always been part of Agent Zero's crew. I just thought that, Jaylen Ford's impact was a lot bigger. The numbers didn't lie about it.
Doubt.
But I thought Jahdae being able to solidify that nickel position and then even going to the coaches and saying, hey, these guys are hurt. Put me at the corner position and let me go out there and go to work. And that's exactly what he did. So I'll put that out there. I'm a big fan of Ryan Watts. I thought Ryan Watts was a huge impact. Even though teams were throwing at him, he was still making plays. He was always that boundary corner, and he played a very impressive cornerback. I'll let you speak on that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I thought the way that he handled himself coming in, I told you from day one, that was my guy. I was like, ooh, he's going to be something because he has that long arm, and he can redirect people right away. So I've been very impressed with him. And then I'd also put out there the most improved defensive player obviously was the guy that we were talking about from the very beginning of the year. I could put Jahdae Barron in that category as well.
You could.
But Barron Sorrell coming off that edge and doing the things that he was capable of doing and how he was providing pressure from day one, that was impressive to me. And I think that kid has got a bright, bright future. The one thing that we got to continue to believe in, they are starting to understand that development is taking place at the University of Texas, and they need to continue to grow that. Look, it's going to be fun, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this team, but I think that their focus has to stay at the task at hand and being able to lead the way to this Texas program, because the foundation has been set, Rob. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah,
as an 8-4, and they're heading and trending in the right direction. We're going to see what happens with this transfer portal and what's going to happen next with players coming in and the players that are leaving. But it is a foundation is being set. The recruiting classes are starting to come in and they're starting to pick up. But I also want to give, last but not least, Bert Arburn, the kicker. I thought he did an unbelievable job, because that was one of the biggest questions coming into the year. You're going to lose Dicker the kicker. You're going to lose him as the punter. You're going to lose him as the kickoff guy. But all those other two we can work with. But when you're leaving points on the board or off the board, when you have opportunities, and this kid came in and showed that he was prepared for it. We didn't know who the kicker was going to be for field goals, but he never relinquished that job. So I'm glad to see that he was able to do so. So those are my players this year that I was most impressed with, and there's a lot of unsung heroes, and those are part of them.
Yeah, no, I think you pretty much hit on all the big, really impact players on both sides of the ball when it came to the most improved and like the standout performers. Because on defense, there's no question about it. I mean, you won games because of Jalen Ford.
Yeah,
I mean, you might be a six-win team if not for Jalen Ford, and some of the plays he made directly led to wins. And I'm with you about Jahdae Barron.
Yep.
Jahdae Barron, he would be a first-team All Big 12 defensive back if he hadn't dropped like 2 pick sixes.
Right.
He dropped one this past week. He had it's basically I think a curl route or a hitch route. He could take to the house.
Jumped it, yeah.
He jumped it and he dropped it. And even that Kansas game, he read one of those screens so well that he was already there. I mean, he basically ran the route for the guy. Quarterback threw it to him, and he dropped it. Trust me, I am not judging anybody dropping passes because I was once called stone hands. But I can attest that is costing him, costing him a chance to get more accolades and to become an all conference player because he definitely has that type of ability. And his instincts are unbelievable. You can tell he watches a lot of film.
Yes.
But his instincts are really good. So when he sees what he saw on film or what they've been practicing and repping in practice, he immediately jumps it.
Yeah.
Most players, they wait, they hesitate. It could be that or maybe it couldn't. And once they get more data points about the confirmation, maybe not only the formation, the personnel, but they have to actually see the play actually materialize and come to fruition. He doesn't. He sees the quarterback, he sees the formation, the personnel package, and the down and distance and goes, all right, it's gonna be a wide receiver screen. I'm jumping it.
No doubt.
And he jumps it.
Get there.
He is his courage. Is confirming his film study is unbelievable. I know you can tell from a DB. I used to watch a lot of film too. I did not have faith like he has in his film study.
Right.
And somebody's going to use it against him. Trust me, I don't know why nobody double moved him this year.
They got nervous.
The screen and go was there all year long.
Yeah, no doubt.
The stalk block and go was there because he's just so aggressive. In his pursuit, you got to make it work against him. But there's no doubt. I'm with you, Arch. I don't know if there's a better DB in the country in terms of suffocating wide receiver screens.
Right.
He just jumps them.
No doubt.
And I'm like, does he have any other responsibility? Because he's jumping this route.
He was like that's my guy. That's right. That's my guy.
I love it. I love it because, like I said, I recognize it. But, he is so aggressive, and his instincts are just unbelievable. So, he'll be an all-conference player. He would have been first team, though, if he caught those picks.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But good stuff there. I agree. That's good stuff there in Hard Knock Life. We'll come back. Texas. America, actually. Texas won, too. But America won today in the World Cup, beating Iran 1-0. There's actually a story World Cup related that we'll get to an off the record on the other side. Also, we got to get some congratulations in order for Patrick Mahomes, once again extending his family. We'll get to that story. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie, coming up and off the record right here on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Twin Peaks. And what can I tell you about Twin Peaks you don't already know? You already know Twin Peaks has one of the best menus in the city, right? It's one of the best scratch menus out there. Every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or for dinner or those late night eats, you already know about Twin Peaks. But you also know that Twin Peaks is a great spot for all of your football festivities. Anytime you want to watch college football Saturdays or NFL Sundays, Monday night football like last night, or even your Thursday night football coming up too. All that football is that much better at your local Twin Peaks. That's why I love Twin Peaks, and you will too. So don't forget about Twin Peaks. Also, happy hour back at Twin Peaks, and it is better than ever. So go to your local Twin Peaks, the Stassi location, the Round Rock location, or the San Marcos location, and you can enjoy happy hour actually happening right now at your local Twin Peaks. And if you're a fan of Twin Peaks like me, you can become a part of their E-Club. They send you types of free stuff, which is really good, but also they let you know everything happening at your local Twin Peaks. So go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com, and you can sign up for their E-Club. It's just that easy. So don't forget about Twin Peaks, folks, for your football watching activities, but also you want to watch the World Cup. Team USA just won today. USA, USA, USA. Nothing more USA than Twin Peaks. All right, folks, so head to your local Twin Peaks. You'll have a good time there. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. This story is troubling. Iran lost today in the World Cup, so they are done. So they're out of the World Cup. Team USA advances. They're going to play Netherlands in the next round. But this story broke before the match. And it said Iran officials reportedly, this is from CNN, reportedly threatened the families of their national soccer team's players ahead of their huge game with the U.S., insisting if they don't behave for the contest, violence and torture could ensue back home. Citing a World Cup security source, CNN reported Monday that members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps met recently with its country's players to get the point across. Iranian players had previously shown support for protesters in their home country by refusing to sing its national anthem before its games against England back on November 21st. But before their game against Wales just days later, players once again participated in the song. According to CNN, the IRGC has made it clear to players it expects no further protests in the World Cup, including when the team kicks off its hugely important contest with the U.S. today. And the update was the Iranian players did not protest prior to the U.S. game. The entire team appeared to sing the national anthem ahead of the contest. Yeah. If those reports are indeed true, yes, I'm sure that all those guys men were compelled to make sure that they were there for the national anthem. That is a horrible story if that's indeed the case. Iran state media actually asked FIFA to boot the U.S. out of World Cup action over circumstances surrounding their group stage match after the U.S. altered an Iranian flag on social media. And I don't know why they altered the flag. That's probably a deeper discussion. But they altered the flag, and apparently this upset the state of Iran. So they asked FIFA to boot out the U.S. as a result. Of course, they did not do that.
I mean,
but he did apologize. Actually, the U.S. men's national team head coach, he did apologize. Greg Berhalter. He did apologize for the post. So
there's so many things that you shouldn't even comment on, right? There's some things you should just keep it chill, right? Just keep it moving, man. There's so many different things that are going on, and that's why, as we were sitting here getting ready to watch this game today, and I was with a bunch of buddies of mine, some of them came in from Houston, and I was just like, what is going on that we have to have these conversations, right? Like, why would you even bring that? Why has it got to be national news when some of the time some of this stuff needs to stay behind the scenes? Like, we don't, as long as the families and everybody knows, those are some things that keep it that way.
Yeah. No, I know there's some people that basically believe that this entire World Cup should be boycotted.
I agree with that.
And on the kind of protests for human rights violations, where you're talking about Qatar, or what you're talking about, different issues like this, or even FIFA, by the way. Just the federation.
FIFA, the way they got it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, people don't like FIFA, so that could be a lot of different reasons. And honestly, I don't begrudge anybody who believes that they should protest the World Cup because of some human rights violations at another level. I get that. Totally get it.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. That story, though, that's a horrible story.
Right.
It's just a story that should not be associated with international competition. And unfortunately, that's part of what makes the World Cup intriguing, is that a lot of different cultures coming together, a lot of different belief systems coming together for a common cause. That's the beautiful thing about it. But also, we don't all agree on how to how to run our different. There you go. You can say it like that.
Right.
How to run our different societies. So that's a very troubling story. All right, we'll come back. We'll get back to NFL discussion. Jerry Jones has made a statement about Odell Beckham Jr., who's on 105.3 The Fan. We'll read that statement and talk about the Cowboys a little bit. They got the Colts coming up on a short week because the Colts just lost to the Steelers on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about that as well, and also go around the NFL, a little NFL review. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. Once again, man, Patrick outdoing himself. Little Olivia Newton-John.
Yes, sir.
Let's get physical. Oh, man, I remember. I can see the video right now.
How that dance going? How that dance going? She trying to get you physical, dog.
She got me physical, all right. Olivia Newton-John got a lot of people physical back in the day. Between and you agree? You a Grease 2 fan or something?
Grease 2, bro.
I remember you randomly saying you think Grease 2 is better than Grease 1.
Dog. Wow. Grease 2, I watch that all day. And if it flipping through the TV and I see it, I'm sitting there looking and waiting for him to go,
wow.
Who's that guy?
Is it Michelle Pfeiffer, Grease 2?
Yes, it is.
So who's hotter, Michelle Pfeiffer in Grease or
Pfeiffer.
Olivia Newton-John in Grease?
Michelle Pfeiffer to me.
Really?
Yeah.
What about you, Patrick?
I mean, I've never watched Grease or Grease 2.
You never watched Olivia? Really?
No.
What the? Come on.
It's a musical. No need to watch it.
Musical. Okay, I agree with you about the musical things. Musicals are highly
I've heard
overrated.
it's really good. I've seen parts of it. It looks ridiculous and silly. And if I would have watched it as a kid, it'd probably been great. I never watched it as a kid.
I love how you say it's ridiculous and silly. All musicals are silly. They're breaking out in song mid-movie.
What, 38-year-olds?
Like, I don't like this. I don't like this. It's like, what the?
What don't you like? What don't you like?
Exactly. They're all silly and ridiculous.
Exactly. Like 38-year-old single man. There's no need. I had to be singing in my room by myself. Lou give me a dirty eye.
Really? So you don't have any musical that you ever liked? The musical? Like some of these biopics are not necessarily musicals, but they're almost set up where there's a lot of music in them, and they're not musicals where you break out into song mid dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
like Five Heartbeats is kind of a musical, but it ain't a musical.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? You
Yeah,
seen
it's
Five Heartbeats, Patrick?
It's
You ever
definitely
seen
Five
Five
Heartbeats.
No, I've never seen it.
Five Heartbeats is right? It's musical-ish.
It's
Right?
It's a soulful musical. It's like The Wiz instead of The Wizard of Oz. You know what I'm saying?
The Wiz is way better than The Wizard of Oz.
Right,
We all
that's
agree
what
with
I'm
that.
saying.
He's
That's
on
like-
down.
yeah.
He's on down the road.
That's right.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, you ever seen Walk the Line? It's a
Not all
biopic,
of
but
it,
it's
not
a lot
all
of
it, no.
music
I've
in
seen
it because they're
parts
just
in it, yeah.
singing all of Johnny Cash's stuff.
No, but that all came out after I stopped watching movies, really.
Okay.
Like, I haven't watched movies in the last 15 years, really.
I know, that's so weird.
I watch sports and I watch comedy.
Yeah.
And that's
it takes
pretty
up all
much
your time.
it. Yeah. And then I'm doing, like,
You
or else
working.
I'm working. So,
Yeah.
so there's just not a
Hardest
lot of
working
time.
man here.
Yeah.
And I don't have the attention span to sit down and be like, let me invest 90 minutes
No,
into
you're right.
something.
E. Hogan says that. He says it because of kids. He missed like a whole decade
Yeah,
of
yeah.
movies because
Yeah.
it's like I was being a father and working. I just missed. So he missed like a whole decade of great movies. I don't know if that's gonna happen to me. I'm gonna force my kids to watch crazy movies with me. So
Believe that.
randomly, I also heard E. Hogan talking about this on B&E. His kids don't eat leftovers.
I heard that too.
He raised children that don't eat left. That's a thing.
No.
I would have starved and died of starvation if I didn't eat leftovers. My mom would be like, "Oh, you ain't eating.
Yeah.
You ain't leftovers.
You gonna eat what's in this house? I know that.
I don't think I would have been able to say I don't eat leftovers in my house. My mom
kids
would've-
eat them.
That's all we ate. Like
Yeah.
that. She only cooked like two, 3 times a week, and the rest of it was leftovers.
Yeah.
There's times where I'll prefer not to eat leftovers. I'll have leftovers in the fridge and be like, no, I'm going to get something else because now if I had that and now that I know it's there, I don't want to have it. But I also eat leftovers plenty.
Oh, me too. Some food is better as a leftover. Like
and
second day spaghetti is better
my
than first
goodness.
day spaghetti.
Lasagna too.
Oh,
And too, like,
Yeah,
come on.
anything
Again,
pasta.
I'm a single guy. If I cook, I have to have leftovers.
Right.
yeah.
Because you can't make food for one. There's not really a way to make food so you have to make food for like at least 2.
Agreed.
And then you split it up.
I build my weekly menu around leftovers.
Come on, man.
I'm having them tonight.
Yes.
I got leftovers tonight. Like, 3 times a week we having leftovers. Like
I'm all in it,
I heard him
brother.
say that. I was like, man,
I'm all in.
that was some news. So your kids eat leftovers.
Oh, for sure. There's no. Yes. Yes. We make sure of that.
What would happen if one of your kids was like, Dad, I don't eat leftovers.
Then go in there and eat some sleep. Go in there and eat some sleep. Do you know how hard your mom? You know how hard your mom worked to cook that yesterday?
Do you do leftovers the day after or do you wait a day? Do you separate them by a day?
No, I ate the next day.
The next day? See, I always separate by a day.
Yeah.
Because that was more my problem with leftovers always.
You
I'm
want
like, I don't want the
variety.
same thing twice in a row. I had that yesterday.
Okay.
So then I separate for a day, and then I'm like, well, now it's a fresh meal again.
That's
like
true.
that.
That's not bad.
I
I
like
actually
that.
like that. And then you can do the same thing with the other one, which is
Yeah.
eat leftovers, just not consecutively.
Yeah.
Right.
So like
Yeah.
sometimes I'll cook like 2 or 3 days in a row if I
with you.
can, and then I have leftovers, and then you're like, cool, the rest of the week, I'm good. I'm on leftovers the rest of the week.
I know. I heard him say that, and I was like, man, no.
Yeah, I couldn't
But
believe that either.
Patrick's got a good system for leftovers, but
Yeah.
man, no leftovers. Wow.
It's happening in
It
our
was
crib.
mind blowing. And I was like, whoa.
But after a couple days, we're like, all right, is anybody going to eat this? Because if not, we got to get rid of it because it's taking up too much doggone space in here.
And I have a thing about throwing away food, and I married the right woman. We have this sickness about we hate to throw away food. at
We do
times.
too.
So we
But sometimes it's like,
sometimes you can't help it. You gotta
Yeah.
throw it away. You know,
Yeah.
know that about it. But yeah, sometimes it's my dad in me. Like I grew up in a finish your plate household.
Oh, for sure.
Where that was like a punishment. You had to like finish everything on your plate, and you couldn't like leave the table unless you finished all the food on your plate, no matter how nasty it was and disgusting you didn't want it. You had to eat it. And I grew up,
Man.
and now psychologically, I'm a kind of a finish your plate, and that's almost a finish
You're gonna
the
be
meal guy.
You're gonna be great when you have kids, and kids like, I don't like that, and you're like, well, it's on your plate.
Exactly. That's how. No, that was in it.
It's on your plate.
I don't know. What
I don't know
you're
why
talking about.
that doesn't seem a problem if you like it or not.
Yeah, I think I was a teenager. The first time I could leave food on the plate and be like, nah, I ain't eating that. I'm good.
Right.
And I would just, and that was like,
Now you back
I was making
to
my own decisions.
now you back to I got to eat all of that. It's going to be here
yeah.
forever.
See, that was good, but then I
Yeah.
go buy my own food 'cause
Yeah.
I was working or whatever.
Yeah.
But I didn't leave food on my plate till I was like 16.
So my sisters were at the house and they got kids, so my nieces and nephews were there. They would eat, and then they would get up and go walk and talk around, and then I'm sitting there losing my mind because I'm like, why is this stuff still sitting here? Like, I need y'all to clean up after yourself. No, we're not finished. We're going to eat all of that. And I'm like, well, why don't you just sit down and eat it now?
Oh, they eat like sparingly. They get up, do
I'm like,
stuff in between meals.
Yeah.
How, the foods get cold? They leave it cold?
Thank you.
They don't they reheat
I'm like,
it?
what are y'all doing? Yeah, they was reheating.
That's
I'm
crazy,
like,
man.
I'm tired of hearing the microwave. Beep, beep.
No.
Beep, beep. No. I'm like, eat it now. Why are we here?
That's crazy.
Why are we at this moment?
So they're not focused on the meal at the time
they
they're
were
eating?
too busy trying to talk to each other, talk to
no.
me. I'm
Yeah,
like,
to
no,
eat.
I ate.
I have
No.
better conversation when I'm full.
Right.
No.
I got
yeah.
my
Then I
brain
can go
working
sit over
better.
there
If I'm
and
full.
Exactly. Like me and my wife don't even talk when we eating. This
Yes.
That's how you know
just
it's a good
quiet in
meal.
there. We're just
Yeah.
Hey, man, that's how you know you made a good meal. When everybody
Yeah.
sits down and you get that silence, that's you're like, that's the best compliment
Yeah,
you can get
you're
as a
right.
chef.
And it's
If
not
you-
awkward. This is a
yeah.
silence.
When people are talking, they're like, I really like the beans. You're like, oh, all right, I see.
That's a great point. If you're talking during the meal how much you like the meal, it ain't that good.
No.
Because if it was good, you be eating. You be mad.
Yeah, licking
Yeah.
a bone and be like, I like them ribs.
You should be hearing
Yes. Yes.
finger licking. That's what you should be hearing.
That's smacking. Exactly. I want to hear some smacking.
This is smacking. All right. Well, Cowboys fans are hoping they're going to hear pretty soon that Odell Beckham Jr. has become a member of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, he was on 105 Through the Fan on Shannon RJ. And they were asking him about Odell Beckham Jr. And hey, how about this? Jerry Jones seems really enthusiastic about their chances to sign Odell, but also about their need for Odell Beckham Jr. When they asked him about, how basically, how much he thinks the Cowboys need him and how is his enthusiasm? Is it a genuine enthusiasm? He said it's genuine, very genuine. He said he believes that Odell Beckham Jr. is he's competitive. He feels confident. He feels good about himself. He said, I think he breeds confident, but yet very, very just compatible. He was talking about with the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
He said, we think he'd fit in really good with us. He went on to say when he was asked if whatever happened on that flight, which we don't know, if that is something that may deter the Cowboys from signing Odell Beckham Jr. He said, no, it did not. His overall team compatibility, his judgment, his behavior is not an issue with him. It is with many, but not with him.
Right.
When he was asked about, bringing in Odell Beckham Jr., he said, well, we have to have this year. We have to have this year. It's very important.
I'm getting old.
Honestly, I think he's hitting at that.
Yeah,
He said
yeah.
it's very important. The things we do are to have him impact this year. So this year has to be a big part of it. This year, of course, we have 6 regular season games left in the playoffs. We've got in mind almost of the whole show ahead of us. We've got to have a situation where he can really contribute now, end quote.
I like it.
So he Man, they asked him about it. He said, no, we have to have him this year.
I wish they would have asked him about James Washington. Do you think James Washington is going to be more of an impact because he's been there with you as opposed to Odell Beckham? Now, I understand Odell Beckham is electrifying, and I don't know how electrifying he's going to be coming off of the knee injury, and you still have to get him back into, I guess, the playing shape of the offense, right? So if you're going to make a move for him, why are we waiting so long? Like, what is the process? I understand he's a free agent. He's going to be talking to different people. He's going to go make these trips. But when do we stop the waiting game for Odell Beckham? Because is he going to be that impactful to your team? You rolling up offense numbers right now. You're putting up great numbers with the crew that you have.
Yep.
And a couple weeks ago, I'd have said, yes, let's go get him. Let's go after it. But now you're starting to see the comfortability that he's having with the tight ends. You see his chemistry with CeeDee Lamb is getting better. Michael Gallup's been playing big every week. Do you need Odell Beckham to solidify your chances of getting to the Super Bowl? Is that what it is?
Well, the way he says it, that's what he believes.
Right.
He does. I mean, that's what he basically says, that we have to have him this year. It's very important. The things we do are to have him impact this year. So I'm with you. I think he believes they got two receivers, CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup. And when they go to 11 personnel or 10 personnel, one back, one tight ends, one back, zero tight ends, that he wants them to have a more effective passing game with their three receiver formations. And he believes that he can be that third guy. He's going to be man-to-man coverage. You're not going to double Odell Beckham Jr. and leave CeeDee Lamb man-to-man. Gallup's getting better week to week, still coming off the injury. So I think
he looks more comfortable now.
He does.
Yeah.
So I think the belief is that when they go to their spread sets, they want to have a lethal spread set with three receivers they believe can beat man-to-man coverage consistently. Right. And I believe they would have that if they signed Odell Beckham Jr. I don't know how he looks coming off the injury. He's older now, so he's not a number one wide receiver anymore. Is he a guy that can beat man-to-man coverage? I believe yes. Is he a guy that can be your number one wide receiver? No, but that's not what they're getting him for. So I'm with you. We don't know. You could be right that they don't need him at all. They're averaging, with Dak coming back, I think 33.8 points per game.
Yep.
So this offense is scoring plenty of points right now, and they seem to have found their offensive identity, which is run the rock and limit the risk of the offense and put Dak in favorable situations in terms of down and distance. And with Zeke and with Tony Pollard, they do have their two-headed monster at running back, and they got those power packages with those 13 and 14 personnel packages, one back, three tight ends, four tight end packages. That's really the identity of the offense. It's about ball control. It's about complementary football because your defense is they're the elite phase of your team. But now the offense is playing really well, and as long as they are playing complementary football, and I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I agree with that. But you do need to anticipate the playoff competition in your playoff matchups. That's why they traded for Jonathan Hankins.
Yep.
That's why they're playing Damone Clark now more. That's to shore up the rush defense because they know they're going to be playing the 49ers or the Eagles or, hell, maybe even the Giants. Hell, they got four teams in that division right now that can end up making the playoffs potentially in the NFC Beast. And all those teams can run the rock. And the Cowboys, one Achilles heel is their rush defense. So they shored that up, looking forward to the playoffs. But on offense, what do you anticipate being an issue? I think they anticipate the passing game potentially being an issue.
Do you?
They do. Yeah, I think they believe that if you go up against a really good defense, they can lock up. Say you got a really good corner that you trust, locking up a guy one-on-one. Okay, let's double CeeDee. Let's let him lock up Gallup one-on-one. Who you got?
Yeah.
Well, and I think, too, they're more in the situation of, if we can get a lead and we can run the ball, that's great. But what if this team puts up a couple on us? What if we have an interception that gets run back? What if we have – and now we're down 14 at half.
Great point.
Do we have that guy? Do we have that team in the second half who can score points and really move the ball where we're not wasting clock time? And I think that's maybe where they're more worried about it. And if you look at the Cowboys' schedule right now, they're in the point where you'd really like to see Odell be on it this week.
Correct.
But you still have the Texans and Jaguars coming up the next 2 weeks after the Colts this week. So you've got a little soft spot right now to kind of bring him in, get him some reps the next couple of weeks before you go play the Eagles. and that is where you start the end of the season of Eagles, Titans, and Commanders, where that is your get ready for the playoffs. You hope to lock up the division lock up your spot basically by week 17.
Yep.
So week 18 you can maybe rest a few guys during the Commanders game. But those Eagles and Titans games, that's 2 playoff teams.
Exactly. Think about the Eagles, how they're set up. They got a corner. They got Slay. They can put a Slay on Gallup. They can double CD. And then who you got?
Yeah. That's why
That's why they're like, man,
they shored up their run defense.
Yeah,
they
exactly. They got
definitely
Lindo
did.
Joseph. They got Ndamukong Suh. We know Jordan Davis is going to come back for him. So their rush defense is not going to be a problem. And they got a corner who can lock up one of your guys and win one-on-ones consistently.
Yeah.
And they can just double CeeDee Lamb. I think the Cowboys are anticipating, what do we do? And I love Patrick's point, too. What if the fit is to Shannon and we end up down in the game by double digits?
You're going to have to try to
turn
throw
a
the
different
ball.
offense.
You can't throw it all to the tight end because they're not going to be game breakers for
They're
you.
not getting downfield for a vertical throw. So I think you're right, too, Patrick, about that. I think they, just in case. Hey, if everything goes right, we'll
But what
be
if
in charge.
James Washington is that guy?
Then first world problems.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got two.
Yeah, you got
First
two
world
of them.
problems.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Because they were very high on getting him back, and that's one of the names that they keep talking about. He's working his way back into being in the lineup. But I do want to say this. With CeeDee Lamb, his 5 games without Dak Prescott, he had 49 targets, 31 receptions, 380 yards, 2 touchdowns. His 5 games with Dak Prescott, he's got 44 targets, 31 receptions, 448 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Sometimes less is more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right about that.
I think the Cowboys
That's a
are
good
in a
point.
good position either way. I don't think
No
Odell
doubt.
is
No doubt.
the giver, it's the break point of this season for the Cowboys at all. But if you can add that piece, and you're adding more leadership of a guy who was in the Super Bowl last year, won the Super Bowl last year, to a wide receiver core that is really young.
Yeah.
Like that is a really young receiver core that can get, you can get set off if they double CeeDee Lamb in that Eagles game and Gallup's not getting open, and all of a sudden these guys are starting to get mad, and that's where you make mistakes. Those are the things of having somebody veteran there could help them out. It's something where it's a good problem for the Cowboys to have because they're in a place where they go, look, if we can bring him in and get the contract we want and we can sign him, awesome.
Most importantly,
we had one of the best free
no
agents.
one else gets him.
Yeah.
That is also
No
the
one
Giants
else gets
can't get him.
him.
The
That's
Eagles,
right.
the Eagles.
They'll look
try
at
to get
that.
him too. They're
They
like,
kicking the tires right now.
Eagles will kick the tire on anything. I mean,
Yeah.
they are by any means necessary trying to upgrade that roster. But I like that point too. I mean, he is a veteran presence there with a young group, and he just went to the Super Bowl, so at least knows what that stretch run would look like and what it takes.
Yeah.
So I think the Cowboys should do it. I think they are considered the front runner to acquire Odell Beckham Jr. If you look at the Vegas odds, they got the best odds to acquire him. And of all the teams that Odell Beckham Jr. Is looking at and all the teams that he's visiting, I think the Cowboys can compete with any of those teams. And right now,
Agreed.
yeah, I think the Titans are a team that was thrown out there that was mentioned that he might visit. They also threw out he's set to visit the Giants and the Bills.
Yeah. He go to the Titans. I mean,
No, but that was
Again.
that was the team that threw out there.
They
But
need a wide
he's-
receiver.
they definitely
Yeah.
need one.
He's
yeah.
set to visit,
But
though.
they still have Tannehill as their quarterback.
That's also true.
And Malik Willis don't look like the man right now. They need some time.
He's a rental player.
All right,
at
let me
this
ask you
stage in his
this.
But
career.
Giants, Bills, and Cowboys are considered the top 3.
If OBJ wants a 3-year deal, so he wants this year and 2 more years after this deal. He don't
Those are
want it. He don't
cryptos.
want that. Now are you still interested in him, or there you go, man? You got to pass.
I'll admit that's.
But
I
that's
don't-
because I
yeah.
think
He's
that's
only
more what he's
30
looking
though.
for. I think that's more the reason he hasn't signed anywhere. Is
Yeah.
if he just wanted
A mercenary deal.
he'd be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he wants a little bit more security with 2 injuries. Go, man, I can go back to the Super Bowl, get hurt again, help take 2 teams to the Super Bowl, and I'll never play in the league again.
Man, if he goes,
That's
if
true.
he can come and help the Cowboys go to the Super Bowl, good Lord, he would be a legend. He would be a legend.
He would be.
Michael Irvin be dancing around the
Oh
set.
my God! I told you that's who we should have got a long time ago. You and Stephen A.
I think I would prefer if I was the Cowboys to counter his 3-year offer. I'd go 2 years, but a player option or something after 1.
I agree.
You know
I
what
just
I mean?
think I think that from what we've heard of that him wanting some more security in the deal, that seems like a logical reason why he hasn't signed
It makes
anywhere
sense.
yet.
It makes perfect
and that's
sense.
why he's trying to get a few more suitors in
Yeah.
because it was apparently Dallas and New York, and now more teams are getting thrown in. So he may be going like, "Hey man, Tennessee may really need me, so they may offer me 3 years, and then I can go back to Jerry with 3 years and go,
Yeah.
this is what they're offering."
That's true.
So that it may be playing that game right now.
I think you're right about him, though. At this point, he knows, and he's still young. Texas State's like 30 years old. He's still a young receiver, but the injury and the history, resume of being a diva, doesn't help. I'm sure that you can dispel that pretty quickly once you get into a locker room. But, yeah, the injuries and how he comes back, we don't know how he's going to look. And so I'm really interested to see what he's got that burst. If he still has the burst, if he can get out of those breaks really quickly, if he still has the explosion. If he doesn't, he'll end up being a good third receiver for you. But, man, you may not want to be hitched to that. You may hitch your wagon to him for more than a year or two.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Raj's rant of the day on the other side. Raj, rant of the day, I want to get into a little of the Texas-Baylor matchup, get back to reviewing that. I watched the film again, took some notes, and I have a great compliment to give to my man Sark. We saw a major growth from Steve Sarkisian in that game, and I'll give you the X's and O's version as to why. All of that and more when we return right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Logo and Rod Babers here. If time is money, my friends at Apple Leasing, they will save you both. That's what I love about Apple Leasing. I love the fact they save your time, they save your money, but also they find value for you. We talk about that word all the time on this show, value. Well, Apple Leasing, they are great at finding value. They have the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. And all it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Apple Leasing's simple interest, easy lease allows you to have a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Inflation is through the roof. It's never been more expensive to buy a new car, buy a used car, or buy anything for that matter. So leasing actually makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So call Apple Leasing today, 512-346-9977, and let them see how much money they can save you. Apple Leasing gets all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Getting back to the Texas win over the Baylor Bears, I went back and gave it another once-over, trying to figure out exactly what adjustments were made by Steve Sarkisian in that game. And when I looked at it again, actually, I want to give him even more credit for what I thought was serious growth by Sark in that game. You guys have heard me on this show, and even going back to the offseason, I said that Sark's biggest hurdle that he needed to overcome to become a great coach, on his way to being an elite coach, a championship coach, whatever you want to call it, is in-game adjustments. He's just not a great in-game adjuster. It's okay, because he actually is one of the best game planning preparation coaches, honestly, that I've seen in a long time. Texas, more oftentimes than not, they're going to win the battle of game planning preparation against their opponent. And that's Sark's opening script, and that's why they always get leads, and sometimes they're just holding on, to the lead, just barely holding on to try to win games. And oftentimes that's because Sark loses the battle of adjustments. He would lose the chess match within the game and those in-game adjustments. In this matchup versus Baylor, Dave Aranda is a damn good coach. We all agree with that. Sark started at a disadvantage, right? Started out, the opening script was okay, but it wasn't great. It wasn't great enough to give him a huge lead. Actually started out in a 9-0 hole, at a deficit in this game, and they had to go win the game in the second half. They had to go win the game in the fourth quarter. You had no choice. You weren't up big. You couldn't hold on to that lead for dear life and try to outlast your opponent. You had to go find a way to win the chess match. And one of the things I've talked about with Sark is that, one of the things that upset me, watching him, make adjustments and sometimes, fail to make those adjustments. And I think about the TCU game. Obviously, Bijan having 12 touches was probably the biggest example of coaching malpractice so far this year from Coach Sark. It really was. And I think he was ashamed of that. That's why the next game, Bijan gets his 30-something rushes in that game. I think he wanted to overemphasize the point that, no, Bijan will never, ever get lost in a game plan again. You can never allow any opposing coordinator to have that checkmate on you to take away your best player. Can't let it happen. And he didn't. He hadn't let that happen since then. I don't think it ever will. I think that was a nice lesson for Sark. But in that game for TCU, Texas had a chance to win that game. Remember, late in the game, in the second half, Sark did make adjustments. Remember I told you, he made adjustments. They were just too little too late.
Yeah.
Right? He made some adjustments. He just didn't make them quick enough for them to really lead to Texas, any substantive advantage for Texas so that they could beat TCU, top 5 team at the time. Remember the empty formations in the second half were working really well. Matter of fact, Quinn Ewers was 4-4 in empty formations in the second half. Why? Well, it stresses out their 3-high, 3-down defense. It cleaned up the pre-snap read because they couldn't throw pre-snap shell disguise looks because against a really stressful formation like that, you got to get to your assignments and get to your landmarks. So it cleaned everything up for him and allowed him to just be able to find the mismatch across the field. And those are easy once you spread everybody out and go 3-by-2 empty formation. So they were really good empty formations in the second half of that game versus TCU. But he didn't use it enough. He used it sparingly. If that's the one thing working for you, be gratuitous. Be bullish about it. If it's working, do it all. Bludgeon them with it. That's what Oklahoma State Mike Gundy did to you. Mike Gundy figured out there are 3 offensive schemes working in their passing game versus Texas. They ran the running back swing pass, they ran the wide receiver screen, and they ran the slant route. 3 concepts. For the entire second half versus Texas, that's all they ran. 3 concepts over and over and over and over and over again.
Simplified.
Exactly. Texas can fit, but those are the 3 things that were working.
Yep.
If that's what's working, those are the adjustments you made. Bludgeon your opponent with it until they adjust to it. And he didn't do that with the empty formation versus TCU. He also, to my man Harge's credit, who said, hey, get Jay with the ball, the wide receiver bubble screen started working in that game. Why? Well, they were loading the box, putting eight guys in the box. Well, what I always say, if you don't have the numbers advantage on one place on the football field, that means you got it somewhere else. If you ain't winning it one place, you're winning it somewhere else. Find out where you're winning the numbers advantage. You're winning it on the perimeter on the outside. So that's why he kept the extension of the running game was get it to Jay Witt with the wide receiver screen on the perimeter. And those were big plays for him in the TCU game. But too little too late. And you didn't get gratuitous with it. Like I said, it should be copious amounts of those wide receiver screens. Why didn't you put Bijan in that spot where you had Jay Witt and say, you know what, we're just going to throw him the wide receiver screen then. That's the only damn thing that's working. The RPOs were working for him, but it was a little too little too late. The 3-by-1 sets were working for him late, and he figured all these things out, but he figured them out about a quarter too late, and Texas didn't have enough time to be able to implement those adjustments to have a chance to win the game. So my point is, listen, you only got 4 quarters. It may be unfair, so you only got 4 quarters to make those adjustments. And he failed to do that in the TCU game. He was just a little slow with it. And like I said, Oklahoma State, Mike Gundy, it was a great lesson by Mike Gundy. He figured out the 2 or 3 things that were working and said, let's just run them. Same thing over and over again. Boom. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Football is a complicated game. It's a simple game, really, that's complicated by simple men. So it's not that complicated. You just got to figure out what's working. So in this game, Sark did a really smart thing, and it seems simplistically brilliant, but it was really smart. He basically decided, no, we are going to take the air out of the ball, and we're going to minimize the risk in this game. They decided they were going to bludgeon Baylor with the run game. But philosophically, that's what he went to. Ideologically, he decided, you know what, we're just going to run the ball, and we'll minimize any type of risk. And not that Quinn Ewers had a bad game, but when you were passing the football, bad things kept happening. The Jay Witt fumble, the fumble recovery for a touchdown, the sack, strip fumble, ended up being a touchdown for Baylor, the 4 sacks in the first half, the safety of the intentional grounding. It wasn't that the passing game wasn't working, but you were taking unnecessary risks with it. And I think late in that game, Sark decided, all right, you know what? We're not taking any more unnecessary risks with the passing game. We're just going to go with what works, and we're going to go with what is safer, which is just handing the ball to our best player and our best leader in Rojo. But I went back and looked at specifically, did I see anything personnel-wise, right? Did I see anything that personnel-wise or in the scheme specifically that Sark did? Not just changing his philosophy. We know he decided, no, we're going to run the damn rock. He went old school with it. When I went back and looked at it, I told you guys on this show, 12 personnel, true 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends. As I've been, cataloging and charting the Texas games, I figured out if you're looking at most productive personnel packages in yards per play, it's easily true 12 personnel. Like it's your most effective and your most efficient offensive personnel grouping, more so than 20 or 21 or 31 or 11, any of the personnel group, or the Big 12 with Andre Carrick out there. It's your most productive personnel grouping. In the first half, I got charted. You know how many times Sark used true 12? Now, he only had the ball for 9 minutes in the first half, and I was like 28 plays or something like that, so he didn't have the ball much.
A lot.
Yeah. One time. I got one.
Yeah.
I got one play with true 12 personnel in the first half. Just one.
Yeah.
In the second half, I went in, I believe I charted close to 24. I got 24 such plays of 12 personnel in the second half, one of true 12. So one of his biggest adjustment was, I'm just going to go to what has worked all year long. I neglected that in the first half, just much like he neglected Bijan, because Bijan only had 7 rushes in the first half, and decided to go with what has been his most effective personnel grouping in terms of yards per play, which is 12, and they went a ton of heavy 12. So that was what they did personnel-wise. Scheme-wise, I thought it was interesting, too, that when you look at what he did schematically, and I went back and tried to chart as many of them as I could, you recognize in 12 personnel, when they had 1 back, 2 tight ends, they had a bunch formation to one side, a tripod bunch, much like teams used against Texas. They would have oftentimes the tight end, Jatavian Sanders or Gunnar Helm at the tip of that tripod or that triangle, and they would bring Jay Witt over as a flexed wide receiver. And they would end up forming a tripod bunch opposite of the single receiver side. And some people would call it an inverted single wing flex. You can get really fancy with some of the terminology. I'm just telling you, it looks like a bunch and a tripod bunch, a triangle bunch, all right? That's all you need to know.
Yep.
You know how many times I saw that triangle bunch in the first half for Texas? Once. It was an incompletion on a pass. I believe it was near the red zone, too. Second half? Oh, man, I counted of that just specific formation of that triangle bunch in 12 personnel opposite the single receiver side. I counted 22 such rushes out of that with that formation, and they end up with 4 passes. They basically, 22 total plays, and 4 passes out of that. So most of it was rushing. 18 of those were rushing. But he found something. I think he was trying to get Baylor to make a choice. You're going to defend the numbers or you're going to defend the space, because it's a compressed set. Compressed meaning closer to the line of scrimmage, closer to the O-line. So you got that tripod bunch, which is a compressed set right by the line of scrimmage, and you force the defense to say, okay, well, we're going to defend the field. There's a lot of field out there. And Texas would often run RPOs with Jay Witt. Remember that 20-yard reception for Jay Witt got him down into the red zone?
Yep.
That they ran the tripod bunch there, and this is an RPO. And he runs out there to the space, and they couldn't defend all the space. Yep. So either you're going to defend the numbers, you're going to defend the space, or you're going to defend both. That's what Texas forced them to do. And with that simple recalibration, you basically, if you're Texas, you can easily see where you have the numbers advantage. You can just kind of split the ball right down the middle and go, well, they got 6 guys on that side of the ball. Yeah. Numbers advantage over here. If Bijan's going to be one-on-one, we win.
Every day.
Go back and look at how much they ran that tripod bunch formation there. Because they love Gunnar Helm. And they ran it even out of the Big 12 package with Andre Carrick. Andre Carrick was in there at times as a part of that tripod bunch. So schematically, that's what they went to. I would love to ask Sark what he calls that formation exactly and what he saw against Baylor that made him run that specific set. Because he ran it over, and they kept running tempo with it. They would run I guarantee you David Randall was losing his freaking mind. They ran the same set, the same formation over and over and over and over again, and Baylor just could not stop it. And no matter what adjustment they made, they could not stop it, because I think that the adjustment was simple. If you're going to overload to our unbalanced side,
right?
Well, hell, man, we're going to run to the other side where we have the numbers. If you want to defend the field, well, we're going to run to where we have the numbers.
To the short side, yeah.
Yeah, you defend the numbers, well, we're going to run to the field.
Right.
And they could never really figure it out.
And you're right, he was losing his mind.
He was losing his mind. He had to be, because I was like, I can't believe they're running the same damn formation over and over. The second half, that's all they ran.
Right.
Majority of their plays, they run that tripod bunch, go look at it, and they just ran the rock. And it was amazing. And like I said, psychologically, it had to be devastating for David Randall and that coaching staff, because they got simply out-coached by Steve Sarkisian. And it was simplistically brilliant. The personnel was just, we got to go with our most successful personnel package all year, which has been 12. We only ran it one time in the first half. Well, you know what? In the second half, we'll run a ton more in the second half. And you go look at it, what they did schematically, X's and O's wise, I think that tripod bunch formation was big for them, just forcing Baylor to make that schematic adjustment, which they obviously never really found an answer for. And then you go look at what they did personnel-wise was a 12-pointers personnel, and what they did, like I said, philosophically was, hey, man, let's just give the ball to our best player and our best leader, let them close out the game.
Already.
These sound like simple adjustments, and they are relatively simple, but these are things that Steve Sarkisian wasn't doing early on his tenure here at Texas, that's helping Texas win games, putting him in a position to win games schematically, philosophically, with his personnel packages. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that was growth for me as a football theorist watching Steve Sarkisian's offense.
Well, the other part of it is, too, he finally figured out, I have the best player.
Yeah, that's
give the ball to my best player.
That helps.
And that simplifies. It makes you look like a genius when you have the best player and you utilize the best player the way he should.
Yep.
And you've already figured out the mismatches. Let's roll with it. Oh yeah, give it to my best player.
Give it to Bijan. Put some Bijan on. Yeah, and I think if you want
to. You said this at the very beginning when we were having our round tables. You laid it out at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think my advice for Sark was put gratuitous amounts of Bijan on every game plan, which means 25 to 30 carries. Quick game for your young quarterback, which now, late in the season, what's he doing? Quick game. Because you got a young O-line.
Yeah.
All right. And
simplify.
Exactly. And unfortunately, I think the Isaiah Nayor injury really hurt the offense's passing game. We know now the passing game had a regression this year. I think it was because he probably expected, and I did too, to be basically to present the defense with a mathematical equation they could not solve. How are you going to keep a safety over the top of Nayor double X-Man, put 8 in the box to stop Bijan. You can't do it. You don't have the numbers. And then when Nayor went down, think about the regression of X-Man.
Absolutely.
A lot of that's based on Nayor going down because what did it turn X-Men into? It pigeonholed him. He basically became, we talk about actors are typecast, right? Everybody knows the Jason Statham character in every movie or whatever it is.
He's one of my favorites.
Exactly, I love him too, but he's playing the same damn character in every movie. That's what happened to X-Men. He became typecast as a deep threat.
Yep.
He was just that.
He was just that
He
guy.
was just a deep threat guy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even really working, and that's why he regressed because he had to be typecast in a certain role. Sark didn't envision that for him. Sark wanted him to be a more well-rounded wide receiver one, but when Nayor went down, he needs a deep threat in his offense, and he forced X-Man to be that guy.
Yeah.
X-Man was better last year when you had Joshua Moore as your deep threat.
Yep.
Marcus Washington could be that guy, and he could be the wide receiver one, and I think it took him some time, and I don't know if he actually really even figured out what his role was in this passing game. I don't think he ever really figured it out.
It didn't.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was explained to him what his role was either. It goes back to the point that you were talking about. There were some people that needed to make adjustments all across the board.
Yep.
And nobody really did until the last couple games of the year.
I'll take it.
Now we're on to the next.
Yep, I'll take it. I'll take it in the last couple of games. But growth from Sark, I like that. Last game of the season, he finds a way to win it in the fourth quarter about out-coaching a really good coach in Dave
Yes,
Aranda.
he did.
Damn good for you, Sark. All right, we'll come back. USA, USA, USA. Big win over Iran. We'll talk about that World Cup on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday. That's when we play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. It's a good jam right here. All right, Patrick, you've been killing it, man.
This is in the great jams of songs that say they're rock and roll but are clearly not.
Honestly, I guess it's more pop, right?
Yeah, I mean electronic or something.
It's definitely, you're right. It's definitely on. It's like on the verge there. Of
if someone's like, "You ready to
rock?"
rock out?" They played this. You'd be like, "I'm waiting."
But they sing about rock and roll.
They sing about it.
Yeah, they sing about it. Not necessarily make sure rock. Yeah, it's kind of like it's how Black Eyed Peas are. I love that line from The Office about Black Eyed Peas. It's like, they're not really a rap group. They're not really a rock and roll group, and they're not really a pop group either.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell they are.
But they there.
But they there.
Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is also the craziest band transformation. That this was Jefferson Airplane. That went to Airplane. That went to Starship. Or Jefferson Starship.
Wow.
And then they just became Starship.
Is that real?
Yeah, so it's like they kind of transform. So it's like none of the original people really. It just kind of transformed. It was just,
How many people were in this group originally?
I don't know.
Dang.
I just know that it changed so dramatically. If you listen at the beginning of what they were to the end, you're like, wow, that is a complete departure.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I've heard of all those groups individually and did not know that they were all kind of from the same Genesis. Or
Yeah.
I didn't know that. There you go.
Genesis is a different group.
I know, exactly. Good for Origin. Origin might be a group too. I don't know, but you get
that might have been a different group too.
You get my point there. All right. Give some props to Team USA, gentlemen. They advanced in the World Cup by beating Iran 1-0, and we're going to have Team USA facing the Netherlands. We're going to bring on our man Glenn Davis of Soccer Match. I heard that yesterday right before Instant Serious at 7 o'clock, Instant Serious at 8 on Mondays. But we'll bring him on later on this week when he's got some time to help break down the next matchup and review Team USA's win over Iran. I actually had the DVR. I tried to go back and watch it tonight because it was happening. Just full disclosure, we had a meeting going on and all kind of stuff, so I didn't get to watch as much of the match as I would have liked. But I know you were here watching it when I got it.
Yeah, I was.
You checking it out,
trying to figure it out, trying to see what was happening. I got a chance to watch the first half of the match, and let me just say that the intensity was there for both teams. They were playing fast and furious types of soccer. They all knew what was at stake. Had to win. Pulisic came in and made a great play. Should have scored 2 goals. Not him, but the U.S. should have had 2 goals. And then they tried a couple set pieces that weren't right. And so it was a good back-and-forth match. And I was impressed with the way that the USA team came out and handled their business because it got kind of iffy for a while, man.
They were aggressive. I mean, they had 12 shots to Iran's 4, 5 shots on goal to Iran's 1 shot on goal. So the Americans were aggressive in the match, but even Patrick told me that they had the Iranians had a shot late.
Yeah, a couple shots.
A couple of shots late.
Yeah, they had a header that was on goal, and it was like,
yeah,
one of them.
It was like, oh.
And then they had one where they got through, kicked it through the goalie's legs. And USA had a defender come by the end to knock it out.
Yeah.
And then Iran wanted a penalty on that one to get a free kick from there. They ended up not giving him the penalty. And that was like with 98 minutes in the game. So there was only a minute or so left.
Wow. Yeah, it was back and forth. It was a tough go.
Yeah, now we have the Netherlands coming up in their next match. Like I said, we'll bring on Glenn Davis to break it down, and we'll, of course, do our own little preview of it as well. But congratulations to the Americans, Team USA, advancing in the World Cup.
Yeah, buddy.
To face the Netherlands in the next round. And I saw this, too, random stat about soccer, so we won't get too deep into it, but I thought it was intriguing. Because I had a friend of mine bring it up because he's a huge soccer enthusiast, and him and my wife were talking about it because they're big soccer. Your wife played soccer at the college level for the Red Raiders, right?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. You never mentioned that. You didn't.
I was trying to keep that on low. She also played professionally for a little bit. She played professionally,
too. Pro. Come on. You should brag about that.
Yeah.
You don't brag about it.
But it was because of Texas Tech.
I know
it was Texas Tech, man. It was Texas Tech. Yeah.
That's funny. Okay.
But she was a beast. She was a beast.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Played pro, too?
Yeah, she was a beast.
Should brag about wifey more than that. Anyway, I saw this penalty kicks, right? PKs. How about this little stat? So PKs account for 23% of the goals in World Cups, which is crazy because if you look at like the EPL and the MLS, they account for like 8%.
Yeah.
It's like huge.
There's a difference in the quality of the players too. You got to remember this. This is now in the World Cup. These are the best of the best for their countries. So you know as well as I do, when you're playing for your country, there's a lot of passion that is involved with it. So you're laying it all on the line. That's why so many of them are coming down to draws.
Yeah.
So first half, there's 0-0 the whole way through. Then the second half, everybody starts to try to get going. And then during the group play, there's no PKs. There's none of that extra stuff that's going on. So you're just kind of like, okay, here we go.
Yeah. And you were talking about set pieces that didn't work out. Set pieces in the World Cup account for 44% of the goals. EPL and MLS is around 20%. And the World Cup open play, about 33% of the goals. But open play accounts for 71 and 72% of goals in MLS and EPL.
Yeah, it's
crazy how different it is.
Yeah.
There you go. Just interesting stuff there. Okay, anyway, getting back to some Texas transfer portal update stuff. We'll get to that on the other side. Also, some audio from Sark, from his Monday press conference. All that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie 104.9. Top of the charts Tuesday right here on Ball Don't Lie. Man, like I said, Patrick is bringing out the classics today. I know all these jams. Usually, I don't know all the jams you break out on Top of the Charts Tuesday.
You know, it's people putting out music at the end of the year, I guess.
I guess so, man. I know all these jams. This is kind of reminds me of strip clubs back in the day.
Reminds me of strip clubs now.
Really? If I want to go to a strip club and hear this song, I'll be very disappointed in the stripper. And she's probably too old.
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
up there.
She still has talent, Rod.
No, she does, but she's too old.
She's like Justin Verlander, man. She's got a good fastball back.
You got to think of the clientele that's in the strip club.
That is true. Good point.
Yeah, think of the clientele. Who's spending the money?
That's right. Because these old guys, but it's my jam.
Yeah.
And it make you feel young. You spend more money when you feel
Exactly.
young. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? That's a good point.
I
there.
bet I can tell you, there's a lot of those guys at the strip club. You can put on whatever's popular now, and they'll be like, "I'm out."
Yeah, that's true. Well, that means she ain't that fine then. Because I gotta tell you, you don't hear the song after a while. If you're really into the strip club experience, the music disappears after a while. No matter what the hell.
I've never had enough money in my life to not be thinking about a lot of other things when I'm at a strip club.
That is true. That's a good point. Yeah. Now I'm cheap. My NFL days, I've had those experiences. But now, no, I worry about the money too much when I go to the strip club now.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't been in a long time. I will say that. So just so you know.
Very fair.
I do want to go back to the strip club now. Is $1 still good for do I still tip $1 at the stage, and will that get me still some time with the young lady? Or has inflation or shrinkflation hit the strip club as well? Where now when I give my $1, I used to get 30 seconds, now I get 10.
I would not know the answer to that.
So
I would not know the answer to that.
Specs text line. I would like to know if my $1 still give me 30 seconds with the lady on stage.
No, it won't get you 30 seconds.
No,
but I mean, but a 10 won't even get you 30 seconds all the time now. Yeah, because they just come over on the stage and they're just like, if they got enough people, they're moving.
It depends on how busy the strip club is.
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah. I used to get some good time for that $1. But now
It still works.
Man, no, it's the one thing that inflation has not hit. Strippers' dignity.
Well, a lap dance is still 20, right?
It's lap dance, but they try and hand out them $2 bills. And the front, they're like, "Oh, you need your $2s?" He's like, "No,
no, we don't need that.
I don't need a bill exactly what I got.
I need a bill that identifies where I'm at. I'm either a creepy grandpa or I've been at the titty bar.
She's gonna be like, "What is that?" Yeah, you're gonna use those at the strip club too. Okay, let's get to some Texas transfer portal update stuff here, because there's been a lot of news, and I believe we're still at 7, right, Harj?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything come across as of now.
Okay, so for those who have not been keeping up with it, and I have, excuse me, let me get my stuff real quick.
I'm with you.
But for those who have not been keeping up with it, the first name to drop was Troy O'Meary.
Mm-hmm.
We got Troy O'Meary, Jameer Johnson. We also got J.D. Coffey. Both of those are defensive backs. You got Dylan Harris, Prince Dorber. Those are linebackers / edge guys. Troy O'Meary, as I mentioned, was a wide receiver. Hudson Card, quarterback, also on that list. And I believe Andre Carrick.
Yes.
Offensive
Andre,
lineman.
that's right.
Tackle also on this. Andre Carrick is a walk-in starter at some places, by the way.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was a starter at Texas until, Kelvin Banks happened.
Until grown people showed up.
Kelvin Banks showed up. That's what happened to you.
Yeah.
I mean, Kelvin Banks is just that good, and Christian Jones improved immensely.
No doubt.
Give him a shot to go play, at least get a shot at an NFL training camp or something
For
like
sure.
that.
Unless
So,
he decides to stay.
that's your – okay, how about this? If you could keep any of those 7, re-recruit them. Who is it? Who's the one you got to keep? Who's that one?
I don't know. I told you J.D. Coffey was a guy that I had some high expectations for at the safety position, just because you're gonna be lacking some depth in that number.
Yeah,
right?
you lost Anthony Cook.
Yes.
Yeah, and
now
we were
him.
about that.
So that would be the guy that I would look at the most, because of the opportunities that will probably be there moving forward.
Yeah, that's a good point. As safety, I agree, because you're losing 2 guys.
Yep.
Jameer Johnson and J.D. Coffey. So I'm with you. You got to try to replace just the bodies alone. They like Taft Daddy, Michael Taft, and Jaron Thompson's coming back. But those are the 2 guys who probably gave you the most starting snaps that are coming back from that safety group. We know they like Mo Blackwell, though.
They do like Mo.
And I like Mo.
And he's got plenty of opportunities lately. Mo has. He stepped up, and he was a guy that a lot of players were talking about at the very beginning of the year too, that they thought was going to pop onto the scene as well.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
how about, which one would you prefer that you think would want to be back?
I mean, it goes without saying I'd like to keep Hudson Card, but that's in the day
that's
and
why I
age of
didn't say
transfer
that.
market.
I wouldn't do that. And
It's
plus all the
unrealistic.
numbers that are going to be affected moving forward, because you still have Malik Murphy here, who Coach Sark talked about at the presser this past week. You got Austin Card. You got Arch Manning coming in
early.
And then you also still have Charles Wright that is here.
Forgot all about Charles
he's
Wright.
He's a guy that I thought we would see in the transfer portal as well. I thought, because remember, he came to the University of Texas after being committed to Iowa State for so long.
Yeah, you're right about that. Man, I forgot all about him too.
Yeah.
So Troy O'Meary, like I said, I would like to keep Troy O'Meary as because I do believe you need help and you need some more reinforcements at wide receiver. You couldn't find your third wide receiver this year. Casey Kane didn't happen there for you. Tariq Milton, he made some plays for you, but never really asserted himself. That was regression by X-Man. Jay Witt, we don't know if Jay Witt's leaving. Is he leaving? Is Jay Witt gone? Is he gone?
No, he hadn't said anything yet either.
He hadn't declared.
He did participate,
but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. From what I'm told, those guys can still try to come back.
Absolutely.
If Jay Witt comes back, great. Then you're on. But if he doesn't come back, you're going to need some help at wide receiver.
A lot.
And I think wide receiver, I said it before, it's the deepest position in football at any level, and A&M's going to lose some, so you probably can get a couple of those. So I do think Texas can. Look, you got Isaiah Hall this year, you got Tariq Milton this year. You can go get bodies at wide receiver. You can go get good players there. But my concern is that you already were lacking chemistry and continuity within the passing game this year, and those were guys who are familiar with your system.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So now you're going to bring in the guys who are unfamiliar with the system, and we've seen that it's been hard for wide receivers coming either through the transfer portal to immediately have success, whether it be a Tariq Milton you're talking about or Isaiah Hall. Haven't really seen those guys instantly have an impact.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here looking too. I was looking at Horns 24/7, and Hudson Standish had put a couple names to pay attention to as the wide receiver market starts to open up.
Okay.
Dante Thornton out of Oregon. Big wide receiver. He's 6'4.5", 185. And then there's another wide receiver. Where did his name go? Oh, Dominique Lovett from Missouri. So he's in the transfer portal as well. 5'10", 175.
There'll be bigger names that'll
there'll be
appear in the
more,
transfer
but those are two names that they've already put out there to kind of pay attention to.
Okay. Yeah. So wide receiver is somewhere Texas. They should be looking at that position in transfer portal too. And if I'm looking at it, I think linebacker. Right now, I think the top positions you're looking for are going to be, I think you're right about safety. Because they got the corners. Janae Barron, they like Terrence Brooks. Ryan Watts coming back. So safety, off-ball linebacker, whoever's going to play opposite Jalen Ford, hope Jalen Ford comes back. He's got a decision to make too, potentially.
He definitely does, especially if he walks into the party. If he's the guy that walks into the party with that big trophy called Big 12 Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, that might be something that warrants, hey, I need a little conversation.
Yep. So I think you're right about safety. I think off-ball linebacker, I'll throw on that list. I think you're okay on the D-line, too. I'm not saying
so, too.
You can't add more, but you got some young guys that are going to contribute, but you're bringing back Alfred Collins. You're bringing back Vernon Broughton. You're bringing back Byron Murphy. You're bringing back, we don't know about Sweat yet, but if Sweat comes back, then you're definitely, in a
Somebody
prime
said we need to bring
there.
in Brew McCoy.
Seriously, I like that.
Transfer after transfer. Is he allowed to transfer again?
I don't know. He's got a great lawyer because he's transferred like 4 or 5 times already. Yeah. And you'll have Baron Sorrell coming back on that defensive line too. So I think the defensive line's good. I'd worry about safety, off-ball linebacker, and I'd jump to the offensive side of the ball. You're great on the offensive line.
Yep.
You're even really good at tight end too. You're deep there. I'd worry about wide receiver. I think you're deep at running back too, even though you're losing Bijan and Rojo. Yep. You're going to be deep there?
Yeah, you got a deep room over there. But like anything else, you only have one Rojo. One Bijan.
Oh, yeah.
That is gone.
Well, you can't replace that.
You never will be able to until something else. Although people keep talking about the Cedric Baxter. If he's going to be able to come in and make an impact right away, we'll see. He's got to get to signing day. We got to get him to signing day because I did see him post a picture with Florida State at one point, and I think he took a trip to Florida State again.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so it is what it is. It's a constant battle. You gotta work even harder, and I know that Sark talked about that as well. The coaching carousel as far as coaches being able to take time off. There's no time off anymore.
No.
You don't have an off season. You're constantly on the grind, re-recruiting your locker room as one,
Agreed.
but also trying to make sure you get those guys to signing day to make sure that they're coming to your university.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And you have to look at your roster now almost with a professional mindset.
Exactly.
You know there's a link between the transfer portal and a link between, NIL. You got a certain amount of dollars you got to spend from NIL for the team. Certain players are either demanding or the market says they're worth a certain value. And you got to make those decisions too, from a program standpoint. So really different mindset and a different philosophy in the offseason for these coaches. And so I think my top 3 different positions for transfer portal emphasis for Texas would be safety, off-ball linebacker, and wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you with that.
I mean, that's where you should be looking. That's probably where you're going to be most I say probably weakest, I should say, in terms of your overall roster in the offseason. Haven't really looked at the recruiting class and how those guys are going to impact. So you'll have some more contributors, or you have more bodies in, and the turnover for the roster should be complete, I believe, for Sark in his first 2 years. I believe once that new recruiting class comes in, it'll be almost a complete overhaul from the group that he inherited when he got here from Tom Herman.
Love it.
Yeah, that'd be good too. And Jay Brooks looks like he's going to be a starting running back for Texas. And then you'll have Jaden Blue in that room. Keelan Robinson, I believe, still's got time, so he's coming back. And then you talked about Cedric Baxter being added to that group too. So you still should have a lot of talent at the running back position. Speaking of running back, I saw today that Bijan Robinson not only got Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week, which doesn't shock anybody, but also he is now a finalist for the Doak Walker Award.
Well deserved.
Also, nobody surprised by that.
Well
the other running backs who he'll be, because I think there's 2 other running backs he'll be competing with as well as a Doak Walker Award finalist. And one of those guys is Blake Corum, the Michigan running back. The other was Chase Brown, Illinois running back. Who's a good player, too.
Yeah. Brett Bielema, man. You know he get them running backs.
Yeah.
Brett Bielema will get you a running back and make him a star.
So, Bijan win this thing hands down? Is it even?
I don't know if it's hands down because of what Blake Corum has been able to do, but the numbers suggest, and I would not. Matter of fact, I'll be pretty doggone happy if Bijan Robinson does win this award, because you go and look at his stats and put him compared to everyone else. Yeah, he's that dude.
But comparing him to his peers, the guys who are up for the Doak Walker Award as well, the finalists. So let's compare yards per attempt.
Oh, you already know that.
Bijan's leading in yards per attempt. He's got 6 yards per attempt. Corum's at 5.9, so not far behind. Yards per attempt after contact. Bijan's at 3.9. He leads all the finalists.
Correct.
Blake Corum is at 3.2. Yards per attempt between the tackles, Bijan's at 6.5. Blake Corum next to him is at 5.3. Yards per attempt when contacted behind the line of scrimmage, so kind of your stuff rate for them. Bijan's at 2.6 yards per attempt when contacted behind the line of scrimmage. Blake Corum next closest with 1.7. And broken tackles per 20 carries. Of course, Bijan leads the country in forced missed tackles, I think with 99.
99, big ones.
And he's averaging 6.7 broken tackles per 20 carries. That leads the finalists for the Doak Walker, because Blake Corum is second with 4.5 behind Bijan. So Bijan leads in almost every major statistical category. He leads the other Doak Walker Award finalists. So if he doesn't win it, and I think maybe in yards, overall yards, rushing yards, maybe the Chase Brown from Illinois, maybe he has Bijan in that regard. I'm not sure. But for most statistical categories, most of them, Bijan has the upper hand on both Blake Corum and Chase Brown.
Well, here's the other part about it. Remember the statement that you made earlier this year at the very beginning of the year.
If Bijan doesn't, he doesn't win a national award, isn't the first running back drafted, or a Heisman finalist, then Sark screwed up somehow.
Yeah, well, he's up for those awards, so he's okay in that regard.
He's got to win one.
He put himself in the conversation.
Agreed.
And that's a huge plus for him.
It is.
So we got to wait and see how this all ends up. But to answer your question, I do believe that Bijan should win this award. I don't think it'll be by a landslide. I don't think it's something that, when you go back and you look at the voting, all these numbers are pretty doggone good numbers for all the running backs.
They are.
So, but I'm kind of biased when you come into this conversation. Bijan should be the winner.
Yeah, he's going to win it.
Yeah.
Like I said, if he doesn't win that one, he'll win. And the Maxwell Award is for the best player, I believe, offensive player in college football. That'll be hard because that's other quarterbacks and other positions included. I think this is a no-brainer that it's going to be Bijan Robinson. So if he doesn't win it, that'll be a huge upset. It'll be a huge upset because if he doesn't win that one, it's going to be tougher to win the Maxwell because that's for the overall best offensive player, right? Look, Caleb Williams is like he's going to win the Maxwell Award, and he could end up winning the Heisman too.
What about the Davy O'Brien? You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
He win that too.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Bijan's going to make it as a Heisman finalist. I don't think they're going to do it. I could be wrong. Texas just wasn't relevant enough. He was relevant enough, but Texas wasn't relevant enough.
Well, I mean, they keep creeping their way back they're in and out of the top 25. I mean,
Texas has been in and out of the top 25 4 times this year because they won't.
I break up, I want to make up.
Yeah,
I break up, I want to make up.
They really they want Texas to be really good, and we all do. And for good reason. Texas has been competitive in all their games, and they've won some big games this year. But the truth is, I don't know if they've had enough. I don't know if Bijan's had enough Heisman moments this year. And I know that's crazy to say. I'm talking about on a big stage. Think about the TCU game. Big stage. He got 12 touches. Think about the Alabama game. Huge stage. I don't think he was like the player. He wasn't a determining factor in that game. Those are probably your 2 biggest games nationally of the year. Yep. And everybody's heard all this hype about Bijan. They probably were like, I'm going to hear this hype about Bijan. We talking about Bijan. He's how good he's the best running back in football. Can't wait to watch him in these big games, big stage versus Bama for top number 1 team in the country versus a top 4 number 4 team in TCU. And you got really nothing.
Right.
It's a popcorn fart pretty much. Yeah. I'm not saying he's not great. I'm talking about those were Heisman moments, and he didn't have any in those games.
Yeah.
We see him every day.
Yep.
Nationally, they don't see him every day. They're not following him like we do. They're tuning in for the big games to go, all right, so they saw him versus Oklahoma. Okay, man, everybody bludgeoned Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That wasn't a Heisman moment. Y'all know it wasn't. Because Oklahoma wasn't good enough for it to be a Heisman moment.
Yeah, not anymore. So, not anymore.
I love him. I think he's great. But and someone says Bijan isn't a Maxwell finalist. CB said that, so
he
ain't gonna win that either.
Yeah, I was saying that Caleb Williams because we were talking about Caleb Williams and what he was doing.
Oh, I said he might end up winning that, but so he's not a Maxwell Award finalist, so that ain't happening.
Yeah.
And like I said, I hope he is a Heisman finalist. I think he deserves to be. I don't think he had enough big moments in those big games.
Well, if he doesn't win the Doak Walker, I think it'll be a crime, and he better win the Earl Campbell Award.
Oh,
I need him to win that Tyler Rose. I need that Tyler Rose.
Win that Tyler Rose.
Yeah.
Definitely should win that one. If he doesn't win a Doak Walker, I'd be shocked. I'd be flabbergasted, stupefied. I wouldn't be able to wrap my brain around that.
I don't think anybody would. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody would.
He is the best running back in college football. That to me, it's up for debate, I'm sure, but I think it is already set. I think most people believe, the majority of people believe that he's the best running back in college football. So.
I agree. And Robert Griffin III said that as well.
Who's got a Heisman vote?
He
said he needs to be in New York.
Exactly.
Someone says Bijan's overrated. All right.
Yeah, we'll let that go. Hey, use the specs wisely.
We'll see if that's the case in the NFL. I think Bijan may be, depending on who drafts him, may be in a position to have a better NFL career than he did a college football career.
Agree.
But it's all about who drafts him. Somebody said, man, what if Philadelphia, who's got multiple picks, decide to draft him early on? That would be crazy.
That would be mean.
That would be mean.
Because I would not want to see him coming in the NFC East the entire time.
And he would be, if you start thinking about it, he'd be perfect in that system.
Come on, man. Quit. You know they listen. And y'all don't want them listening to this show today. Because you know they're already trying to figure out a way.
Did they give up their first-round pick for A.J. Brown?
I thought they still had one.
They got a couple of them.
I think they still. Yeah, I think they still. I think Howie's been working, man. Yeah. Rosen's been working.
Didn't they give them all up already? Come on now, didn't they give them all up?
I'm hoping.
You Cowboys fans, y'all better be hoping because
I
am. But yeah, we'll get to some more NFL news, notes, and nuggets obviously throughout the week and talk some about the Cowboys. But talking about Texas in the running back room, I think Rojo. Do we think Rojo gets drafted?
Yes.
He does
Absolutely.
get drafted.
I think
even though running back is one of those positions.
That don't mean that he won't get drafted just because it is one of those positions. I think he will be drafted. I think a lot of it has to do with his character. I think once people get a chance to be around him, they know this guy is going to be responsible enough when he gets into the NFL, number one. Number two, he's going to be one of the hardest workers that they have. And the big key thing, Rod, dude works on special teams too, bro.
He does.
He's that dude.
I know. I keep thinking Pete Carroll's going to get Rojo somehow. Pete Carroll loves Rojo-type players.
Oh, for
special
sure.
teams
And
guys.
he loves Texas
who wanna
players.
Run the ball. And
He's
loves
one of
Texas
the few.
players. He just sounds like, yeah. I feel like he's going to end up playing for Pete Carroll. It's randomly. It's weird. The Philadelphia Eagles right now, I believe, still have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
They got their own. They got one from the Saints. Unless they traded that
They're still
one.
making it happen, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
I don't want
The
that.
rich getting richer.
I don't want that.
I was saying, so they got 2, so they could do it.
Yes, they
They
could.
can afford to just have a luxury pick in the first round with a guy like, no, let's just go luxury here and go. And Bijan's a luxury item for a team in like the top 15 or whatever it may be.
Big time luxury item too.
So, yeah. Anyway, we'll get back to some more Texas conversation. Matter of fact, we'll talk Texas basketball on the other side. Texas basketball deserves some congratulations because they are number 2 right now in the country. We'll talk about their ranking. We'll talk about Texas basketball. Big game, big matchup coming up this week with Creighton. We'll get into some basketball conversation on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a Top of the Charts Tuesday. We play jams. I reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. This is one of the first times where we play like a hip-hop top of the
We've
charts.
done a couple. They fell in here at the end. But it's like basically everything 2000 on is on the top of the charts for like 13, 14 weeks. Like there's a point in music where singles stopped being bigger and stuff just stayed at the top of the charts just longer and longer and longer. So you can't switch out as much because you're like, oh, here's this one song that's not really like has a bad intro or something and doesn't really sound great, and it's number one for 3 months.
Wow.
Got you.
That's interesting. And you said this trend started when?
Like around 2000, but like basically when computers and Napster and all that started, and when they were like the music industry started, the record
when
industry.
everything changed,
Yeah.
That's it. Because I was reading an article the other day about how songs are shorter now.
Oh, yeah.
Like all songs are shorter.
It's like 3 minutes,
Yes.
maybe 2.5.
Yeah, they would compare them to like songs that I think they were talking about like Motown and some of like the early rock and roll
you think
stuff.
of like
how
telling
long
you a
it
full
was.
story.
Yeah, it was like 6-minute songs.
No, that's what when I first started doing like weekends in radio, and I was doing it for a pop station, and I grew up listening to rock radio, and it's 45 seconds to hit the post and everything. You got these long intros, and you're like, hey, coming up on the, you have all that, and then these songs are like, hey, it's your. Like, man, it's 2 seconds. We gotta go.
Yeah.
That's interesting, man. I would love to hear some more about that. I know you're pretty in tune with the music industry, but that is fascinating, though. And you're right. It's probably more about algorithms and trying to figure out how to keep these songs at the top as long as possible. And
I mean, like, how many songs now start with choruses, pretty much?
Yeah,
where you don't really build into anything. You just kind of hit it and
go.
No,
you're right about that. No, it is. It's fascinating. I know we're supposed to talk Texas basketball here, but that was random. I like learning stuff on Top of the Charts Tuesday. I learned something new from my man Patrick, so I always appreciate his efforts. All right, let's talk. We're going to learn something new about this Texas basketball team. We'll learn more about them, I should say, coming up this week, gentlemen. They got a big test versus Creighton coming up Thursday, I believe. They're going to play Creighton. Creighton's ranked number 7.
6 o'clock.
And the Longhorns are ranked number 2 in the country. You know about a top 10 matchup. Longhorns moved up 2 spots from number 4 on the latest AP Top 25 poll after blowout wins over Northern Arizona and UTRVG. Which they're not focused on that. They're more focused on the last time they saw the Longhorns play a top-notch opponent, which was the Zags. I think the college basketball world is still buzzing a little bit from the way the Longhorns beat the Zags.
No doubt about it.
At home.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and you're right. They played some games in between there, and this is what Coach Beard has been grooming his basketball team for. These are the types of games and the matchups that they wanted to see. Creighton's coming in 6-1. They're number 7, as you said, out of the Big
Only
East.
lost, was that the Tech?
I think they lost Arizona in the championship game in Maui.
Oh, okay.
So that's where they were at. They beat the snot out of Tech.
They beat the hell out of Tech.
Yeah, they beat the snot out of Tech. So you sit there and you're looking at how these teams are going to match up. The one thing that I really enjoy about Texas is the way that they play defense. You know, if you play for Chris Beard, you're going to have to apply pressure. And I saw this note today. They said the Longhorns have recorded a 141-37 advantage in points off of turnovers in the first 5 games.
Ooh, give that stat again. That's good.
They said the Longhorns have recorded a 141-37 advantage in points off of turnovers in the first 5 games. Texas has allowed just 41 assists and forcing 103 turnovers already this year.
Wow.
Remember that game against Gonzaga? We were all there. They were forcing Gonzaga to turn the ball over, and that's very uncharacteristic of the Gonzaga basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their average margin of victory right now is 29 points. So they're handling business right now. The good part about the Creighton matchup, I think Texas matches up well with good offensive teams because that was kind of what Gonzaga's thing was. Not the best defensive team, but a good offensive team. Because Texas can play great defense and kind of slow you down, but their offense doesn't get slowed down because you can't really stop that offense.
Right.
It's when they get into the Big 12 and they get some of these teams that are a little bit more defensive that you get those stretches that are going to be, all right, man, we're going 3-4 minutes without a score here. That's when you worry about it a little bit more. Creighton, not necessarily going to score. So when you watch these teams that are going and winning games 100-90, they don't scare me as much. It's still, look, you have to go out there and play. There's no gimme game. But we match up better in that world than we match up with someone who's been winning 50-60.
a good point.
because now they can slow down Tyrese Hunter, they can slow down Marcus Carr, and all of a sudden you're having to rely on some other guys to really step up and score.
Yeah. No, it's a good point too. And speaking of, I was just looking at the stat about the Ken Palm, the Ken Palm rankings and the Big 12. Man, when they start Big 12 play, it's gonna be so much fun. It's just such a competitive league.
Yeah.
Here's the stat, and I'll make sure I got it from the Athletic, so I'll give them credit for it. It says the Big 12 currently has all 10 of its teams ranked in the top 50 at Ken Palm. Currently, only other league with that many top 50 teams is the Big 10 with 11.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw Iowa State go in and upset North Carolina, who was number 1 in the country at the time.
At the time, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's exactly what they talk about, too. They talk about Case. They said the bottom 3 Big 12 teams at Ken Palm are K-State, which is undefeated, Iowa State, who beat North Carolina, and TCU, who just beat Iowa and hasn't had they're starting point guard all year.
The Big 12 is just a really good basketball. And when you think next year, the number 1 team in the country is coming. Houston.
Right, Houston, that's right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's the only team that Texas is behind right now in the poll right now is Houston, U of H.
Well, just a little bit about the Creighton Blue Jays. You know, they go out there and ball a little bit too. Their starting point guard is 6 foot. They've got a center that's 7'1". They've got another guard that's 6'4". They've got another forward that's 6'7", and they've got another guard at 6'7" as well. And the 6'7", number 55, Baylor, I want to say his name is Shearman, left-handed. And he's got stroke. I watched him play.
He be stroking?
He be stroking like Clarence Carter. Clarence Carter. Woo! Clarence Carter. Yeah, he's got a good stroke. He's shooting 44% from the three-point line right now.
Okay.
So be on the lookout for them.
Yeah. You also got Mike Miller's kids on that team.
That's right. Mike Miller. I
Remember
think
Mike
Mike
Miller?
Miller's one of the coaches,
He
right?
play for
I don't believe he's a coach. I know he was at the game, but I think he was in the stands.
Okay.
Yeah, he played forever, too.
Yeah, he did.
I
know he was coaching at one point. I think
No,
he was
coaching in the
Memphis.
NBA.
I thought he was with And
he was coaching.
He was with Penny Hardaway for a little bit,
Oh,
and then
was?
he went to the NBA. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's going to be a great test for Texas when Creighton comes to town. That'll be really fun. And are you going, Harsh? Have you decided?
No, my son has a basketball game that night.
Yeah, well, we know we'll be representing because Patrick.
Please, because I know y'all got my back.
I'm thinking about going too. I'm still trying to work it out, but I'm going to try my best to go too. That's a really big game. And I want to go back to the Moody. Back to the mood, man.
Yeah, we want to get in the mood.
I get in the mood. I had a lot of fun in the mood. So I'm trying to get back out there for another big game, and I expect it to be packed.
No
with
doubt.
Texas basketball fans. Really excited about their team now being the number 2 team in the country.
And after this, they go to New York. After they play this game, they go to New York and they take on number 16 Illinois, which is on right now playing Syracuse.
Oh, yeah.
So that's their next game.
Oh, yeah. No, it's, I mean, it's between these kind of really cool non-conference matchups that they played earlier this year and then getting into the meat of the Big 12, which Patrick talks about as one of the best college basketball conferences in the country. Man, Texas basketball fans got a lot to be excited about.
Man, it's going to be a lot of fun,
last time Texas was ranked this high? Was it Rick Barnes at 2010 year?
Yeah, they were number 1.
Oh, no.
And then they lost.
They went 17-0, and then they had that
They
swoon.
fell off really bad, lost in the first round.
That was Jordan Hamilton.
Which,
Avery
man, Jordan
Bradley.
Hamilton, I thought that guy was going to be so much better in the NBA watching him in college.
And that, strangely enough, that 2010 year was the year everybody thought Texas football was going to be decent.
It was the same.
And then they had that
it was
5
the
and
same.
7 year just fell off a cliff. That was not fun at all. So hopefully.
That's when we went from the penthouse to the NIT. No, I think we even went to that one we had to pay to go play in. The CBI.
Oh, the CBI? Was that the one we lost to Houston in the CBI?
Yeah, in the CBI.
Back when we were both bad?
Yes,
now we're 1 and 2 in the country.
That's back when
I could be wrong, but I remember us having a very good basketball team that went to the CBI that we had to pay to play in.
And we played at Houston.
Yes.
We didn't even host a game in the CBI.
In the CBI.
Oh my
gosh.
Now
I don't remember what year that was, but I remember watching that at a bar, us losing to Houston in the CBI.
Yeah.
Like, man, that is not a good look.
Should have turned that one down. Did you turn down that invitation? You could have turned that down.
I think we needed it for the practices like bowl practices.
Yeah, we definitely
Continue
did.
to keep playing.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap this thing up and put it in the oven. We'll let you know what's on tap for us right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie. We're getting ready to wrap this thing up and put it in the oven. Before we do, we'll let you know what's on tap. One more shout out to Team USA. USA, USA, USA.
That's
Big
right.
win over
Big win.
Iran, and they are advancing in the World Cup to the round of 16.
16.
To play the Netherlands.
The Netherlands.
We'll bring our man Glenn Davis on tomorrow or later on this week. I promise you, so we can preview that. I know a lot of soccer fans out there, especially in Austin, man. The World Cup ratings in Austin are through the roof.
Oh, it's number one. It was number one the first
It
couple
was.
times, so we'll
Yeah.
see what it looks like again. I'm willing to guarantee it's going to be number one again.
Man, people in Austin love this for soccer. We know that because Austin FC. And Austin FC, by the way, great year too. And now the World Cup here, so I think they use some of that momentum. It's probably helped them in the ratings a ton. All right, what's on tap for you tonight?
I'm going to try to go home and watch Black Adam. I want to see this
Ooh,
with
The Rock?
That's right. That's right. It's streaming now, so you can check it out. I want to peep it out, see what the fuss is about.
Has it been getting good reviews? Or
a lot of
not
people
so
that
much?
I've talked to, they've really enjoyed it. But the people that I've talked to, they're more of a DC group as
Okay.
opposed to Marvel. So
Yeah.
you know, if you're in between, which I'm either or, I'm fine with it. My son, like you, is a Marvel guy.
Mm-hmm.
He loves watching Marvel stuff.
I like them both, though.
But I'm going to have to peep this out and see what the approval rating is for my son.
DC has tried to go with a more serious approach
Yep.
to their comic book adaptations. Marvel likes to go with a little comedic approach. They try to throw in some laughter. I don't mind. DC is much darker. Right,
Yep.
You got your Heath Ledger's Joker with the DC stuff. You got even your most recent Batman was really dark, almost Alfred Hitchcock-like.
And I still haven't seen that one yet.
You should see it. I
Yeah.
loved it. I
Yeah.
watched it again the other day. Loved the new
Yeah.
Batman. It was fantastic.
I'll peep it out.
What you got on tap, Patrick? What you got for the people?
Probably watch some basketball. Normal stuff.
Probably.
That's why we love him. He's got the NBA pass.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
Patrick's
turned up.
He's always
turned up
watching
for hoops.
basketball.
Yeah.
Trust me. Whether it's NBA or whether it's college basketball, that's why he's our hoops aficionado here on the show.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to watch a little bit more of Texas Baylor because I got some stuff I'm cleaning up on because I'm bringing you guys some nice stats and numbers, doing some deep dives, some rabbit holing for you guys.
You might need to do some research on either Utah or Washington.
Yeah, I can't wait to get on that. You're right. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Washington.
Both have great quarterbacks.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Utah scares me a little more.
Yeah.
Utah got them tight ends, too.
And and they got our boy Jaquindon Jackson
running the
back.
rock.
Yeah.
They got a little revenge factor. I guess PK in Washington, though.
Yeah, got a
Revenge
little bit
factor
on there. Yeah.
So, I'm going to do a little film
And
work.
Sark.
And Sark, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. All right, we come back tomorrow, same time, same channel. Remember, the revolution will not be televised, but we'll be talking about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. Peace.